Hi guys, it's Shadow. Uploading high-quality audiobooks for you, it's very time-consuming and hard-working process. So please support me so I can keep uploading for you. This is how. You can donate directly through my PayPal or Ko-fi. You will find links in the description. Or you can join our Telegram channel where you will find all paid audiobooks that we provide. Also, you can make requests and you will find proof of payments from our plus 200 paid members. If you can't support me financially, just like and subscribe our videos. Thank you guys, your support means a lot. And as always, enjoy Shadow.
Chapter 501 A Son's Revenge 1. After a tiring battle against the undead, everyone deserved a break. However, fate had planned something different. It all happened so fast that barely anyone had time to react. Within moments, the jolly mood of the party was soured as hundreds of capsules rained upon them. Massive dust clouds shot up in the air, covering Levon. Those proficient in magic immediately erected mana shields to minimize the damage. Still, a few unfortunate souls were squashed beneath the drop pods. What the hell is going on? Nora snarled loudly. Apart from her voice, the hall was filled with groans of pain and coughing sounds. Only a few managed to keep calm, while most were startled and confused. As the dust began to settle down, the pods opened one after another, revealing an army of undead and outworlders. An invasion army had descended upon them. Had it been undead, the werewolves might have had a chance against them. But the alien mercenaries were a different story altogether. One look was enough to know what was going on there. As I suspected, Jaden's voice echoed through the hall. These dogs organized a party and didn't bother inviting us? Is that any way to treat your Sunto ruler? A gust of wind swiftly passed through the invaders, slicing Jaden's head in half. The smiling undead and their alien counterparts were suddenly stunned into silence. Jaden was the president's right-hand man and thus was leading the operation. For him to be lost in a second dealt quite a blow to their morale. However, for the aliens, Jaden's death didn't matter much. After all, they barely knew the guy to care about his death. It was the way he got killed that surprised them. Unfortunately, they were in for a series of surprises ahead. Fucking annoying sack of shit, Ashton mumbled. Maybe I should thank you for saving me the trouble of traveling to Nirvana. Or should I kill you morons for ruining the party? Decisions. As Ashton walked out of the shroud of dust, the eyes of most mercenaries popped out of their sockets. Although he hadn't been in the business for long, any decent mercenary knew who he was. Well, at least they were aware of the kind of mask he wore. Those who realized they were facing Reaper felt a sense of despair wash over them. How could they not react that way? Reaper was the only one who exchanged blows with Phantom and lived to tell the tale. In the mercenary business, there was a new sheriff in town, and it was Reaper. Unfortunately, the mercenaries were on the opposite side as him. Deciding to rectify their mistake immediately, the intelligent ones immediately dropped their weapons and surrendered. Their behavior both enraged and confused the undead around. They were paid soldiers who were expected to do their job perfectly, or else they would lose credibility amongst the community. Then why the hell were they behaving like a bunch of scaredy cats? Till now, the undead had no information on Ashton's background. They only struck Levon to teach them a lesson for taking back contingency. Dressed in advanced battle gear and backed up by outworlders, they were confident in their win. Unfortunately, their intel about Levon was outdated. Not only were they unaware of Ashton's secret identity, but they were also oblivious to Jihalos. After the initial reaction shock faded, the undead knew they had messed with the hornet's nest. I didn't think you brain-dead fuckers would fall for the trap so hard. Ashton smiled as the undead stood in their place, frozen in shock. The undead might have thought they'd catch Ashton by surprise. But it was far from true. Celebrating his victory wasn't the only reason Ashton agreed to host the party. Odiga had already informed him about Nirvana's job request. So he had one of the Intelligence Association guys answer their call and reveal all of their plans. As for the people who died from the initial strike, all of them were undead who had accompanied Ashton from contingency. But that wasn't all. There was a special guest among the crowd. Someone Ashton detested from the core of his being. He had no interest in the undead or the mercenaries accompanying them. His bloodshot eyes were scanning the crowd for the man who was more dangerous than anything found on Earth. Where are you hiding now, bastard? Ashton snarled, popping out his claws. Oh, to think you'll find me so soon. TSK, you know how to take the fun out of everything, don't you? A mercenary stepped out of the crowd, flexing his shoulders. Oi, Nemo. Back down right now, Warg. The leader of the mercenaries instructed the man to stop. Sadly, the man he was stopping was no longer the man he knew. Before anyone could understand what was going on, the leader fell to his knees, choking on his blood after being stabbed in the neck. Not in the mood for talking. Phantom egged Ashton on. Come on, is this any way for you to treat a friend? How rude can you be, fucker? Without responding to Phantom's provocations, Ashton called out his summons. It was a welcoming sight for Phantom. The more people fought him, the stronger he would get. Phantom's overpowered passive ability was why he agreed to be part of an army, as he knew he'd be unstoppable. Protect the people, Ashton mumbled, grabbing the scythe in his hand. I'll take care of the rest. The kid grew. Phantom was in the middle of talking when Ashton grabbed his face and threw him out of the broken building. No one had ever manhandled him like this since he became Phantom. Hell, even that dwarf couldn't have possibly done anything like that to him. Yet this bastard earthling dared to treat him like a rag doll? The precursor you killed, who was he? Ashton coldly asked Phantom. Why? You want to pick up the pieces? Phantom laughed before throwing a punch at him. However, his punch phased straight through Ashton. But Bauman's blade did not. Fuck. Phantom cursed in pain, but Ashton planted his knee to his face before he could do anything else. This was a different scale of power Phantom hadn't expected from Ashton. After all, it had only been a few months since their last bout. How did the bastard get so strong in such a short period? Didn't make any sense. I'll ask you for the last time, Ashton repeated. Who was the precursor you killed? Chapter 502, A Son's Revenge 2. While Ashton and Phantom were sorting their business, the undead had to face troublesome opponents on their own. Their invasion had hilariously failed, and now that Phantom had killed a mercenary, the rest turned against the undead. In a way, the undead brought the mercenaries to strengthen their enemies. However, not all was lost, as they had an ace up their sleeve, a weapon that could instantly turn all odds in their favor. Commander, what should we do? One of the undead soldiers whispered. Colonel Jaden was supposed to take command. The commander replied softly, as his second-in-command, I instruct you to arm the bomb. If we cannot defeat them, well, turn them. Affirmative. The soldier replied and began working on the bomb, protected by the foliage of the troopers. So this is the secret weapon? Someone whispered into the soldier's ear. Yes, the soldier absent-mindedly replied. Now let me do my job. The undead turned around to shove the man aside. However, he realized there wasn't anyone standing by him. Besides, it didn't appear as if anyone else heard the voice. Confused, he resumed his work. But something was off. His hands felt oddly sloppy, and it almost felt like his hands were not listening to the mind. At that moment, he heard the voice once again. But this time it almost sounded majestic. Like a god was talking to him. Why don't you disarm the bomb instead? The feminine voice echoed in his mind. If you do, it'll fulfill any wish you ever had. Everything you ever desired would be under your feet, be it women or power. But the orders. Does a kill need to follow orders from a peasant? The voice replied, maybe I was wrong to believe in you. How unfortunate, but if that's your wish. I'll do as you ask. I'll disarm the bomb for good. Without wasting another moment, the man not only disarmed the bomb but completely disassembled it. It was already too late when the commander realized what had happened. Rushing over to the soldier, the man smacked him hard. But even that blow wasn't enough to bring the soldier out of his trance. Bastard! What have you done? The commander vigorously shook him, to no avail. He won't be waking up anytime soon. Alina smirked. Neither will the rest of your bomb squad. I know you. The commander's bloodshot eyes glared at her, the White Witch. To think you were hiding here. She isn't the only one. Jay jumped out of nowhere, slicing undead left and right with his whip-like sword. Fucking inhumans. The commander snarled before lunging toward Jay. However, before the undead could do anything, he was slit in half by one of the mercenaries. The undead were backed into a corner with nowhere to run. Now their only hope was Phantom. As long as they held out till his return, he would surely kill all the bastards. but it didn't seem like he would be coming to their rescue anytime soon. Shouldn't we help them? I've been itching for a fight, and it'll also help wrap things up faster. Montague eagerly popped his claws. The thought of battle brought out the warrior blood in him. Dad, let them be. Anna replied, the Inhumans have suffered enough under the undead's tyranny, and they deserve to get some payback. Besides, the Outworlders are also helping them. I don't think we need to involve ourselves for now. Then what about helping Ashton? Don't even think about it. Anna sternly warned him. Phantom isn't someone who can be defeated using numbers. Anna might have said that, but she was worried to death for Ashton. After all, the last time the two faced each other, Ashton only managed to survive thanks to Master Vulcan. Also, this time around there was no one to help him. If Ashton lost, all of them would be as good as dead. If you want to help, Anna mumbled, please take everyone into the underground shelter and lock it from the inside so no one breaks in. What do you? Her mother tried to talk, but Anna had none of it. It's only a precaution, Ma, should things take a turn for the worse. Anna replied, I'll stay back and come for you once everything is over. Very well, Montague replied and immediately gathered the non-combatants before leaving. Once the hall had been cleared, Anna decided to join the battle or at least assist them somehow. I believe in you, moron. Anna mumbled, don't make me eat my words. Back on the battlefield, tables had turned against Ashton. Although he had gotten much stronger than before, he wasn't the only one who did. Phantom wasn't wasting his time after his loss. Traveling through countless worlds, he had absorbed the abilities and power of God, knows how many aliens. You are awfully strong. I'll give you that. Phantom panted while resting his hands on his knees, and here I thought I need to go all out against you. Ashton used the scythe to support him as blood droplets trickled down his face. Since the scythe's power had been restricted, he couldn't phase through all of Phantom's strikes. Even though he used the phasing ability to dodge the critical strikes, the strike that connected skillfully reduced him to such a state. I was saving the secret strength to go against that dwarf, but I don't think I can afford to go easy on you anymore. Phantom smiled as he rushed in from another attack. Ashton instantly phased through the attack. However, something weird happened. Even though Phantom's strike turned out to be useless, he didn't stop. Shit. It took a moment for Ashton to realize that Phantom had never aimed for him. Instead, his target was the ones inside the hall. Feel despair, you bastard. Phantom laughed his heart out. Anna. Ashton yelled at her. She turned towards them, only to find Phantom racing towards her. He was too quick. From afar, Ashton could see Anna twist in pain as she fell to her knees. Phantom. I'll kill you, fucking bastard. Chapter 503 A Son's Revenge 3. Rage gripped Ashton through its claws. Phantom's laughing figure was all he could see as his vision narrowed down to him. However, his laughter wasn't all his ears could capture, as Anna's painful cry kept resounding in his mind. Ashton's human form proved to be inadequate against Phantom's maximum power. But just like Phantom, Ashton wasn't using his full strength either, at least not in the conventional sense. The power of an A-grade being was nothing to laugh at. Phantom knew it very well. That's why he was so cocky while attacking Euless Planet and now Earth. No matter how strong Ashton had gotten, as long as he hadn't achieved the realm of an A-grader, Phantom had nothing to be scared about. Unfortunately for him, his overconfidence made him forget about a crucial detail. Ashton was no ordinary being. Not putting his Zompirewolf capabilities into consideration, he was still half precursor. Drunk over his power, Phantom failed to consider any uncertainties before striking Anna. In his eyes, attacking Anna was a sure-hot method of making Ashton drop his guard and lose himself to his anger. Once a fighter had lost their composure, even a Kochega could kill them. However, the result was much different from what Phantom had planned. Following Ashton's initial outburst, he showed no signs of losing his cool. If anything, he was more focused on exacting his revenge. What will be your next move? Phantom kept repeating those words when a wave of darkness shot out of Ashton's shadow and surrounded both men. Within moments, they found themselves in a separate domain. Silent kill zone. Phantom chuckled. If I had a yeno for every time someone had tried stopping me using this skill, I would be 4 yenos richer. Within moments, the cocky smile plastered all over his face faded. Phantom realized that although it was a skill similar to Silent Kill Zone, it wasn't the same. Afterlife, have you ever thought about what it would feel like to be there? Ashton coldly mumbled, I did. And this is the result of my imagination. Think of it like an astral plane. A world that imitates reality but bends over to fulfill its ruler's wishes. Phantom kept observing his opponent through spooky eyes. Having no idea what was going on, there wasn't much he could have done either way. But he was sure of one thing. Ashton wasn't lying. Both of them were in a different world or something like that. Although the place looked similar to Earth, it had an eerie aura surrounding it, aura of death. How can this be possible? Phantom finally snapped. What kind of power must a man possess to conjure an alternate world on a whim? Phantom had been to countless planets to take countless souls away, but never had he seen or heard someone possessing such a frightening ability. You should have known this. If partially killing a precursor gave him the strength you're known for. Ashton growled, now imagine what powers a precursor's offspring would have. The mention of precursor was enough for Phantom to go wide-eyed. His previous life flashed before his eyes. It was a time when his strength in the universe was laughable, to say the least. In his desperation for money and fame, Phantom turned into an assassin. But as luck would have it, his abilities were not suited for the job. After one unfortunate incident, he had to run for his life, and that's when he stumbled across Nirvana. That place was heaven for him. For the first time in his life, people admired his strength. The undead proposed to conduct tests on him to increase his strength further, and Phantom readily agreed. That's where he met a researcher who was different from the rest. When Phantom saw the man, his body kept screaming for him to run. However, he had grown tired of running away. Thus, instead of running away, he decided to eliminate the cause of his anxiety. After planning for a while, he killed the researcher named Jonathan. It was the first time Phantom ever felt the rush of murdering. But that wasn't the only thing he felt as a new power awakened within him. The power which he used to terrorize the entire galaxy for a decade. A moment later, Phantom threw a fit of laughter. Connecting the dots from what Ashton said, he realized why Ashton was so calm. Unlike what Phantom had imagined, Ashton wasn't fighting him to protect his people, he was fighting to avenge his father's death. Oh, the joy! Phantom exclaimed while wrapping his hands around him. Haha! The rush, the pleasure I felt from killing that bastard. How long have I been chasing that feeling? For a decade. Thanks to you, I'll get to relive that moment once again. Suddenly the world began swirling around right before Phantom's eyes. Being clueless, he assumed he was dizzy, but the truth was much worse. It wasn't until Phantom hit the ground did he realize something was off. He could see the rest of his body standing still. How could he see his body from such an angle? Something was wrong. You will feel a rush, all right? But it won't be nothing like you had imagined. Ashton whispered while holding Phantom's head through his hair. I appreciate your truthfulness, and as a way to thank you, I'll ensure you die in the most horrible way possible. Saying so, Ashton summoned a skeleton who came digging out of the ground. At the moment, Ashton was inside Valhalla. Usually, any living being would die the moment they stepped foot inside. However, it was different when Ashton was in his Grim Reaper form. Wait, what are you? Phantom couldn't even struggle as he had been freed from his body using disassociation. He could only watch in horror as Ashton replaced the skeleton's head with Phantom's. What else? You're going to torture yourself for all eternity. Ashton nonchalantly replied. Even without its head, the skeleton was alive and could function normally. That's why when Ashton gave the command, the skeleton walked up to Phantom's body and began slicing him, 1 centimeter at a time. Since Phantom's head had been severed using disassociation, he could feel the pain of being sliced alive. But he could only watch on in horror as his new bony arms scored him apart. But Ashton wasn't done yet. Before departing, he summoned another skeleton, gave him a shitton of healing potions and one instruction. Make sure that bastard doesn't die. The skeleton nodded before joining Phantom in the slicing process. We can't do this. Please anything but this. Please see. Chapter 504 Mission. Annihilation 1. Secure the perimeter and treat the wounded. Those were Ashton's first words as soon as he was out of Valhalla. Constantly using Grim Reaper's powers had taken a toll on him. But it wasn't the time to rest yet. At some distance, he could see Mara treating Anna's wounds. Thankfully, her wounds weren't severe. Letting her borrow Hydra's scale armor ended up saving her. Ashton took a deep breath to calm his raging heart. Thanks for the idea. Since you now have the scythe, the armor would have been useless for you either way. After confirming Anna's status with his eyes, Ashton plopped to the ground. The battle had tired him out both physically and mentally. Apart from losing a few undead soldiers, his losses were more or less contained. That said, no money could compensate for the feeling of exacting his revenge. Facing the night sky, Ashton couldn't help but remember his father. Finally, Jonathan could rest in peace, or so Ashton hoped. The revenge was far from complete and wouldn't be finished as long as Nirvana and its rulers were alive. Taking over a continent, eh? How fun. Your excitement is giving away your intentions. Can you blame me? After you conquer those smelly bastards, we can engineer my body. Stop drooling. While Ashton rested, every Outworlder's eyes were on him. Their faces were shrouded with complicated feelings towards him and his ghosts. On the one hand, they were glad Reaper won the battle. But on the other, they couldn't help and felt intimidated by his strength. Phantom was someone who had fooled the most influential forces present in the galaxy. Yet one man managed to get rid of him? Didn't make any sense. On top of it all, it hadn't been long since Reaper had established his mercenary group Ghosts. Yet they were racking up achievement after achievement. If things continued progressing as they were, it wouldn't be long before everyone would want to be a ghost. Their influence in the Colonel Tower was about to burst through the roof, and the mercenaries wanted a piece of it. Seeing as neither Reaper nor his second-in-command Anna were available to discuss employment opportunities, they all rushed towards Ricochet. But they stopped once they realized it was the right time to make a good impression on him. Let's wait it out, one of the mercs suggested. In the meantime, let's take care of cleanup. Right. Even though they were helping out the Earthlings, their eyes could help but shine, imagining the ripples the news of Phantom's death would send across the Orion sector. However, the surprises were far from over. Another spaceship? Nora growled, gripping her warhammer tighter. Nora's personality was somewhat similar to that of Mara, which was given since she was a clone. When it came to admitting defeat or acknowledging the enemy's strength, they both often chose to feign ignorance. Regardless of how she felt, following the last battle, Nora could feel how pathetically weak she was against the Outworlders. That's why seeing another spaceship had her standing on her toes. But before she could unnecessarily rally the troops, she felt a hand on her shoulder. Stand down, Ricochet mumbled, they're not enemies. What do you? Don't put pressure on your pea-brain, Ricochet interrupted, putting his finger on Nora's lips. You can take charge in the bed, but here it'd be better if you follow my lead. Following a thunderous noise, the ship landed next to Ashton, and over a dozen aliens sprinted out of it, weapons at ready. Lyhud was the first to take notice of Anna's condition and rushed over to help her. Weimer followed suit and walked up to greet their captain. Where is that Phantom? I split his head in half. Rhino. Shut it. Ashton grumbled in annoyance, he's dead. But how do you know he was here? That's on me. Odiga sheepishly emerged from the crowd. Forgive my crude language, but you look like shit. However, before Ashton could reply, a special guest knocked him over. Aegis, you've grown, little bud. Having met his master, the furry beast squealed in excitement. Ashton lifted the ever-growing beast in his arm while scratching his head. Don't mind me spoiling your reunion, but did I hear it correctly? Sir, you killed Phantom? Leon politely inquired. No one could blame Leon's suspicion, as Phantom was more like an urban legend. Thus it was hard to believe he was gone. Not that anyone wanted him to be alive, but it was difficult to digest the news. Ashton smiled. Knowing people won't believe his story, he had slipped one of Phantom's fingers into his inventory before leaving Valhalla. But that wasn't the only reason for taking the finger. Ashton also wanted to use it to claim the bounty on Phantom's head. Here, satisfy your curiosity. Ashton replied, tossing the finger to Odiga. While you are at it, I was hoping you'll save me the trouble of claiming the bounty myself. Of course, you're my boss, and it's my job to aid you in any way you desire. Odiga jokingly bowed before rushing back inside the ship. At the same time, someone else greeted the crowd with his presence. As soon as Vulcan appeared, everyone walked out of his path. Those who thought Ashton was strong a moment ago openly reverted their decision. Call it intuition, but everyone knew not to mess with the oldie. I can sense you have grown a bit since the last time. The dwarf mumbled, don't let it get to your head, and maybe you'll achieve 1/10 of my strength. Thank you, master. Ashton respectfully bowed his head. It was strange for the Lycanians to see Ashton treat someone with the utmost respect. Out of everyone, Mara was so surprised she gasped loudly. While she had seen Ashton bow to a handful of people, it was always an obligation more than a show of respect. But this was different, and Ashton genuinely held the dwarf in high regard. Who is that man for Ashton to be so respectful towards him? Mara thought to herself, but no answer popped into her mind. Should I try to investigate? Chapter 505 Mission, Annihilation 2. After ensuring Anna was in capable hands, Ashton excused himself to his chamber. As much as he would have liked to stay and chat with his crew, there was a lot he needed to think about, especially about the information Odiga had disclosed before. Acuna was destroyed? How could someone destroy an entire planet like that? He mumbled before entering the bathroom. The sole reason Odiga accompanied the rest of Ashton's crew was to give him the information. A planet's destruction was a controversial topic, and such destruction is often looked down upon, and could damage the reputation of that region's protector regime. Hence, the matter was yet to be disclosed to the public. But since the ghosts had returned from the Acuna not too long ago, Odiga hoped they would have some information on the topic. When they proved to be of little use, Odiga decided to ask Ashton about it. Upon noticing Ashton's condition, she did not push him about it but asked him to keep her request in mind. No matter how I see it, this so-called cult of Cosmos could be the culprit behind this. Maybe. The automated shower immediately sensed Ashton's presence, along with the dust and blood he was covered in. Instantly warm water rushed out of the triangular shower head to hug his body, momentarily taking his worries away from him. Destroying a planet seems like a challenging task. I have seen and heard many peculiar things, but I still can't wrap my head around a planet being destroyed like that. Rather than saying a planet was destroyed, it's more suitable to say it was made inhabitable. If that's the case, there are quite a few ways to achieve it. Zyrans might have used them a lot, I suppose. I can't deny nor confirm the truthfulness of that statement. Well, you sound like a dirty politician. All politicians are dirty. But I digress. I meant to say that a strong enough plasma cannon and enough power supply should be enough to sear a planet's surface. If people of Acuna couldn't last against it, the Earth has no chance either. Exactly. After a good time inside the shower, he finally stepped out as the water droplets gently poured through his hair, tracing his well-defined muscles. At that moment, Ashton had found a new enemy to put in place. However, this time it wasn't an individual like Phantom but a mysterious organization. Eula's homeworld and Acuna were the only two places the ghosts had been to for mission. During both jobs, Ashton had an encounter with the cult. While it could be ignored as a coincidence, Ashton didn't think so. They had to be looking for him or someone in his crew. That's the only explanation Ashton could come up with at the moment. Sometimes your brain can be so slow. What do you mean? You already know what, or should I say who they are after? At that moment, a faint memory resurfaced. Metal sharks targeted Eula because she was a succubus, but the people from the cult were also there for her. But since she was well protected, they shifted their attention to a somewhat easier target, Anna. These fuckers are getting too cocky, Ashton mumbled while smiling thankfully. The news of Phantom's demise should make them second-guess their intentions. One can only hope. After getting dressed, Ashton headed outside to check on the relief measures. Although a third of the city had been reduced to a pile of rubble, the residents appeared unaffected by the disaster. Seeing humans, vampires, werewolves and undead smile while helping the relief efforts was heartwarming. Congratulations, young Lord, Montague said with a straight face. You have achieved the impossible. I can finally see why my dearest daughter took a liking to you. I'd like to apologize for my incompetence in protecting her, Ashton muttered, but was immediately stopped by Montague. You have nothing to apologize for, son. He said, Anna got injured because she was weak and couldn't foresee an ambush. That said, I'm glad I got to see her newfound strength. Haha. A family of masochists, I'm telling you. You'll get married into a family of masochists. Stop thinking out loud, mofo. I ain't getting married yet. Forget about marriage, be a Sigma male. Sigma? Sigma balls. Can't believe I fell for that. Anyways, I'll take my leave. Montague patted Ashton's back. Someone needs to watch over Anna, and I believe you have a lot of work to do. Ashton responded with a curt nod as Montague disappeared right before his eyes. Teleportation, that might come in handy. You would consume your father-in-law for a mere ability. Anything that comes out of your dirty mouth becomes dirty. Hey, you're the one wanting to do the sucky-sucky for an ability. Jokes aside, the battle reduced his number of undead foot soldiers by around 11%. Thankfully, most of them were the undead under Bismarck's command, so his main force was mostly unaffected. However, not that the limit on commanding more undead had been lifted, Ashton wanted to start resurrecting more Shade soldiers. Unfortunately, Earth wasn't the place to do it, as the residents were feeble compared to the rest of the galaxy. But he then remembered something. Ashton immediately dipped his hand in his inventory and removed a monster's severed head. It was the lizard man he had confronted on Acuna. He wouldn't be of much use without a body. Ashton shrugged comically, that is if I didn't possess association. A moment later, he called out every single undead from Valhalla. The task Ashton was about to give them wasn't something he could accomplish by himself quickly. Remember this head, he commented, waving the severed head around like a trophy. Search far and wide. I don't care if you have to plunge into the swamp, but find a body suited for this individual. The ones who bring a corpse to my liking will be promoted to a higher class. The skeletons began cluttering their teeth in excitement. Being promoted meant they'd be able to handle more power and have a unit of their own, much like Sven and the others did. Even though they weren't alive, their greed for power lived endlessly. Chapter 506 Mission. Annihilation 3. It was a strange night for the citizens of Lycania. Thousands of skeletons poured out of portals and ran rampant throughout the kingdom in search of something unbeknownst to the crowd. Thanks to Ashton's well-known reputation, everyone stayed calm, knowing the skeletons weren't there to harm them. While the skeletons were busy, Ashton decided to wrap up some loose plans, one of which was related to Beelzebub's decision. The most effective way to cover military losses was to induct someone or something new into the forces. The new addition could be anything between a new technology or an unnatural godly being helping them. At the moment, pursuing the tech route was a waste of time. Ashton had given Nirvana a month before he would return to kick their asses into the afterlife. A better path of the month was over, and it would take the skeletons another week or so to find a suitable torso replacement for the lizard man. Since time was running out of hand, Ashton decided to visit Beelzebub sooner than expected. However, it wasn't a desperate move. After all, he finally had his ghosts and the other mercenaries to help him overthrow Nirvana. Sure, he might take some losses if he proceeded on that route. But with the ship Lord Testicle provided him, getting rid of their forces would be a piece of cake. No, killing them so mercifully won't satisfy me. Ashton immediately threw that plan out of his head. I need them to feel the desperation their reckless actions caused to my family and me. Giving them a quick death is out of options. Look, Ashton, I have told you this before and will give it to you again. Revenge might do you some good, but sadism will not accomplish anything. You are free to do as you please, though remember, Phantom did as he pleased, and now look at him. Karma is a bitch, Ashton smirked. Am not deluded enough to think one day she won't come after me. But unlike these bastards, I'll welcome her with open arms and tell her to try her best because I ain't backing down. In his thousands of years of existence, Astaroth had never taken a lunatic's words seriously. However, Ashton's words and resolve made him feel fear, even though nothing he said was directed at him. A being who instilled fear in the heart of his enemies with a simple glance was intimidated by a pipsqueak. If a Zyron heard such a ridiculous thing, they'd die laughing. The great General Astaroth was intimidated by the words of a lowly human? Just the thought made Astaroth cringe. Oh, fuck it. I like your resolve more than the universal law of karma. As you said, well, deal with the witch when she arrives. For now, it's time to wreck those smelly bastards. Ashton smiled. But the happy moment was tainted by his father's last words. How can I not trust Asta when we have been through so much together? Ashton thought maybe Dad was wrong just this once. Sigh, it's not the right time to think about it. I'll cross that bridge when I have to. The subtle clang of shackles could be heard as soon as Ashton entered Raphael's domain. Beelzebub remained there, holding the same position as the last time Ashton entered the domain. However, Beelzebub no longer had the fiery eyes of a rebel. Instead, it seemed he had finally come to terms with his abnormal defeat by Ashton's hands. I'm not even surprised anymore, Beelzebub mumbled, sporting a sad smile. What are you on about? Ashton replied, squatting down to the Zyron's level. Your power levels have risen once again. He replied, no matter how I see it, such a rapid increase in strength is incomprehensible. I can't recall when I met someone like you. He's part precursor, what else did you expect? Astaroth appeared next to Ashton, using Raphael's potency. You found a great body to leech off of, Astaroth. Beelzebub smiled. For the first time since Ashton had learned about their relations, he had seen Beelzebub and Astaroth share a moment without hostility. Weirdly enough, he didn't feel excluded from the group either. At that moment, Ashton could guess the path Beelzebub had chosen to walk on. But for now, he could let the two Zyrons have a moment to themselves. Let's skip the bullshit. Astaroth broke the silence. Have you made your decision or not? Another bout of silence followed Astaroth's question. With each passing moment, Ashton got fidgety on the inside, and having Beelzebub inside Raphael restricted Ashton from using the Mournblade's full potential. It also played a part in Ashton ushering Beelzebub towards making the desired decision. After all, without Beelzebub's consent, no one could alter the Zyron's genes and turn him into a puppet. It's not like I'm gaining anything by staying inside. Beelzebub shook his head, however. Being trapped here did give me enough time to think about my wrongdoings. As much as I would like you to forgive, I don't see that happening. He continued, but being the self-centered bastard I am, I can't help but ask for your forgiveness. You know, these earthlings have a saying that piqued my interest. Astaroth calmly replied, learn to forgive and forget. While I agree with the first half of the quote, the latter part is complete bullshit. Ashton said nothing, allowing the two brothers to sort out their differences. But even then, he could see Astaroth's true personality peeking through his words. I can forgive you, but I'll never forget what you did to us, to Lucifer. Hell, even now, I want to rip off that cocky smile you gave while you framed me for a crime that I never committed. You took everything from me. Everything. Let's forget about it. I thought I was ready, but I overestimated myself. Astaroth finished speaking to Beelzebub and turned to Ashton. Do what you have to. I need a moment to myself. With that, he disappeared just like he had appeared before them. However, at that moment, Asta's words profoundly affected Ashton, and the wheels in his head began to turn against Beelzebub. What's it going to be? Ashton mumbled as coldly as he could, freedom or prison? Freedom. Good. Ashton didn't even wait for Beelzebub to finish and dug his teeth into his neck. Within moments, Beelzebub was flailing his hands in pain, just like Ashton had planned. But the chains ensured that the Zyron couldn't do a thing as his genes were altered. For the worst. Chapter 507 Mission. Annihilation 4. Having done the deed, Ashton left Raphael's domain. But this time he wasn't alone. A towering being could be seen walking right behind, and just seeing the creature strike fear into the hearts of onlookers. However, it wasn't just the creature's physique that put everyone on edge, but Ashton's cold demeanor raised several questions. Whispers followed wherever Ashton went, but no one dared question him. Usually, a creature's body would only accept compatible genes that would help boost the host's capabilities. In turn, with each new archetype of a gene introduced to someone's body, their appearance would change positively. It was one of the reasons why Ashton happened to be more attractive than most males on Earth. However, since he had forcefully spoon-fed incompatible genes into Beelzebub's body, his body reacted negatively, turning him into a gruesome creature. Instead of turning Beelzebub into a werewolf as they had planned, Ashton, in his rage, decided to turn him into something much stronger than intended. Truth be told, Beelzebub was a lot stronger than Ashton. Not only did the Zyron inherited precursor genetic mutation, but also a pinch of the vampiric cells. It was these cells that were keeping Beelzebub in check. Name: unnamed former. Beelzebub. Species: Eminent Zyron, Precursor Helper, Vampiric Slave. Status: Beastmon. Class: Glutton, Eminent Zyron class. Ancient Protector, Precursor class. Dependent Vampire class. Subclass: Unforgiving Warrior, Master Strategist, Tyrant General plus 2 others. Title: Defiant, Merciless Commander, Precursor Slayer, Unfaltering Resolve, Spirit of Warfare, 10,000 to 1, Mythical Slayer, Emissary of Negation, Master of Void. Age: 1,216 years. Gender: male. Grade: A+ tier evolution is possible. Cumulative level: 203. Affiliation: Ashton Fenrir. In the sense of the word, Beelzebub was still alive, but that was all to it. Having lost his identity, no Zyron would ever be able to recognize him as one of their own. Not only was the result of his evolution humiliating, but it also served the purpose Ashton wanted. Being a vampiric slave, Beelzebub was prohibited from even uttering a word against Ashton, let alone snitch on him to his alien buddies. However, not being able to go against his master's orders didn't mean Beelzebub had to fight alongside Ashton. While it was true, a vampiric slave shared a parasitic relationship with their master. In other words, the slave's life depended on the life of their master. If something were to happen to the master, the slave would perish alongside. It was safe to say Beelzebub was fucked through and through. At that moment, another notification flashed before Ashton's eyes. One evolution task has been completed. Vampire evolution tasks. Consume fresh blood of tube-grade beings. 1/2. Consume fresh blood of a legendary creature. 0/1. Add a new member to your family. Turn another creature into your slave. 1/1. Please bless your servant with a new identity to cement your ownership. Ashton mumbled while examining the beast. I got the perfect one. Are you sure you want to name your servant Guilt? Ashton nodded, and the next moment the confirmation screen popped up. The Zyron once known as Beelzebub was now gone, replaced by a disgusting lump of mass. Who do we have here? Weimar quizzed, thoroughly analyzing the strange creature before him. Is it some local animal? If that's the case, I can help you with the butchering process. He's my attendant, Ashton interrupted. Also, he's most likely the strongest guy on the planet, ghosts included. As much as he was enjoying Beelzebub getting thrashed verbally, he did not want him to have a nervous breakdown. Unfortunately, it seemed Weimar wasn't ready to believe Ashton's words. Truth be told, it wasn't that Weimar did not believe a shot. However, much like the rest, he was pretty bored doing trivial tasks. A knife would be a great way to get rid of pent-up stress. The creature might have looked strong from the outside, but Weimar had fought and defeated several creatures like the one before him. Ashton tried again to politely tell Weimar to fuck off, but the rhino-brained bastard didn't back down. In the end, Ashton relented and allowed Weimar to have his shot against Guilt. After all, it was an excellent way to measure Guilt's strength. Just like that, a spar was scheduled. Thousands of people surrounded the two, wanting to witness the strength of Outworlders, while other space dwellers joined in to rid the boredom. I know what that look means, Ashton warned Guilt before leaving the arena. I don't care how useful you might be in the future. If you kill Weimar, you'll die next. Weimar could be seen smiling and waving his battle axe around at some distance as the crowd cheered him on. Guilt, on the other hand, chose to remain unconcerned. Without wasting a second, Weimar rushed towards his target. However, just before the two mountains could collide, he dug his axe into the ground, throwing huge chunks of dust and boulders towards Guilt. Ashton was taken aback by Weimar's sudden change in battle tactics. He had always been the one to challenge his opponent's heat-in, but this time he chose to proceed with evasive maneuvers. Guilt remained unfazed by such cheap tricks and refused to dodge. Even Weimar was a bit taken aback by his attack's ineffectiveness. Seeing this, a human kid cheered on Guilt as he felt terrible for him. However, Guilt's hostile reaction shut the kid up for good, and people around him instantly backed down, not wanting to become minced meat. Till then, Weimar only wanted to play with Guilt. But after the hostility he displayed, the rhino-brained warrior charged in with all his might. Unfortunately for him, Guilt had predicted his move and stepped aside. As soon as Weimar went past him, Guilt wrapped his massive arms around his neck, forcing Weimar into a chokehold. Much to everyone's surprise, after struggling for a few seconds, Weimar inevitably passed out. The spar was over just like that. But something was off. Guilt wasn't letting go of Weimar and continued flailing him around like a rag doll. Ghosts immediately rushed over to protect their comrade. But before they could try and save Weimar, Guilt was sent flying following a shockwave. "I warned you, didn't I?" Ashton growled after kicking the beast away. "Maybe I should teach you a lesson about restraint." Chapter 508 Mission. Annihilation 5. Meanwhile, in Nirvana, no amount of words would have been sufficient to describe the seething look on the president's face. The news of the team's failure reached him. What followed wasn't a pretty sight. Jaden's loss didn't affect him much, but the thought of Phantom's defeat made him rethink his decision to engage with the werewolves. "What should we do now?" the president mumbled, burying his face into his hands. Never in his entire life had he sounded as desperate and helpless as he was at that moment. "We should have taken those runts seriously," someone replied. "If only we had taken measures to keep them in check like the vampires, none of this would be happening now." "What's done is done," someone else chimed in. "Given the information we had, coupled with our resources at the time, I believe we made the right decision, even if it came to bite us in the ass later." Everyone could only nod, as there was nothing left to say. For once, the cabinet members openly criticized themselves for not nipping the bud before it grew into a vicious trap for them. Be as it may, how the hell did they manage to defeat someone like Phantom? Does it make any sense? No, it doesn't. Whether it makes sense or not, reality will remain the same. Phantom was defeated alongside the rest of the squad. Considering those words, it is safe to say this is our loss. The entire cabinet went silent, and their usual boastfulness was nowhere to be seen. As much as they wanted to offer a solution to the president, no one had answers to his questions. Phantom was the last weapon they had used. Heck, the cabinet was in a panic and vehemently opposed when the president mentioned using someone as valuable as Phantom to take care of such a trivial matter. Calling Phantom to help was like using a nuclear bomb to eliminate a colony of ants. But the president persisted, and Phantom was called for help. While clearly displeased, the cabinet members couldn't help but sigh in relief when Phantom arrived. They could finally put all the troubles behind them and focus on reaping the rewards Phantom was about to serve them on a silver platter. But that did not happen. Never in a million years would they have thought even Phantom would die facing those werewolves. If someone as strong as Phantom could fail to defeat them, the undead had no chance at victory. At the moment, they were like a turkey in a slaughterhouse, waiting to be butchered and feasted upon. Maybe it was karma, finally catching up to them for the heinous things they had done to the humans. That was the only reason they could come up with what was happening to them. It's wise to admit our defeat and negotiate with the Lycans. We might have lost, but there's no denying we are much more advanced than them. We could offer them Gen 2 technology for not waging war against us. Everyone keenly listened to what Jaden's replacement had to say. It was mainly because no one else had anything productive to say about their crisis. Gen 2 tech might not be useful to us, but for the rest of the planet it could be considered a gold mine. The man continued, bribing with technology might get us enough time to strike them down for good in future. I'm afraid that won't be possible. Suddenly someone got up to address the gloomy cabinet. First off, we are not in any condition to negotiate. Why would someone as strong as them negotiate with us when victory is within their grasp? The blue-haired child announced. The man only resembled a kid but was, in fact, older than half of the cabinet members present there. Having been converted at a young age, he couldn't do much about his childlike appearance. Let's imagine ourselves in their shoes. If we could take everything the vampires own and have to offer, would we take a little fraction of it? Silent whispering sounds filled the cabinet. What the kid articulated made sense. By this point, the Lycans would be oozing with confidence. It wouldn't matter what the undead offered them. As long as it wasn't everything, the werewolves will inevitably attack them. That said, we still have a shot at victory. As a precaution, Mr. Jaden had installed a receiver in the science division before leaving for Lycania. He continued, the beacon had one purpose: to notify us when the corpsification bomb went off. As you can guess, the beacon never went off. Suddenly the gloomy expression on the undead's faces dissipated. replaced by hope as they understood what Kishore was hinting towards. To spell it out for those who didn't get it, the child continued, crossing his hands in front of his chest, "Those dogs are still scared of corpsification gas. Defeating those runts should be easy as long as we can employ the gas into our battle plans." To date, the undead had always employed corpsification gas offensively. But what Jaden's assistant suggested made the utmost sense. If they managed to cover the entire nation with the smoke, no mortal being would dare approach them. However, there was a slight problem. "I'm afraid you're forgetting something, Kishore." The president sighed. "They already have experience dealing with the gas. If they didn't, then we wouldn't have lost contingency." At the president's words, Kishore only smiled. He was well aware of the events that followed in contingency. "I agree with your point, Mr. President. However, considering both events, it's safe to say they need time to equip before countering the gas. As for the bomb, the Lycans stopped its detonation because they were unprepared." With gleaming eyes, the president stood up. Finally, a ray of hope had graced them. Even if it wasn't a strategy for triumph, it was enough to ensure their survival for some time. They could devise ways to defeat the enemy if they had time. "I want every unit to work on the double," the president roared. "Develop as much corpsification gas as we can hold. We mustn't leave any table unturned in the battle for our existence." Chapter 509 Enemy's Turn. Control your breathing, close your eyes and visualize your creation. Vulcan's words echoed in Ashton's mind. "It's not your meat to beat randomly. Construct a path, a plan before executing your will." With Phantom gone, there was little left to do for Ashton. Nirvana wasn't a threat to him any longer. So instead of dwelling on meager thoughts of revenge, he decided to focus on honing his other skills. Although he wasn't the only one interested in the knowledge Vulcan was so keenly imparting to him. Master Bader also joined in, although he couldn't do much to keep up with the legendary blacksmith's pace. Vulcan's way of teaching wasn't conventional by any means. Instead of focusing on practical knowledge, he concentrated on teaching his students from a philosophical point of view. While others would teach their apprentice how to use a hammer and anvil, Vulcan would instead teach them why they should lift the hammer in the first place. "Do you have a clear picture in your mind?" Vulcan asked Ashton, who nodded. "Then show me what you got, punk." Without opening his eyes, Ashton lifted the hammer and waited as it slowly became a part of him. His arm and the hammer were one and the same. It was essential to connect with a tool to create a masterpiece. Bader did the same, but he nervously began hammering the metal before him instead of waiting. Suddenly the clanking noise got replaced by a loud thud, followed by a scream. "Garden!" Bader screamed, tightly grabbing his crotch. Ashton wasn't allowed to open his eyes yet, so he could only assume what might have happened to him. In his hastiness to learn as much as possible, Bader struck his tool with the hammer instead of the metal sheet. Nora was watching them from a distance and couldn't help but laugh her heart out upon seeing Bader's twisted face. Meanwhile, Vulcan couldn't help but shake his head in annoyance. The unexpected visitors were why he wanted to stay on the ship. But since Ashton insisted on his help rebuilding the city, Vulcan begrudgingly agreed on one condition. Ashton would have to dedicate at least 3 hours to training with him. The student readily consented since he was eager to learn something new. Following Bader's scream, more and more people came charging towards the workshop. Ever since Ashton's alien friends had come to visit, there hadn't been one pale moment in Levon. "These sniggering bastards," Vulcan cursed. "Continue your work. I'll be right back." The dwarf had had enough. Picking up Bader's hammer, he charged towards the exit. What followed was chaos. People who had been eagerly watching the drama unfold were now running for their lives. However, some unlucky fellows couldn't retreat in time, and were blown away by the gust of wind created by Vulcan's famous hammer swing. Meanwhile, Ashton had all of his focus on the metal in front. In a way, his mind had stopped registering the happenings around him. He only cared about his swings as he kept beating on the ore. By the time Vulcan returned, Ashton had finished working on his art piece. However, the look of disappointment was quite evident on his face. Although flawed, it could have been much worse for a kitchen knife. Vulcan replied. "That's the thing," Ashton replied. "It wasn't supposed to be a kitchen knife." "Don't tell me," Vulcan mumbled, fearing the worst when Ashton nodded. "A sword like this, maybe you should have struck your balls as well." Ashton was in no place to give him a cheeky reply as usual and kept his mouth shut while scratching his chin. Having been out of practice for so long, a disaster like this was to be expected. If truth be told, Vulcan knew something like this was bound to happen. It was the only reason he insisted on training Ashton in exchange for his efforts in rebuilding the city. The kid didn't do all that bad, Vulcan thought. Obviously, I'm not going to tell him that. He should be able to recreate a sword in a couple more tries. As Vulcan was about to instruct a shot and to start working again, someone interrupted them. Despite wanting to chase her away like the rest, the dwarf knew Odiga wouldn't interrupt them had it not been something important. "What is it, Lady Odiga?" Ashton asked, clueless about what could have brought her there. "I did what you told me and dug around for info on metal sharks and the cult," she replied in her unusually tense voice. "You might want to sit down for this. Will you tell me what's wrong?" Ashton's anxiety was about to punch through the limits as he sat on the ground. 7 bounties have been placed on yours and Bella's heads." Bounties? Ashton was even more muddled now. Why would those fuckers place bounties on us? Well, that's not the worst part. The collective amount is more than 7 million yenos. What? 7 million yenos? Forget about killing a couple of people. Those money-hungry bastards would end an entire solar system for that amount of money. That said, Odiga still hadn't answered Ashton's question. Why would they do something like this? "I didn't think they'll make a move this quickly. Judging by how often you have messed their plans up, I think they assume you're out for them," Odiga replied. "What do you mean, how often?" "As far as I know." Suddenly, the reason hit Ashton like a ton of bricks. Ever since stepping foot in space, he had directly or indirectly messed with them. First, it was on planet Euphoria where those bastards used the 4th and 2nd seat holders to try and kidnap Anna. But Ashton foiled their plans. Then when the sharks and cult turned their attention towards Eula, Ashton also stopped them there. Finally, not only did Ashton and his crew fend them off on Acuna, but he also killed some cult members in self-defense. Time after time, Ashton had interrupted their plans. There was only so much a terrorist organization like theirs would tolerate his actions. Now that I think about it, it's funny they took this long to do something. Ashton laughed nervously. "I guess we need a plan right about now." Chapter 5:10 Good news all around. The bounty on Ashton's head went viral like a zombie outbreak in space, but not for the reasons one would have expected. While some enthusiasts wanted to claim the life-changing bounty, most of the news about the bounty was limited to the time it activated. It had been a short time since the news of Phantom's defeat was publicized. As such, Reaper's reputation had skyrocketed. Reaper and his ghosts were being hailed as heroes like no other before them, and to release a bounty on his head at this time only meant some organizations wanted revenge for Phantom's death. The citizens across varying civilizations did not take kindly to it. But it wasn't like the metal sharks or the cult gave a fuck about people's opinion of them. They were terrorist organizations for fuck's sake. Not some privately run security firm. But people did have influence over various organizations that could foil their plans. That's why while Ashton gave up on doing anything about the bounty, others came to his rescue. The Colonel Tower had already softened the blow and aided him without his knowledge. While the Tower had never forbidden anyone from taking jobs from the malignant side of Merc Jobs, Maston would not stand for the same this time and let someone harm the hero who took down Phantom. Within moments of the bounty going live, an announcement was made throughout the Orion sector of the galaxy. Anyone directly or indirectly acting upon the bounty against Reaper would make Maston and the entire tower their enemy. Surprisingly enough, Maston wasn't the one who made the announcement but the mysterious president of the Colonel Tower. This great humanoid was known not to associate with such matters, but he wouldn't stay neutral this time for some reason. The Tower wasn't the only organization that came to Ashton's aid in such a crucial time. Lord Testicles from the Orion Empire and the Gold Water Leader announced that an attack against Reaper would be considered an attack on them. Although not sure, everyone knew everyone was jumping to protect Ashton because of Colonel Tower's president. After all, the president had good relations with the Orion Empire and Gold Water Merc organization. With not one but 3 space giants backing Ashton, any organization would think twice before acting against the Phantom Slayer. The Malignant, or as everyone called it, Dark Guild, was also taken aback by the shocking move of the Trinity. The Sharks did not even get to take a breather before everything went wrong with them. The cult was beyond infuriated by the sudden shift in momentum against them. By offering such a high bounty, they were confident the task would be accomplished sooner than later. But with the unpredictable involvement of those bastardly organizations, their confidence evaporated. Increasing the bounty reward wouldn't accomplish much, as no sane being would want to make an enemy out of a third of the galaxy. It didn't seem they'd be able to get rid of the Reaper soon. For now, the Sharks and the cult could only grind their teeth in frustration, as their mortal enemy inevitably escaped from their clutches again. On Earth, Odiga, Ashton, Vulcan and the rest of his lieutenants held a meeting to tackle a troublesome issue, except Anna, whom Ashton had forced to take some rest. Surprisingly, Viper was also included in the meeting. After all, Ashton planned to get him and some humans officially registered as mercenaries under his crew once they got to the tower. Although Viper had no interest in topics that didn't concern violence, even he was in attendance, which alone was sufficient to know the gravity of the situation. Once Odiga informed them about the bounty placed on their captain and vice-captain, it was time to brainstorm a solution. For the Sharks to so blatantly declare war on us, Leon spoke first, it shows how weak they view us to be. Aren't we weak, though? Lyhud replied, and immediately all attention was on him. Let's see it from the enemy's point of view. Why did they only declare bounty for Reaper and Bella, no one else? The answer was quite obvious. Ashton and Anna were at the center of every job the ghosts had accepted. While the rest of them played an essential role in maintaining the team, there was no denying that their main attack force wasn't all that impressive without Ashton and Anna. Excluding Ashton's summons, they didn't even have enough soldiers to qualify as a level 2 faction. Usually, a level 1 faction had 20 mercs while level 2 had about 50. At the moment, the ghosts were a level 3 faction, which would definitely get to level 5 once they cashed in the renown for defeating Phantom. Yet, they only had 36 people excluding Viper, humans and Guilt. That's not the only reason, Odiga exclaimed. Since Reaper's homeworld is a low-grade planet like Earth, people often underestimate his capabilities. I admit at first I did too. Everyone nodded in agreement. If someone narrated Ashton's mercenary career by remarking that he was from a backward planet like Earth, no one would hire him. There's a saying on my planet, Vimer mumbled, powerful people come from powerful places. While I now know that's complete bullshit, most people we have worked for would agree. Be as it may, Ashton replied, by the time Earth becomes a powerful place, my great-great-great-grandson would be roaming somewhere in a different galaxy, not knowing of a planet called Earth. Everyone chuckled but soon regained composure. Joke aside, that bit has been worrying me as well. Ashton continued, I cannot leave the planet to fend for itself. Not because of some heroic responsibility but because of the people I care about. Sadly, uplifting Earth isn't something we can do. Who said you can't? For the first time, Vulcan offered his 2 cents on trivial matters. You're a hero for Precursor's sake. Half of the galaxy is grateful to you for what you did. Thus, if you called in some favors, no one would refuse the opportunity to forge a better relationship with you. The look on everyone's faces told the entire story. Vulcan was correct. Although it would take years before Earth reached the level of most advanced planets, it was still better than doing nothing. Reaper's name alone would attract countless organizations and merchants to fund the planet's development. If that happened, the average strength of people on Earth would increase along with their loyalty towards Ashton, which, in return, would give Ashton an endless amount of soldiers under his wing. It was a win-win situation for everyone. Chapter 511, A Mother's Blessing 1. The next day, a recruitment notice was published around various mercenary organizations. Ghosts were interested in expanding their forces, and were looking for suitable personnel for the job. However, the job wasn't limited to combat class. People from all backgrounds and classes were encouraged to send their resumes to ONI. After all, Ashton owned the intelligence org at the time. They were the only ones with enough staffing to take care of the recruitment. Obviously, ONI would only sort the weed out from the rest. The final recruitment would happen when Ashton returned to Colonel Tower. The recruitment notice sent waves through the tower. Hundreds of applications were received as soon as the notification went live. Not only did the small-time crews apply for the job, even big names from Goldwater sent their resumes in hopes of getting selected. From warriors to accountants, ghosts were willing to recruit anyone as long as they were decent at their job. The response was also strong because no recruitment limit was mentioned in the notification. This meant the ghosts could hire anywhere from 1 to 1,000 people. albeit only some people who applied were interested in becoming a ghost. Most wanted to enjoy the fame and benefits of being associated with them. Audible was already aware of such greedy bastards. That's why the recruitment wasn't a one-step process, but involved a series of tests, including a morality test. Which was weird, considering they were hiring mercenaries. As the head of ONI, it was her job to ensure only deserving candidates reached the final round, which was sparring with present Ghost members. Only those who proved their mantle against the current members could join them. However, mercenaries weren't the only ones interested in Ashton. After the news of the undead attack reached the Jihalo homeworld, they immediately dispatched over 100 cruisers headed for Earth. Their living god had been threatened again, and they would not sit quietly this time. The spacefarers had recognized Earth as a sister planet, which meant the Earth had been officially recognized as a second home for the Jihalos. It should deter hostile outworlders from recklessly attacking the planet in the future. If someone still dared to eye them, they'd have to face the full might of the Jihalos. Something similar happened with opportunistic merchants and financial organizations. Thanks to Otaiga's excellent diplomatic relations and storytelling skills, everyone wanted to invest in Earth early to cement their relationship with Reaper. Damn, your feats are getting more impressive with each passing moment. Ashton only smiled while reading Otaiga's report. If everything went according to plan, Earth would be included in the galactic trade route within 2 to 3 years. The only thing remaining was to deal with the planet dwellers. Vampires had already given their approval to Ashton's plans. The werewolves, well, none of them would question him either way. As for the undead, the opinions of the dead don't matter to him either way. At the pace we are moving, taking down the Zyrans doesn't seem impossible anymore, Ashton remarked, closing the report and heading outside. While strolling around the city, he couldn't help but remember the state Levon had been in a few years ago. Broken buildings, malnourished residents, poverty, constant invasions, there were problems all around them. But now Levon was the city ushering Earth into its next evolutionary stage. It had become a beacon of hope and progress. In a way, Ashton viewed the city as himself. After all, just like Levon, he had grown from a scrawny kid to a somewhat presentable man with a few accomplishments. You fucker, stop behaving like an old man. I'm the oldie here. You just had to open your mouth, didn't you? Where are you headed either way? The arena. The arena was precisely what one would think. A coliseum designed for entertainment had finally found a good use. While recruiting proper mercs into the faction would take time, the recruitment for Earthlings had already begun. Humans, werewolves, vampires, and Jihalos, whoever wished to become a ghost was welcome to participate. They were put through a series of tests, and Ashton's lieutenants tested only those who didn't quit till the end. Today was the final test day for the first batch of recruits. Though Ricochet wanted to participate as one of his lieutenants, Ashton instructed him and other metahumans to take a break. Although they didn't react to the news of their homeworld, Acuna, being destroyed, they couldn't hide their grief from Ashton's observant eyes. There was a saying, a mercenary was always prepared to give up their life, but things were not so easy regarding their family and friends. Ashton knew it firsthand after what happened with his father. His entire life, he thought he had made peace with the fact, but in reality he hadn't. One could say it was the reason for his apathy towards the Acunians. Still, when Ashton arrived at the arena, some metahumans were waiting to ask for his permission to test the recruits. Drop the act, go home and rest. I'll call you when I need you, Ashton reminded the Acunians as they left, smiling wanly. Never thought I would get to see the human side of you after all these years, Mara remarked. I'm surprised myself, Ashton coldly replied. After all, you tried your best to make me inhumane like yourself. The resentment in Ashton's voice was evident. It seemed Ashton wouldn't forgive Mara because fate wanted them to work together. Mara also knew she didn't deserve forgiveness after everything she had done. However, she hoped that someday things would be different. Weimer has shortlisted a few humans based on their combat capabilities, Mara said. Pushing a list into Ashton's hand, he wants you to check if you want to alter it before preparing them for the next round. All right, Ashton replied, walking away, but Mara called for him. Wait up, Mara sighed in defeat. That healer of yours, Lyhud. He mentioned wanting to discuss something regarding Avelina's state. Ashton nodded and left without a word. Heading towards the hospital. Mara could only gaze at his fading silhouette, hoping she could somehow change the past. Chapter 5:12 A Mother's Blessing 2. Ah, you're here, Lihud mumbled, ushering him inside. Here, we need to talk. The vibe around the hospital was pleasant. Everyone was happy with the advanced treatment they were receiving thanks to Lihud. However, the room they entered was drastically different. A mother laid unconscious right in front of her son's eyes. Despite being comatose, Evelina's body showed no signs of failure, thanks to her being a vampire. Lihud's urgent summon was the only reason why Ashton got worried about her. But Lihud may have wanted to talk about something else. I hope everything's all right? Ashton inquired. Yes, Lihud smiled, handing him a tablet. Things are much better than all right. Ashton stared at the tablet, failing to notice what he was supposed to look at. The tablet carried the patient's information, in this case Evelina's, and the device could also predict the patient's stats and other differential intel. At that moment, Ashton realized what he was supposed to look for, and what he discovered surprised him. Evelina wasn't unconscious because of some drug, but because she was evolving. How is this? I did some research on vampires, although I'm not certain due to time restrictions. It would seem traumatic experiences can trigger their evolutionary stages. Lihud explained. The shock of losing her husband might have forced her to evolve. The situation was unlike everything Ashton had in his mind. Evelina's evolution was welcoming news, and it was the conditions associated with the evolution that bothered him. Asta, can you? No idea, bub. Evolution and unpredictability always go hand in hand. Though I can say certainty, emotions affect a creature's growth in some way, shape, or form. Take yourself, for example. Now that Astaroth mentioned it, Ashton could make sense of his words. His classes, at least the original ones, reflected his thoughts and emotions. Revenger class was born out of his passion for revenge, while Bloodmage could result from his bloodlust. His necromancy powers reflected his lack of allies during his early years. It was odd how everything suddenly made sense when Ashton had assumed class generation was completely randomized. But the revelation also worried him. Moments before collapsing, Evelina's emotions and thoughts were all over the place. Her disgruntled phase could sabotage her evolution, which might turn her into some abomination, like Jonathan in his final moments. Keep an eye on her. Meanwhile, it'll increase the security around here. A wise move considering your mother's state. It's not to protect her from assailants but to protect everyone else from her. Ashton's words left Lihud perplexed. Why would they need protection from her? After all, from what he had heard about Evelina, she was a great leader and a loving soul who cared about those around her, no matter who they were. Yet Ashton's strange instructions contradicted everything Lihud knew about Evelina. Why would someone of such great character turn into a psycho like Ashton was expecting? If it puts your mind at ease, I won't stop you. Lihud relented. If you need any help or anyone to talk to, I'm here. Ashton smiled while patting Lihud on the back. Just when he was about to leave, his perception screamed for him to dive out. Instead of following through, Ashton grabbed Lihud and shoved him out of the room. Before Lihud could ask what was happening, Ashton slammed the door shut. Without wasting a heartbeat, Lihud rushed out of the hospital towards the arena. Though he wasn't sure what had happened, the odd look on Ashton's face had Lihud concerned for the captain's well-being. Hold on, Reaper. I'll be back with support. Meanwhile, inside the room, even with all this strength, Ashton was having a tough time restraining Evelina, and her vampiric tendencies had skyrocketed. Never had Ashton seen a more thirsty vampire like his mother at that moment. When Ashton's perception warned him, he knew what would happen next. Although Evelina's maternal instinct would not let her harm him, Lihud was fair game. That's why instead of saving himself, Ashton pushed Lihud to safety. However, containing a recently evolved vampire was no joke. As if that wasn't enough, Evelina had not consumed blood for days, which had made her even more hostile. Even in such a condition, she never tried to bite Ashton. Overwhelming hunger was churning her insides, yet motherhood overpowered her thirst. Damn it! Calm down already. Ashton yelled while trying his best to get her under control. Despite his best efforts, it didn't seem like Evelina was going to stop as she kept lunging towards the doors. One could imagine how difficult it was to keep her under control as Evelina didn't give Ashton enough time to summon someone to aid him. She was possessed. Choke her. She's a vampire. Dumbass Ashton gritted his teeth. They don't need to breathe. Having no other way, Ashton grabbed Evelina and jumped out of the window, hoping the sudden shock would snap her back, albeit momentarily. They both crashed on the ground as a huge dust cloud erupted. Although Ashton had used his body to cushion the blow for Evelina, she was hurt a bit. In a fit of rage and pain, Evelina began flailing her arms around. Another reason why Ashton pushed Evelina outside was the sun. Although the rays were not strong enough to harm her, the beams were sufficient to slow her down considerably. Before Evelina could get away, Ashton tore through the dust cloud, latching onto his mother's back. He wrapped his legs around her waist while his free arm grabbed its neck before pinning her to the ground again. It was Ashton's half-assed attempt to lock Evelina in a rear naked choke. Once locked in, a rear naked choke usually stops the blood flow to the brain, and a person could go to sleep in just a few seconds. But this was a vampire, not a human or any living creature. Instead, Ashton hoped his weight would be enough to stop Evelina from charging at random onlookers. By this time, the number of spectators had increased significantly, and if Ashton couldn't stop her, the results would be devastating. Everyone wanted to know what was happening, and even Ashton had no clue how to stop Evelina from killing someone. Just then, blood splattered all over Evelina's face. As soon as Evelina tasted the blood, she immediately calmed down. Just then, Ashton turned to see who helped him, only to see Mara standing there with more blood packs. Chapter 5:13 A Mother's Blessing 3. Sometime later, having had her fill, Evelina calmed down. While she was embarrassed for her actions, no one blamed her. After all, she had no control over herself after the sudden evolution. Ashton was by her side the entire time. It was during this time something weird happened. While Evelina was chugging blood, she suddenly threw it all up. A vampire throwing up blood was unheard of, as unlike humans, while a vampire could satisfy their hunger, they could never fill their bottomless stomach. Keeping these reasons in mind, everyone knew something was off. Without wasting a heartbeat, Ashton checked Evelina's stats and lo and behold, the reason was flashing brightly. Evelina had undergone some sort of double evolution. At least that's what Ashton assumed. She turned into an insane vampire at first, but as soon as she had fill, she evolved into something else? This is the first time I have seen something like this. Psy-vampire, short for psychic vampire. Ashton got lost in his thoughts. A type of vampire not dependent on blood, but on the prey's emotions. I have only heard about it from Dracula, but even he wasn't sure anyone could evolve into one on their own. An insane vampire was akin to the berserk form of a werewolf. In their respective conditions, both creatures lose all reason and rationality, and they only care about filling their belly or, in some cases, taking a target's life. If you think about it, it makes sense your mother's evolution was influenced by her mental strength. Ashton silently agreed. She had gone through a lot in her life, and maybe this evolution was her bogus way of safeguarding her from further detriment. After taking samples and administering some tests, Lyhud left the room, urging everyone to do the same. Even dull-headed Weimer knew what Lyhud meant and dragged everyone out of there except Ashton. Evelina wrapped her arms around her son as soon as they were alone. Ashton did not utter a word and kept caressing her head. Not wanting to break down in everybody's presence, Evelina stayed strong but couldn't do it any longer. No tears came out of her eyes, but she cried her heart out, remembering every moment she spent with Jonathan and kept mumbling incoherent things through periodic gasps. Ashton wasn't unaffected either, as he sniffled quietly, tears threatening to spill from his eyes. But for his mother's sake, he had to stay strong. Just a bit longer, Mom, just a bit longer. After a while, Evelina calmed down enough to converse. Ashton did his best to run her through everything following his return from Nirvana about a month ago. At first, Evelina was surprised she had been unconscious for so long. But then she was relieved to know Ashton's progress in such a short time. Not only he took care of the problem brewing in contingency, but he also defended the region from invaders. Evelina couldn't have been more proud of her son's efforts even if she had tried. Once she felt good enough, Ashton introduced her to the rest of his crew. Weimer's goofiness and Lyhud's sarcastic remarks to him made her forget all about her pain. Soon it was night, and everyone parted ways for the night. Ashton and Anna decided to stay back with Evelina despite her protests. They were just as stubborn as she was in her youth. While chatting, Ashton received an urgent call and left to take care of it for a while, leaving the ladies to themselves. "Nonsense, you look better than me." Anna chuckled. "I'm a vampire. It's obvious I'll look youthful for the rest of my life," Evelina replied, laughing alongside. "If you don't mind, can I ask you something?" "Anything, dear." Anna took a deep breath, hoping her words didn't sting her. Upsetting Ashton's mom was the last thing on her mind. "Ashton talks a lot about you but not about your husband." Anna sheepishly mumbled, "I was hoping you could tell me more about him and Ashton, only if you're comfortable with it." As soon as those words came out of Anna's lips, the smile on Evelina's face disappeared. Anna panicked, thinking she fucked up big time. Just then Evelina beamed again. The time she spent with Jonathan was some of the best moments of her life, and reminiscing about it brought her a lot of joy. "Ashton was quite young when we separated, and I would be surprised if he remembered anything from our time in the enclosure or before it." She mumbled, trying to remember more, though it's safe to say he was just as troublesome as he is now. Anna agreed with a smile. Sometimes Ashton does move on a whim, which is annoying. But then again, those little things made Anna fall for him in the first place. "I know how you feel about him," Evelina remarked as soon as she noticed the slightly red hue on Anna's face. "After all, I feel for Jonathan's goofiness as well. As for his past before meeting me, I don't know much about it." She continued, "Jonathan always had been enigmatic. As far as I know, he was an orphan and didn't remember much about his family, though sometimes in his sleep he talked gibberish. I say gibberish because I never understood what he said, but I'm sure it was some language. Maybe such an observation was the product of my overthinking. Who knows, maybe I'm correct." Anna rested her chin on her hand as Evelina told her about the littlest things Jonathan did for her. The more she remembered, the cheery she got. Other than that, Jonathan was a great man, husband, and most of all, a great father who always put Ashton before anyone else. A man every woman would love to have by her side. "As for you," Evelina playfully flicked Anna's forehead, "I'm confident you'll feel the same with Ashton." Anna was suddenly too embarrassed to say anything. "No matter what, you'll always have my blessings." Little did they know, Ashton had been standing outside the room for quite a while, listening to them and remembering Jonathan. Chapter 5:14. It's time. Approaching the target, ETA 20 minutes. Cass' voice boomed over the radio. Instead of waiting for Evelina's recovery before attacking Nirvana, Ashton moved forward with the plan as soon as the majority of Jeholan forces arrived to assist him. Thanks to their transport ships, an army of roughly 3,000 soldiers were headed to attack Nirvana. It would have been an overkill if I attacked them alone, he thought, but now it's going to be a massacre. Honestly speaking, I low-key feel bad for them. They unknowingly made an enemy out of the worst person they possibly could. Well, no point crying over spilt milk. Oddly enough, Astaroth's words gave a sense of comfort to Ashton. Even though he was dead set on taking revenge, he often found himself second-guessing whether or not it was correct to make the innocent pay for the mistakes of a few. However, such thoughts would only occupy his mind briefly before being thrown away. The topic of their innocence would come after their defeat, not before. For their sake, I hoped they'd surrender. Unfortunately, that didn't seem to be the case. The soaring ships came to a screeching halt. They hadn't reached the target, Ashton was sure of that much. So why did Cass stop them? "Captain, I might need some assistance here," Cass reported through the comms. "It'll be right there," Ashton replied before heading to the cockpit. As soon as he stepped into the glass dome, everything became clear. A massive gaseous crown surrounded their target city. Similarly, every central town and district had been covered with corpseification gas as a security measure. These fuckers. Ashton couldn't help but smile. Looks like he'll have to personally take care of them after all. Ashton called the rest of the ships awaiting his orders at different places around Nirvana with a sinister expression. Their plans had been altered a teensy bit. Dock the ships in the atmosphere, and do not make contact with the black smoke. He calmly spoke through the radio. "I repeat, do not make contact with the smoke. If you're feeling itchy to do something, feel free to bombard the cities from above." A moment later, all 20 ships' pilots followed his instructions. As much as the Inhumans wanted to take revenge on the undead for experimenting on them, there wasn't anything they could have done. Ashton was well aware of how they felt and had special instructions for them. "Oi, Alina and the rest of the Inhumans, prepare your weapons," Ashton mumbled as soon as he got back. "You'll back me up." To say the Inhumans were confused would be an understatement. Perhaps Ashton didn't know they do not possess resistance against corpsification gas like him? However, instead of conveying their thoughts, they immediately readied themselves along with Weimer and the rest of Ashton's crew. While they won't be entering the gaseous dome, they'll play a crucial role. I'm confident they'll run out of there once they realize their godly dome will lead them to doom. "That's where all of you come in," Ashton smirked. "It'll be your job to kill anyone escaping." "Ha! As expected, those fools can't even touch us now," one of the undead generals exclaimed. It had been a while since the undead had forgotten the taste of fear. But once they heard about the ships rapidly approaching, they got to experience it again. Until the final moment, they weren't sure whether the corpsification gas could scare the enemies, but after observing the enemy movements, they could finally eliminate their anxieties. The president was present there as well. Sadly, none of his children stood by his side to reassure him. Some had left to explore space, while those who stayed behind had no interest in the war. Thankfully, the plan was working, or else it would have been the end of Nirvana. While they were busy celebrating, they received a disturbing transmission. It was a voice they hadn't heard before, and the president's intuition was screaming at him. The battle had just begun. "Death is a wonderful thing, don't you think?" The man spoke as he casually walked through the smoke. Without sparing a second, the undead lit up the man from both sides. From cannons to missiles to even plasma weapons, the undead threw everything they could to stop the man from getting closer. Huge dust clouds shrouded the man, but the undead kept firing at his silhouette. Fear ran rampant among the soldiers. The president was stunned into silence. Only the undead could breathe and survive in the gas. But why did one of their own betray them? That wasn't the only question in his head. Despite his best efforts, the president couldn't find a way to explain the absurd power the man before them was displaying. Undead or not, how could someone possibly attain such strength? "It all makes sense now," the president mumbled. "He's the one. It wasn't an army that took down Phantom. It wasn't an organization that destroyed our facilities. It was him. Fighting the mysterious man was of no use. They had to flee now." He immediately issued the order, and countless people tried to escape the dome, only to find Inhumans standing outside, ready to hunt them down like chickens. The undead had no escape, just like the man had sworn after destroying Tartarus. The Reaper was onto them to collect the debt of their crimes. As if the situation wasn't dire enough before, things took a turn for the worse. Something weird happened when the undead stopped firing on Ashton, and the dust clouds settled down. "How is this possible?" The president mumbled in disbelief. Although he had expected the attack not to work against the man, he didn't expect him to be completely unscathed. But an even stranger thing was, the man wasn't alone anymore. Over 1,000 creatures materialized out of thin air, standing behind the man like his loyal subjects. "It's time," the man mumbled, and the shadowy figures charged at the undead, killing hundreds in mere seconds. Nomenclature update. Ricochet and other space humans will be called metahumans, and humans who gained their powers through experimentation in Nirvana, like Alina and Jay, will collectively be called Inhumans. Chapter 515. You never had a chance. Thousands of undead fought bravely to defeat the enemy. At least the president would have desired a result along those terms. But the reality is often disappointing. Despite having 5 times more soldiers than the enemy, the president's forces were nothing more than playthings for Ashton. While his forces were getting slaughtered, the president attempted to get a grip on Ashton's emotions. Manipulating others was one of his most remarkable abilities. However, Ashton's poker face had him surprised. The president could alter their personality if the opponent showed emotion before him, and he hoped that that ability would get him out of the shitty situation. However, things were not meant to go his way at all. "What's wrong with that bastard?" The president gritted his teeth in frustration. During previous meetings, it was widely accepted that the assailants were not acting out of malice, but for revenge or a twisted sense of duty. It was apparent from what the president's brainwashed daughter admitted. The president welcomed this information as anger and pride were two emotions he had found easier to manipulate. It was also why, despite being urged not to, the president headed for the battlefield in the first place. The president believed the situation would be under his control, as long as he could manipulate the enemy leader. Unfortunately, he did not know about Ashton's detection skill. The Reaper had already made his move before the president knew who his enemy was. But even if the president had tried manipulating Ashton, it would not accomplish anything, as Ashton's conscience wasn't the only one in his head. No matter how long and hard the president thought, he could not devise a plan to subdue the enemy. The only option left was to flee. Ashton calmly walked in his direction, which scared the shit out of the president. Not wanting Ashton to get any closer, the president morphed himself into a shadowy bird and made a break for it. But unlike his soldiers, he didn't rush outside the safety of corpsification gas, but deeper inside towards the cities. Fucking hell, Ashton sighed as massive wings popped out of his back. If you're going to die anyway, then die without making a fuss. I'm going after him. Join me after finishing up here. His summons replied positively before resuming their feast. At the same time, on the other side of Nirvana, an aerial battle broke out. It was unlike any Earthling had seen before. After all, it wasn't every day when spaceships clashed with each other on a backward planet like Earth. It would seem the undead were preparing to use their own battle frigates to aid the president's side. However, before they could make that move, cast space jump to their coordinates to engage them. Doing a space jump under a planet's atmosphere was unheard of and a dangerous maneuver. Even the Jihilans were in awe of Cass' expertise and skills for managing to pull it off so effortlessly. But the Dark Elf's skills were not limited to maneuverability. Whenever she piloted a ship, it became her natural part. Within moments, the sky turned red from the explosives she shot. Although the undead had spaceships, they were outdated models which they bought at low prices. For Earth, those ships were still quite advanced. Therefore, they never thought of upgrading to newer prototypes. After all, how were they supposed to know someday they'd indulge in a dogfight against one of the most advanced ships in the entire galaxy? Eat this, morons. Cass explained while spamming hundreds of commands across dozens of screens. It was the first time Ashton had given her complete freedom to do as she pleased, and Cass didn't hesitate to make the best use of his approval. As the battle occurred right outside the gas dome, Cass attacks directly affected those below them. Whenever an enemy ship was shot down, it resulted in massive explosions, killing hundreds and maiming thousands. The Jiholan ships followed suit and began bombarding enemy bases, preventing any aid from reaching the enemies on the battlefield. As for the battlefield Ashton had just left, well, the undead there had no choice but to retreat. Not only were the summons unnaturally strong, but they immediately regenerated whenever the undead finally managed to kill someone. At that point, it was foolish to continue fighting. The undead intended to surrender, but sadly, the enemies were uninterested in taking prisoners. Running away was their only choice. Unfortunately, they were shortly deprived of their last option. Running away without giving me a kiss? Celeste excitedly licked her lips as hundreds of shadowy tentacles erupted from the ground, wrapping around the undead. Seizing the moment, Gokung spewed hellish flame, turning the undead into spoiled steak. Dolos and his minions were also quick at work, picking off surviving enemies. Oi, Atlas, wanna do something fun? Dolos mischievously grinned. What do you want now? Atlas grumbled in annoyance. Throw me at them. Dolos replied, rushing over to the giant. Atlas only smiled, reeled back a fist and got into position. The next moment, Dolos jumped, and Atlas simultaneously launched his fist with full power, sending the tyrant flying across the battlefield. YOLO! Dolos went screaming over the terrified undead army before crashing into them. That looks so much fun. Celeste commented, punch me next, Ego. Is this some sort of a joke? Sven immediately interrupted the two. Raven had been observing them from a distance and nodded in agreement with Sven. As expected for Master's first servant, he commented, Sven is the most responsible one amongst us. What the hell are you doing? It seemed Raven's observation about Sven was widely inaccurate. Instead of stopping the lunacy before things went haywire, Sven approached them to set a cue. Since I was the Master's first servant, it is my right to be thrown first. Sven proudly announced, "Oh, the great beast of the savage land. Pick me up and let me tame the winds." "Not fair, Sven." Celeste pouted, stomping her foot. "Lunatics surround me," Raven sighed. "Oi, Gokung, throw me as well." Chapter 5:16. You never had a chance to. The battle inside the dome was still getting hotter with each passing moment, but the feral chaos on the outside finally began to die down. Unlike Ashton's summons, Anna was forgiving towards the undead and allowed those who surrendered to live. While she took a break, the Inhumans and the metahumans were busy restraining them. At first, Alina and her team wanted nothing more than to rip and torture the undead endlessly. But Viper put them in their place. In Ashton's absence, Anna was their leader. Thus, her commands were absolute and were to be followed to the T. That said, Ashton had instructed them to kill anyone who stepped out of the dome, and Viper did not want to upset Ashton or Anna. As such, he decided to clear things up before making a mistake. "We did as you told, Lady Anna. But I'm afraid the Lord would have wanted them dead," Viper asked her while wiping off the bloodstain on his face. "Should we?" Before Viper could continue, Anna raised a finger, gesturing for him to wait. Standing next to a pile of corpses, she summoned a flame spirit to rid of the corpse before they spread some disease. If it had been a living race, Anna would have absorbed their life force to get stronger instead of burning them. Unfortunately, the undead and vampires were useless to her in those terms. "You were saying?" Anna calmly inquired. Her beauty was amplified even more in the red hue of the cackling flames. Countless admirers kept gazing in her direction. Even the undead couldn't help but feel their long-lost desire for love resurface again. Even on their deathbed, their dormant primal need had been awakened. "I'm afraid Ashton's vision has been clouded by revenge," Anna replied. "If we want to take over Nirvana, we would need undead on our side. At least a few of them. Do you think the undead would allow us to rule over them peacefully after mercilessly slaughtering their family?" Viper nodded. If the Lord desired to rebuild the rotten city under his image, he would need support from the undead, and whether he was happy with it or not was an entirely different matter. As for Ashton, don't worry. I'll reason with him. Please. Just hear me out once." The president begged with pleading eyes. However, Ashton's eyes didn't have a tinge of mercy in them. The undead had no dependence on air, but since they were fighting inside the dome, they often gasped to consume the corpsification gas. The president was doing the same thing. However, his ragged breathing style wasn't helpful in the least. On top of that, he wasn't in good shape physically. His left arm and right eye had been torn away by Ashton as some sadistic torture. At the same time, his legs had been shattered to pieces, with shards of bone rupturing through the skin. The president begged and pleaded, screaming that he couldn't feel any pain, hoping it would deter Ashton's onslaught. But it seemed the predator did not care whether his prey could feel pain or not. He was solely messing him up for the sake of it. Ashton's behavior scared the president even more. He slowly turned around to witness the everlasting nothingness behind him. Roughly a minute ago, a military base existed there, but now only its ruins remained. With a swing of his arm, dark clouds emerged out of nowhere. First, everyone thought it was some advanced corpsification gas form, but their expressions turned sour when the clouds rained hellfire over the military base. People rushed inside the building, hoping it would shelter them from the disastrous downpour. But nothing and no one was safe under the scorching rain. The building itself fell apart, and not even the underground base remained untouched by the calamity. However, Ashton saved the president from dying. The undead was confused at first, but now he realized why the enemy saved him from a quick death. Despite not ending the president's miserable life, Ashton ensured the bastard learned the full extent of his strength. To feel the despair he felt after having to kill his father. 1,231,117. That's how many people you killed in your lust for power and prosperity. Ashton coldly whispered, "That's also how many times they'll kill you before killing you." No, please. The president begged again, but all his pleading fell on dead ears. Even though he didn't know what Ashton meant, from what the president had seen so far, it couldn't have been anything remotely pleasant. Ashton chuckled. Seeing an undead being afraid of death was quite amusing. But the president wasn't going to remain undead for long. For once, Ashton wanted to toy with him more, But Astaroth intervened again. "End it now, Ashton. You can kill him as many times as you want later." Ashton quietly nodded. The entire situation was getting a bit too sadistic, even to his taste. Without any further delay, he summoned Raphael. Initially, he wanted to subject the president to the same punishment as Phantom. However, he decided against it at that moment. The bastard deserved to die by his hands slowly and painfully. Raphael can manipulate time in his domain, right? Ashton asked Astaroth. Affirmative. Good. He mumbled before sealing the president inside the domain. What is this place? The president grumbled absent-mindedly. But instead of replying, Ashton removed a file from his inventory and forced its content down the captive's throat. The president tried his best to resist but suddenly became entangled with black restraints, wasting his efforts. Coming to terms with his final moments, the president shot a dirty look of defiance towards Ashton, who promptly slapped him. At that moment he felt pain in his cheek where Ashton slapped him. It was then a sickly realization dawned upon the undead. The vial he was forced to consume, it was the cure. At that moment the undead leader lost his identity and slowly transformed into a primitive being, as he used to call humans. The president stared at Ashton in horror and disbelief, who smiled at him and said, "Welcome to the world of the living." Chapter 517 You Never Had a Chance 3. After dealing with the president, there wasn't much Ashton had to do except one thing. Corpsification gas was running rampant in the atmosphere. As such, most of his forces couldn't enter the cities. Moreover, the barrier encasing the gas could disappear at any moment. If that were to happen, tons of smoke would escape into the environment. Ashton didn't even want to imagine the catastrophic results of such a disaster. While he could release the cure in the air, just like he had done in contingency, it would lead to the annihilation of the undead altogether. Despite his rage, the logical side of his mind refused to commit genocide on such a scale. Bismarck, Ashton called for the Lich. Gather everyone and consume as much smoke as possible in 15 minutes. Thankfully, Ashton had his undead to support him. Consuming the gas would permanently increase their stats by leaps and bounds. Now that he had dealt with everything on Earth, he could focus solely on strengthening his soldiers. With a bounty on his head, it was the only logical move to make. As for the 15-minute time limit, Ashton couldn't allow his summons to gobble everything and had to get stronger himself. Besides, since he couldn't level up before evolving, this was an excellent opportunity to raise his stats. As such, wasting all the smoke on the summons was irrational. "I'll get right to it," Bismarck commented before gliding away. Seeing Bismarck comply so quickly when it came to gaining strength was funny. But it wasn't surprising, considering the fucker sold his soul in exchange for more power. In roughly an hour, the undead skies were clear of any toxic substance. Just like that, the final wall of defense was down, sending the undead cabinet into a frenzy. The citizens were panic-stricken. Uncertainty related to one's life always tends to have that sort of effect. It would seem the undead populace had not been informed about their impending doom. Thus, they panicked when they saw Ashton and his forces entering their cities. They waited for the army to push them back, but unfortunately for them, as for the last hour, the military no longer existed. They were on their own. However, they were just ordinary citizens and couldn't do much against the invaders. However, they couldn't contain their excitement when the humans learned about the invasion. Out of the 3 dominant civilizations, the humans living amongst the undead had it worst. While the cities were being invaded, unbeknownst to everyone, Raven slipped into the cabinet building, assassinating the pro-president regime. It was the compromise Anna had to make for Ashton to spare the undead soldiers. The choice between hundreds of innocent soldiers and a dozen corrupt leaders was an easy one to make. Either way, if Ashton wanted to make a stable government under his image, he had to replace the existing cabinet. Therefore, killing them off was like killing 2 birds with a stone. "Inform her to make the announcement now while everything's under control," Ashton mumbled. Viper immediately left to fetch the president's daughter, who was still under Ashton's influence. The president's evil deeds would now witness the light of the day before Ashton delivered his judgment to the former president. "Citizens of Nirvana, today marks the day the old regime ends for the better." Hannah's voice boomed through every square and county of Nirvana. "Today marks the rise of a new era. a time of prosperity for all humans and undead alike. Draped in a white robe, Hannah looked enchanting. The next leader needed to look good while addressing the nation, and her simple yet elegant attire would resonate with the announcement she was about to deliver. I'm aware of the emotional turmoil, the uncertainty you're feeling, but today I stand here to ensure everyone this is not the end, but a new beginning. The citizens were confused but kept listening as Hannah addressed them. After all, she was the only source of information they had in the time of bewilderment. My father, the former president, Hannah ensured to emphasize former before continuing, was not the leader his regime had portrayed him to be. He was a cruel ruler who only cared about his benefit and waged unwanted wars on other species. But he didn't stop there. Unknown to you, the people he and his close allies constructed over a dozen research facilities. But it was nothing more than a prison for both the undead and the humans. Standing behind Hannah, Ashton kept an eye on public reaction, only to see the gasps and shocked expressions he had expected. The citizens of Nirvana weren't a troublesome lot, as both he and Anna had realized while living there. The problem was the president and his lackeys. Now that they were gone, the undead could be reformed with a choice. They killed incessantly without morals or reason. That was the point I decided to undo their doing. I tried my best to stop them, but I was imprisoned and tortured instead. My own father ripped off my fingers. Hannah paraded her injured hand around for the cameras to capture. In reality, she did it herself under Ashton's orders to gain sympathy from the citizens and portray the president as a demented soul. She continued pointing towards Ashton. Had it not been for the goodwill of Mr. Reaper and his benevolent crew, only Lord Frankenstein knows what my father might have done to our beautiful nation and all of you. At that moment, the crowd realized what had happened. They weren't being invaded, but instead, Hannah instigated a coup to stop her father. Just like that, all the animosity the people had for Ashton and the invaders disappeared. They weren't their enemies but saviors. Who knows what that deranged president might have done to them if it hadn't been for Hannah and Reaper. The gullible people began chanting both Hannah's and Reaper's names, engraving their sacrifices to their hearts. And so, an invasion had been framed as a struggle for freedom instead. These morons never had a chance against us, Ashton smiled behind his mask. No wonder they never doubted the president. Well, the more foolish they are, the better it is for me. Chapter 518 Game of Pawns. Ashton was nothing less than a hero for Nirvana. Having Hannah help set up the stage, it was his turn to continue fueling the public's rage. When Hannah gave him the cue, he walked up to the podium and took his mask off, to everyone's surprise, before quietly activating the insight skill. Today I stand before you, not as your savior or messiah, but as a son. The son of a man brutally tortured into insanity by none other than the cunning president. He continued, at that moment I decided to dedicate my life to fighting the president and his goons. To ensure no other son would ever have to lose his father to a maniac's lust for power. As he continued speaking, he could see everyone's expressions change. The crowd was slowly being moved by his selfless story of heroism. Something like this could only work on a planet like Earth. Had he been bullshitting about heroism as a mercenary on some advanced planet, people would die laughing at him. Nevertheless, as long as Ashton can achieve the end he desires, he wouldn't mind throwing a cringy line or two for now. Unlike what Miss Hannah said, I am no hero. Whatever I did today was because of my selfish desire for revenge, nothing more. However, there's something I want to do to fulfill my promise to Miss Hannah. Having said his piece, Ashton summoned Raphael and dragged the president out of the domain. As soon as the civilians saw their president in his dilapidated condition, they gasped in shock, but their shocked faces were quickly replaced by enraged ones. Ashton had had some time to think about everything. Eventually, he came to the realization that he had already taken his revenge on the president. After all, the man had lost everything. His power, his authority, and most importantly, his identity were all gone now. Killing him 1,000,000 times was inconsequential. The man had already accepted his end, and torturing a defeated man wasn't fun. However, seeing him witness the newly created hatred of his people towards him was surprisingly pleasurable. Despite whatever Ashton and Hannah had said to manipulate the crowd, they knew whatever the president did was for his people, the very people who hated him now. But their hatred wasn't enough yet, at least not for Ashton. What's happening? The president mumbled, staring at Ashton. However, Ashton ignored his question and continued addressing the crowd. I'm sure you all have already realized the man you see before yourselves is no undead but a mortal being. He exclaimed at the top of his lungs. You might ask, how is that possible? The answer is pretty simple. After having his fill torturing humans, he wanted to turn his attention to all of you. Smiling on the inside, Ashton continued, his team developed a virus to infect all of you and slowly turn you into a human to fulfill the demand for meat as he was busy turning humans into walking weapons. If the crowd wasn't enraged before, it certainly was now. The president tried to intervene but was quickly kicked into the back of his head by Hannah. She then planted his head onto the ground for the rest of the time Ashton was on the podium. I gave him a taste of his own medicine before presenting him before you. Ashton nodded and Hannah stepped off her father. As much as I wanted to kill him, it wasn't my place to judge him. You're the people he has wronged the most. Therefore, it should be you who decides his punishment. What's there to decide? Off with his head. Someone yelled from the crowd. I say we torture him first. This bastard doesn't deserve a quick death. Yet another voice suggested. Chop him to pieces before feeding them to rabid wolves. Soon chants of kill him filled the air. The people the president had worked so hard for were the ones after his life, and there was nothing he could do to prove his innocence. Even if he had tried, the crowd was already under the influence of Ashton's enraging words. The undead would not listen to his pleas, let alone leave him alive. Once the crowd got agitated enough, Ashton grabbed the president by his neck and threw him into the mob that was hungry for his blood. Do what you will with him, Ashton mumbled before donning his mask and leaving the stage as the entire place was filled with the president's painful cries for help. Somewhere outside the Orion Belt, the Metal Shark leader contemplated whether what he was about to do was a wise decision on his part or not. Once the communicator connected to the person on the other side, there was no going back. The cult priest was against it, but their hands were tied at the moment. However, while they were busy debating, the communicator rang on its own. The leader wasn't someone who would easily get scared, but as soon as the communicator went off, he began sweating buckets. Your lordship, the leader calmly mumbled. So you failed again. An electronic voice replied from the other side. Everything is under. Lying to me isn't an option for you, Astitia. Time after time you have tried and failed to achieve the task I personally assigned you, and you will not disappoint me anymore. Your lordship, you can't be serious. You have proven to be a liability to our cause, nothing more. As such, you provide me minimal resources, give next to no intel and still wish me to succeed without proper preparation? The cult leader scoffed, heed my words, if I go down, it'll take everybody down with me. Is that a threat? The voice replied, and the leader instantly knew he had messed up. My apologies, your lordship. I spoke out of frustration. Make sure it's your last mistake or I'll ensure it for you. The voice warned before turning to the Metal Shark leader, do whatever you must, but I require that mortal by my side before the judgment day. Or else you know what will follow. Yes, your lordship. The leaders replied as the call disconnected. Chapter 5:19 First Test. You good? Anna mumbled, entering their bedroom. Yeah, I think. Ashton replied. He had done what he set out to do. But even then there was no peace for him. Something was wrong, but for the love of his life he couldn't figure out why he felt so uneasy. Calm down. Anna whispered in his ear while embracing him. Everything's going to be fine. You did well, that's all that matters. Nirvana is free and by extension your kingdom to reign. Ashton nodded. He knew his responsibilities had skyrocketed, as did his strength. He ruled over half of the earth with Nirvana and Lycania under his control. That coupled with his favorable relations with Alucard, it was safe to say the planet was firmly dependent on him. That said, he now had the technology to clone himself and offer a vessel to Astaroth. The only issue was, how would he transfer a part of his conscience into a new body? Astaroth and he were ingrained into one body. Therefore it wasn't as simple as cloning a new personality. For example, when Mara was cloned, the new vessel had to develop its own personality, intelligence, and whatnot. It was partly because the technology to transfer one's conscience into another didn't exist, at least not on Earth. The fact Astaroth had no clues it would mean even the Zyrans weren't advanced enough to pull off something like that. In Ashton's mind, the precursors were the only ones who could do something godlike as transplanting conscience from one body to the other. Vulcan might know about an artifact or something the precursors left behind that could help him. Though, Ashton wasn't delusional enough to think the Droff would readily give him what he needed. "Hey, are you even listening?" Anna flicked Ashton's head. "I can't believe it. How can you ignore a succubus?" "I wasn't ignoring you," Ashton smiled before flicking her back, "just wondering what comes next. After all, there's not much left to do on Earth. It's time to leave, I guess." "Oh well, there's a lot we need to do out there as well, don't we?" Anna was correct. A lot needed to be done and time was limited. But one task took precedence over the rest, getting rid of that bounty hovering over his head. There were two ways of taking down a bounty. One was by paying it off, that is, by giving the guild 100 times the bounty money, and the second was by killing the person or organization that issued the bounty. Going down the first path was impossible, as only a handful of people had that kind of money to spend. Unfortunately, Ashton wasn't on that list, which meant he only had one option: to get rid of the Metal Sharks and the Cult of Cosmos. However, it was easier said than done. Metal Sharks were an organization with little to no information about them. Even the Orion Empire had no clue about their whereabouts, let alone the identity of their prominent leaders. Even if Ashton mobilized the entire ONI to get information about them, it could take years and they might fail altogether. Eliminating the leaders wasn't going to be easy either. It would be better to lay low for a while and build up his forces. Unless, it's time to contact them. If anyone can find out about the cult and the sharks, it's them. "The progenitors?" Anna asked. Ashton replied positively, "If those sickos can bombard a Zyron city, they can do anything. More importantly, since the progenitors and the sharks are involved in the same field, they'd likely know something about them." With renewed hope, Ashton was oddly excited to challenge the deep space again with new allies and enemies awaiting his return. A few days passed, and everything remained as usual in Nirvana. Viper and Alina rescued the remaining humans and Inhumans, while the vampires helped the undead adapt to synthetic human flesh. Synthetic flesh was nothing but organs cultivated using human stem cells. It was a technique Evelina came up with but was later perfected by her assistant. Though for safety, it was decided the humans in the undead territory would move to Lycania. Since Lycania's population had declined by nearly 40% due to corpsification gas, it was a welcomed move. This way, Lycania would gain some much-needed workforce to rebuild the country, while it would also help the undead get attuned to synthetic flesh. However, not everybody was happy with Lycania being turned into a predominant human state. While Ashton could suppress them by force, it wasn't good in the long run. One solution was to turn a lot of humans into werewolves to manage the population difference. It would also fulfill Jonathan's desire, as for some reason, he wanted a lot of people to inherit Ashton's genes. That said, forcing someone to transform wasn't a welcome move either. Although it would have been easier to suppress humans than the werewolves, Ashton didn't want to push either of them into something they wouldn't be comfortable with. "First test as a ruler, what will you do now?" "You're not helping." Ashton absent-mindedly mumbled. "It's not my job to look after everyone you adopt. Although I could offer you a suggestion or two based on my administrative experiences, killing anyone isn't an option. Why do you think every solution I offer involves genocide? Wait, never mind, I know why." Ashton chuckled before getting back to work. Astaroth was correct. The situation was just one of many problems that would follow. He couldn't always depend on others to solve his issues for him. The logical thing to do would be to divide the nation into two. But then resource allocation and management would become a problem. It'd be best to make Levon an independent state. "You mean?" "Yeah, make Levon sort of Earth embassy for the Outworlders. That way, the werewolves won't have an issue with the humans managing the place." Ashton mumbled while stroking his chin. "In return, the Jihalos can keep the humans in check. A win-win situation for everyone." Jemek could work. Not to mention, humans would be better hosts than a bunch of rowdy werewolves. Chapter 520 Territory Management. The golden glow of dusk spread its wings through the sky. The perfect sunrise many don't admire. Ashton did not enjoy the sun either, which wasn't surprising since his predominant genes were attuned to darkness. However, the day was different. For the first time in a while, he decided to deactivate the vampire and undead genes and embrace his lively side. It's been so long I forgot how it felt to have blood rushing through my veins. He thought while strolling around Levon with Aegis by his side. The construction work was moving faster than anyone had predicted. Ashton had no doubts that Vulcan and the Jeholan reinforcement were the reason behind the rapid progress. With Vulcan's creationist skills and human Jeholan workforce, the results were astonishing. No matter what they did, the work was always a bit over the top. But Ashton didn't mind, and neither did the residents. Aegis purred, rubbing his scent all over Ashton. Ashton playfully pinched his cheeks before settling Aegis on his shoulder. Master's shoulder was his favorite place to be as he got to play with Ashton's unkempt hair and ears. Upon watching how happy Aegis was wherever he was around him, Ashton had made it a point to spend as much time as possible with his pet. After all, he hadn't found the opportunity to do it before, and it seemed Aegis was thoroughly enjoying Ashton's decision. My Lord Priska, the Jeholan consulate, greeted Ashton. It was Otaiga's idea to set up an embassy for the Jeholans as it would let other civilizations know that Earth had attained intergalactic allies, deterring other civilizations from exploiting the Earth. Also, it would boost the trading of resources and technologies between the two planets while encouraging other civilizations to do the same. That said, Ashton formally appointed Otaiga to be Earth's representative with a vote of confidence from the undead and the vampires. Lady Priska, to what do I owe the pleasure? Ashton politely inquired. Ashton's politeness came out of mutual respect and admiration, even though he didn't need to show respect towards the Jeholan as they technically viewed him as a god. I have taken care of the arrangements as you wanted. Priska replied, her eyes planted on the ground. Cass wanted me to deliver the news to you. Thank you for your help. I hope your relations with my people continue prospering even in my absence. It will, your lordship. We Jeholans will gladly give up our lives to fulfill your wishes. That's where you are wrong. Ashton shook his head while Aegis imitated him. The Jeholans are as close to my heart as the Earthlings. I would never want anything to happen to either of you, so please no giving up your life. Am I clear? Ashton's casual gesture was enough to make Priska overwhelmed with happiness. While Seraph's descendant didn't realize it, his words of affirmation were equivalent to a slave being treated as a family member by its masters. Priska silently nodded before hurriedly retreating. Her actions left Ashton confused until he realized what had happened. The familiarity of Jeholan civilization has increased. Relationship level has increased. Status: followers level 2. The Jeholans would follow your every command even if it leads to certain death. Perks: industrialization. Goods production rate will be increased by 2%, as long as 4 Jeholans contribute to the production facility. Maximum number of facilities 5. Warfare. Jeholans on the battlefield grant a 5% stat boost to surrounding non-Jeholan units. Can be stacked up to 3 times. Tech. Discoveries and inventions will enjoy a higher success rate of coming to fruition under Jeholan supervision. What the heck is all this? Have patience, will you? I need to remember how to do this. Do what? As if on cue, another notification appeared before Ashton's eyes, which left him bamboozled. The administrator has recognized your efforts and unlocked Territory Management tab. You can now assign roles and resources to develop your territory anywhere across the galaxy. Proceed with registering Levon as the host's first territory? Yes/no. Wait, you're telling me I could have managed Levon remotely this entire time? Yeah, I kind of forgot about it till I saw the previous pop-up. But the good thing is I remembered it now. Let's not waste any more time and get the city registered. Ashton had a lot of questions about the system, and the secrets Astaroth had forgotten about, but decided to focus on the massive thing hovering before him instead. As soon as Ashton selected yes, a detailed map of Levon appeared before him with names of everyone currently within the city. Even the buildings were named and had unique roles such as production, granary, weapon storage, and whatnot. The sudden influx of information was a bit overwhelming, but with Astaroth's guidance, Ashton got accustomed to everything reasonably quickly. Now select the perks you want to apply to the city. Since it's a level 1 community, you can only use 3 perks, which is perfect since you got 3 bonuses from Jeholan familiarity. Ashton nodded, and immediately a list of perks appeared before him. There were quite a few perks related to humans, werewolves, vampires, inhumans, and basically every species that lived in the city. But only the ones he got from Jihilans were useful for now. Sadly, it seemed his personal achievements had nothing to do with the perks. Instead, a community effort was of more importance. Well, it's territory management, so it makes sense community achievements are more important. One less thing for me to explain. Why can't you keep getting stuff on your own? Why do you keep forgetting system functions? Fair. While bickering, Ashton selected the perks, which got activated immediately. Since they were only beginner-level perks, there wasn't a noticeable change. However, the changes would bear fruits in the long run. Also, Ashton would get more perks as more people settled down in Levon, and when the territory eventually leveled up. By the way, thanks. This would make my life a lot easier. Hehe. Chapter 521 Draken 1. While Ashton was consumed with learning about territory management from Asta, a commotion broke out at the city entrance. Despite his wishes, Ashton begrudgingly closed the tab and made his way towards the gates. Alright, it completely slipped my mind, Ashton mumbled as soon as he saw his skeletal warriors. In his initial plans, he wanted to resurrect the lizard man before storming Nirvana. But the skeletons failed to find something suitable in the time frame, so Ashton dealt with Nirvana first. After dealing with the situation, the thought of adding another summon to his arsenal completely slipped his mind. However, the skeletons didn't forget and kept looking for what their master desired. And finally, they found something in accordance with Ashton's needs. The humans hadn't seen the extent of Ashton's powers and were scared before Ashton arrived and cleared the misunderstanding. But the humans were the only ones in awe of Ashton's abilities. Although Priska had seen some necromancers before, none of them had thousands of skeletons under their command. Unlike the humans, Priska didn't budge at the sight of the incoming horde. She had dealt with such hordes before and thought Ashton's skeletons were the same as any other. However, once she got close enough, she realized her assumption couldn't have been more wrong. These skeletons were just mindless frames but could use mana and martial techniques. From mages to warriors to tanks and archers, the horde was nothing short of a proper army. Does the Lord even has a limit to his abilities? She questioned herself, and at that moment, her devotion towards Ashton increased tenfolds. Priska had no doubts that following Ashton was the right choice for her and her people. Wait, if he had so many soldiers out there hunting for God knows what, does it mean? Alina blurted out. Yes, Master did not fight against Nirvana at his 100%, Viper replied. That one statement left the newcomers in awe, while those already familiar with Ashton's abilities smiled. Everyone get back to your jobs. Nothing to see here. Ashton hastily waved everyone off. The ghosts realized what their captain wanted and ushered the crowd away from the gates. Ashton was willing to disclose his necromancy to them, as he couldn't hide it even if he wanted. However, his precursor abilities were a different story altogether. The fewer people knew about association and disassociation, the better it was. Once the crowd dissipated, Ashton got to analyzing the corpses his skeletons had brought along. Most of them were useless. Well, not entirely useless since they could be used for research purposes and as crafting material. Take the Gorillan and Monklin corpses to the lab. Mara might be able to get some use from them. Ashton instructed the skeletons. As for the four-legged creatures, send them to the forge. Bader has been complaining about materials, so this should solve the problem for now. Sadness was evident in the empty eyes of the skeleton who had brought the corpse Ashton had rejected. Still, they followed his instruction and dragged the bodies away. Now let's see. Ashton mumbled while scratching his cheek. After the cleanup, only 2 corpses remained, both of which had piqued Ashton's interest. The first one belonged to an endangered species known as Throves. Their build was similar to that of a lizard man but were on the shorter side. But their size only made them more agile. Not to mention their intellect was relatively high, and they were used to living as a pack. High intellect also meant they were more than capable of wielding weapons and could be trained to fight expertly. However, only a handful had ever been tamed by the werewolves. Even then, keeping the Throves in check was troublesome as they often lashed out against their masters. Ultimately, taming and training them was deemed unprofitable, leaving them alone in the swamps. A Throve's intellect was often the reason for their demise. Their pack mentality often led to skirmishes with other groups, always ended in a massacre on both sides, thus giving them the brand of endangered species. As for the second corpse, well, it belonged to a chimera. From a glance, Ashton determined the creature was an amalgamation of more than 7 creatures. However, its stats failed to impress Ashton. It would seem the creature was the personification of the idiom, Jack of all trades, master of none. Despite having devoured creatures with various specialties, the chimera couldn't retain any of their characteristic features. However, something had troubled Ashton from the moment he saw the chimera. After all, it wasn't a creature that could come into being by itself. Someone must have created it but failed to maximize its abilities. A failed experiment, huh? Ashton gently stroked the creature's face. However, you might turn out to be more useful than your former master thought. Where did you find this? Although the skeletons couldn't speak out loudly, they were intelligent enough to write, and the skeleton mages could also use telepathy to converse with Ashton. Apparently, the skeletons found the chimera while exploring the swamps. But unfortunately, it was the only creature in the cave, which meant whoever created him didn't bother covering their tracks and abandoned the chimera around the swamp. Since no one goes near the swamps, they must have thought the chimera would never be discovered. Ashton mumbled, I might have to leave a few people to take care of this mess. In the meantime, at first glance, the Throve was a more suited candidate to revive. But Ashton knew raising a Throve-Lizardman hybrid won't be beneficial, as their potential as a soldier would clash and deteriorate over time. On the other hand, the chimera was a creature with endless potential. Ashton could always add or remove characteristics from the beast as per his desire. Not to mention, since it was a chimera's nature to absorb stronger creatures to get stronger, Ashton wouldn't have a hard time merging the Lizardman and the chimera. All right, I've made the decision, Ashton mumbled while placing the Lizardman's head over the chimera's corpse. Association. Chapter 522 Draken 2. The chimera's body twisted and turned into unrecognizable shapes. It felt like the corpse was resisting Ashton's power, which was strange since it was the first time Ashton had felt such strong resistance. Every dead soul loathed being forced back to the domain of the living. Thanks to necromancy, the resistance was barely noticeable for Ashton. That's why it surprised him when he was still facing indisputable resistance despite having the Grim Reaper's powers. Damn it! Ashton cursed under his breath and was forced to use his powers to the fullest. Using association skill inflicted wounds upon him, and it almost felt like hundreds of razor-sharp teeth were gnawing at his bones. As he forced himself, the painful sensation spread all over his body like wildfire. Unbeknownst to Ashton, he wasn't just resurrecting the chimera, but even the creatures the chimera had consumed. The resentment within those creatures would make any necromancer rethink their decision to revive a chimera. The creatures had been forced to become part of the chimera once. Following its death, they were finally at peace. But now, Ashton was forcing them to become a part of something sinister again. There was no way in hell they'd obey him without putting up a fight. As if that wasn't enough, the Lizardman, a prideful race, also rejected the chimera. After all, they often saw chimera as an imperfect and weak creature. In a gist, it might seem like Ashton was trying to resurrect and merge 2 souls. In reality, he was dealing with 9 separate souls. It would have been suspicious if none of the souls objected to being vilified again. I am the emissary of death, damn it. Obey me. Ashton yelled in frustration and took out Reaper's scythe to further boost his stats. For a strange reason, as soon as Ashton equipped the scythe, the struggle within the souls lessened significantly. For a moment, he thought it was the weapon's power but realized that wasn't the case. Being the Grim Reaper, Ashton could feel a soul's emotions. When he used the scythe, the souls ceased resisting, almost as if they were scared. Although he had had the scythe with him for a while, it was the first time he had sensed someone fearing the weapon but not him. Naturally, he got interested in exploring more about the scythe and its relationship with the afterlife. But for now, he was content with resurrecting a new summon. Within moments, his efforts were successful and in front of him was a towering beast with the head of the Lizardman. The rest of the body consisted of creatures from the swamp, walking on 2 massive dragon-like hind legs and wielding 2 swords made of bone. I didn't expect it to look this intimidating, Ashton mumbled while going around his new creation. At least the stats don't look as bad as I expected. The chimera wasn't the strongest among his forces but was shy of achieving that position. With proper training and nurturing, it might become a force to be reckoned with. Unfortunately, for now, the inexperience of the chimera from their past life made the new form ineffective in combat. The ineffectiveness must have conflicted with that of the lizard man, which reduced the overall stats. I can't use you in battles directly. Ashton stroked his chin. Your new body is of a monster that doesn't know how to fight like an intelligent being. Just then, Sven willingly appeared before him, kneeling. As soon as the chimera saw Sven kneeling, it followed suit. I raise a chimera or a mimic? Ashton snickered before turning his attention towards Sven. What's this about? I would like to train the new soldier if you approve, my lord, Sven replied without raising his head. I am confident in my ability to teach. Just then, the rest of his summons joined the fray. Surprisingly, even Atlas jumped at the opportunity, which was highly unexpected as he was known to be a loner. What do you think you all are doing here? Sven sternly remarked, although angered. He did not want to show his wild side before their master. Just doing what you are, Celeste replied and rushed to hug Ashton's leg. Master, let me have him. I'll make him a good boy like you made a good girl out of me. Her hand slowly ventured eerily close to Ashton's nether regions, which promptly earned her a smack to the face. But Ashton regretted his involuntary action after seeing the bitch in heat just enjoy being hit. Ah yes. She began shaking violently as if she found some relief. Fucking masochist, Atlas scoffed before bowing before Ashton. Lord, it's no secret that I am the strongest amongst your servants. That point alone should be. There, Raven interjected, his dagger about to be plunged into the Titan's neck. All your strength wouldn't matter if you get killed before you can act. Speed is always the determining factor in a battle. The quicker you attack, the sooner you win. I rest my case, my lord. Before Gokung could do something, Ashton raised his hand, ending the infighting. Stop your nonsense before I smack all of your asses. Celeste looked excited about the proposal, but Ashton ignored her and continued, all of you will train him. After all, absorbing skills is his primary ability. Am I right, Shadow Chimera Draken? Draken, pleased with his new name, nodded vigorously. Absorbing one's flesh wasn't the only thing he was capable of, but he could also mimic someone's skills as long as he could figure out how to execute those moves. His innate ability of mimicry was why he knelt before Ashton after watching Sven do the same. Great, so it's decided. All of you will train Draken in Valhalla, Ashton announced before turning towards Draken. I look forward to testing your skills after a month. That following day, it was time to leave Earth behind. Goodbyes were always tough but also necessary to move forward. Even Alucard personally showed up to bid farewell to the hero of Levon, and so did Hannah. Following Ashton's departure, the leaders of 3 communities were set to have a conference to cement their partnership further and work together to boost Earth's reputation in space. Priska and Odiga would remain on Earth to look over the Earthlings and guide them. After much debate, Ricochet decided to stay on Earth with Nora. Ashton didn't question him but gave him the task of discovering the mastermind behind creating the Chimera. While everyone was preparing to leave, Ashton, Anna's parents and Evelina were having a family lunch. Alucard and Hannah joined them in the festivities. Montague was sad his princess was leaving him again, but after being chokeslammed once by Anna, he was back to his usual jolly mood. I'm warning you, Montague mumbled while shoving greens down his throat, you better take care of her and her needs, or else no matter where you are, he'll hunt you down and get your behind kicked back to Earth. Anna interrupted, and the entire table broke down laughing. I must say, Alucard said, when I first saw Ashton, I would have never dreamed he would grow so much. You might not be my son-in-law anymore, but I am just as proud of your achievements and Evelina. I wouldn't have gotten so strong without your guidance in my formative years, Ashton replied, but was interrupted by Cass. Captain, the ship is ready to depart. Got it. Start boarding everyone else. We'll be there soon. Ashton replied as everyone left, leaving him and Evelina alone for some time. Do you have to go? Evelina mumbled and he nodded. But you don't have to worry, Ashton replied while hugging her. With the advanced communicators Priska brought with her, he'll always be a day away from you. Just one call, and he'll teleport to the Eastern Palace and be at your service instantly. Evelina hugged her son tightly. Deep down, she knew Ashton had more responsibilities to worry about than just Earth and his family. As a mother, taking care of the earthy problems was the least she could do to ease his worries. Fine, be a free bird, she mumbled before kissing his forehead. But remember, if you ever need something, we'll be right here for you. I know, Ma. See you later and don't overwork yourself. Chapter 523 A Hero's Welcome. They saw an unfamiliar sight as the Ghost Task Unit approached Colonel Tower. The tower had always been a busy place, with thousands of ports for the spaceships to station. Author's note: a task unit is a group of 3 to 5 ships, so it would be better to use the term here. But it was the first time anyone had seen the docks overcrowded. Not a single port was idle, which made Cass frown as she had been wanting to get her hands on some Polarine beer, the tower's trademark drink. For Upteo's sake. She cursed loudly under the name of the elven god of mobility ban progress. Why does everyone have to visit the tower now? You really need a drink, don't you? Ashton chuckled, but Cass' irritated stare made him immediately change his tone. Did you forget about our private docking port? A permanent docking port was one of the many benefits Maston had awarded to Ashton after he defeated Phantom for the first time. That's why no matter how crowded the tower was, there would always be a spot for him and his crew in the tower. Simultaneously, Cass' eyes lit up, and she raced towards the upper floors. As they hovered around while waiting for clearance, Ashton closely inspected the abnormal amount of ships. Judging from the logos and flags printed all over them, the ships had arrived from around the Orion Belt, from the busiest sectors to the sectors from the darkest regions. Something big must have happened for so many civilizations to gather at one spot, Ashton commented. Maybe they are celebrating something? Lyhut chimed in, trying to hold back his laughter. Everyone in the crew had already been alerted about the happening within the tower by Odiga, and even Cass knew about it. But instead of acting casually, she went a bit overboard. Surprisingly, Anna was in on the plan as well, which meant Ashton was the only one left wondering what was going on inside the tower. Seriously? Ashton raised his eyebrows. What kind of festival do you think a bunch of mercenaries would be celebrating? If anything, they're more likely to have gathered for a funeral. Oh, they are celebrating someone's death, alright, Weimer unintentionally blurted out. What? Ignore him, Ashton. Anna quickly jumped in for damage control. That musclehead doesn't know what he says half of the time he opens his mouth. Anna's intentions were pure, but her interruption only further alerted Ashton. By then it was clear everyone was hiding something from him. But instead of confronting them, he decided to play along and see why they were behaving weirdly. As soon as the ships were docked, Ashton found the place uncharacteristically crowded. For a private dock, this place does not look private at all. He thought. Sometimes, your stupidity can be so annoying. Et2 brute? Before the two could continue their conversation, Ashton saw Maston approaching him from the corner of his eyes. He seemed happy as he rushed over to Ashton and wrapped him in a bear hug. Haha, you did it. All of us here are forever indebted to you and your team for doing the impossible. Maston exclaimed, not letting Ashton down. Go easy on me. Ashton replied before pushing Maston away with relative ease. What's going on here? Soon they were joined by Lord Testicles and other representatives from around the galaxy. It was Ashton's first time meeting them, but they had known him for quite some time. What else? We're here to celebrate your victory over Phantom, Testicles proudly announced, and the crowd began cheering on Reaper's name. The mercenary world was sent into a frenzy when Odiga claimed Phantom's bounty on Ashton's behalf. The news overjoyed everyone, but only Phantom's countless victims' families wept tears of joy that day. Ashton might have defeated Phantom for personal reasons, but that day he had made a place in the hearts of countless people. It was no wonder everyone wanted to see their hero. Despite all that, their hero was left utterly baffled. Although Ashton knew killing Phantom would have specific effects, never in his life would he have imagined it would be on such a scale. Noticing everyone's eyes filled with admiration towards him was a feeling he could live off for the rest of his life. However, there was someone who wanted to meet him personally. Hundreds of guards, dressed in gold and silver uniforms, rushed into the dock. As if on cue, everyone bowed before nothingness, leaving Ashton and his crew utterly confused. Thankfully, their bewilderment didn't last long as a golden-skinned man materialized before them. Ashton was quite handsome, but the man in front of him had to be the most attractive man to have ever existed. However, it wasn't his appearance that caught Ashton's attention but the color of his skin. He is one, isn't he? Yes, he's a wingless siren. I'll explain everything later, but for now, greet the fucker and get it over with. Reaper, I would like to introduce you to the president and the founder of Colonel Tower, Lord Flintmace. Maston introduced the two. Sir, this is... Who doesn't know the hero of the Orion Empire? Flintmace interrupted, offering his hand to Ashton. Mr. Reaper, it's a pleasure to meet you finally. I have heard a lot about you and your selfless actions from Maston here. Likewise, Mr. President. Ashton smiled before accepting Flintmace's hand. However, Flintmace immediately pulled him in for a hug before whispering in his ears. It's a pleasure to meet you as well, Lord Astaroth. It has been a while. Flintmace then let go of Ashton and smiled. How do you? Before Ashton asked the obvious, Flintmace interrupted. Unfortunately, I have to leave on an urgent business, but rest assured, we'll have a long and important chat once I get back. Meanwhile, please enjoy the celebrations. After all, you're our guest of honor. Just like that, Flintmace disappeared without leaving a trace behind. But his words left Ashton in panic. How could he know about you? I have no idea. We'll get our answers once he returns. Hold on to your wits till then. Ashton silently agreed and went about greeting everyone as Maston introduced him. Chapter 524 Successor. Boom. The night sky was laden with sparkling fireworks, and the entire tower had turned festive. Maston had opened the bar for free drinks for everyone regardless of their rank, talents and worth to celebrate the occasion. It went without saying the bar was more crowded than ever. Ashton saw Weimer and Cass enthusiastically indulging in a drinking game from a distance. At the same time, countless others placed bets on them. Lyhut, I didn't expect this from you. Ashton playfully yelled as Lyhut placed a bet on Weimer. The healer shyly smiled and moved away from the crowd. Usually, the dwarves were known for their love for alcohol, whereas the elves kept their distance from such substances. But the sight contradicted that belief. Cass, an elf, was chugging all the booze she could get her hands on. The party's objective was to make connections, and boy, did people want to connect with him. Ashton couldn't decline them either for the Earth's sake, as he required all the help he could get to develop the planet. But that didn't mean his social battery couldn't run out. Thankfully, they took the hint and left me alone. While Ashton enjoyed his drink, he felt someone tap on his shoulder. Me and my cursed tongue. Irina Verena, what a pleasant surprise. Ashton smiled before offering them his hand. It's been a while. Despite running in the same circle, it had been about a year since he last saw the twins, but they looked as stunning as ever. But not everything was the same, as both had grown a lot while Ashton was preoccupied with Phantom and all that jazz. It has, Verena replied with a charming smile. And you've become quite a hotshot, Mr. Reaper. Heard you were on Earth for a while, Irina muttered. How are things back there? It's all good now, Ashton replied. You'd be surprised with the progress we have made there. That said, both of you should visit Alucard sometime. He won't admit it, but he misses you dearly. The twins enthusiastically nodded. We have been planning to for a while but never get the time to. You can get there right now if you'd like. The twins were confused by Ashton's words. Maybe he meant he could arrange a ship for them or something. Noticing their perplexed emotions, Ashton rephrased his words. You can return to Earth this very moment. Only if you'd like to, of course. How many drinks have you had so far? Irina scoffed. Even Verena couldn't help but smile. Ashton had to be drunk for spouting such nonsense. Even if they were to travel at light speed, it would take them 6 to 7 weeks to travel to Earth, yet he claimed they could get to Earth instantly? Before Ashton could prove them wrong, he saw Anna, and all his thoughts left his mind. Close your mouth. You're drooling, Irina playfully remarked, but Ashton paid no attention to her words. Can you blame him? Verena chimed in. She looked stunning. Anna was dressed to kill, and judging by every man's lust-filled eyes, just one word from her and the men would turn the entire tower into a graveyard. Aren't you enjoying me a bit too much? Anna whispered after planting a kiss on Ashton's lips. Oh, we're just getting started, Ashton replied. Without taking his eyes off her, Ashton could feel the jealous eyes pointed at him. How can a man get so lucky in his life? His limitless power was enough to make everyone cautious, but now he had to flaunt his 1 in trillion kind of beauty in front of everyone. Preposterous. Ashton. I know. The man they had been waiting for was finally there. Flint Mace smiled in Ashton's direction, and he replied in kind. There was something different about him other than the color of his skin. Despite being a Zyron aware of his secret, Ashton couldn't feel a tinge of ill will reflect from Flint Mace's eyes. It honestly freaked Ashton, as he couldn't get a read on a person for the first time in his life. Relax, maybe we are being overly cautious of him. You're kidding. That's inscrade being. One wrong move and we'll get wiped out in a second. Exactly, and yet he hasn't. What does that tell you about him? Ashton went silent for a moment. Asta was correct. Had Flint Mace desired to kill him, not even a god could save him. If Flint Mace did that, sure, there'd be people who'll raise questions, but realistically speaking, would anyone even try to stand up against someone like him to avenge upgrade nobody like him? Yeah, not likely. Unfortunately, that meant that Ashton would have to go along with whatever Flint Mace had planned for him. The crowd went silent as soon as Flint Mace assumed the podium. I would like to thank everyone for joining tonight's festivities. But more than that, I would like to thank Reaper and the Ghosts for their extraordinary achievement. The drunk crowd erupted into cheers. Even the VIPs didn't hold their tongues back, and who could have blamed them? With Phantom's death, a huge burden had been lifted off their shoulders. Flint Mace raised his hand and everyone quickly settled down, not wanting to test his patience. But Phantom's defeat is old news and not the reason why I'm standing in front of all you wonderful and capable people. Flint Mace smiled broadly. There's another important announcement I would like to make. Following Flint Mace's words, everyone's attention was strictly on him. As all of you know, every Tower Master has a right to pick their successor as never to leave the tower without a leader, Flint Mace mumbled while walking up to Ashton. It is my responsibility to carry out the tradition, and at this moment it's my honor and pleasure to announce Reaper as my successor to the tower. Chapter 525 Forgotten Ally. Everyone was stunned, from the guests to the mercenaries. Even Maston had no idea Flint Mace would do such a thing. Being a Zyron meant he would live a long life, so why would he name an heir so soon? Flint Mace had been the tower's president for more than 2 centuries, and during that time, he had never shown any interest in finding an heir, let alone randomly announcing one. As the attendants slowly came to terms with Flint Mace's decision, not everyone was happy, especially those who had been eyeing the spot for quite some time. Despite Reaper's achievements, he was still a novice in the industry. How could Flint Mace so blatantly appoint Reaper as his heir without consulting with anyone? Even if he has the right to do so, it doesn't mean the rest of us shouldn't have a say in it. In reality, they could complain all they wanted. But their words won't mean shit. After all, most attendees were more than pleased with the news, and even if they weren't, who in their right mind would challenge Flint Mace? Even those with a teensy bit of intelligence realized Flint Mace's true intention behind appointing Reaper as his heir. The bounty on Reaper was still live, and even with the protection of the Orion Empire, the Tower and the Goldwater, the threat was still very much real. Some phantom fanatic might pop up and take revenge on Reaper for killing a righteous man. By making Reaper an apparent heir, Flint Mace had eliminated the possibility of an attack on him, at least the attacks motivated by money. While Ashton could still be killed, no one would be bold enough to claim the bounty, as it would reveal the person who did the deed. Even if the person claimed the reward, they would not live long enough to enjoy the fruits of their actions. After all, killing the tower's heir would spark a war, and no one would want to go against the tower's army. Not after what happened the last time someone challenged the tower. In other words, anyone who hurt Ashton with the desire to claim the bounty would feel the wrath of the entire mercenary world, because Reaper was now the crown prince of the mercenaries. Although everyone had their opinions, Ashton had no idea what was happening. But even then, when Flint Mace offered his hands, he accepted and was guided to the stage. That said, I realize Reaper still has a lot to learn. Until the day he's confident in his abilities, he'll continue overseeing the tower. Flint Mace continued with a beaming smile. In the meantime, I'll urge Maston to prepare Reaper for his role, so when the time comes, he'll be a competent leader for all of us. Don't worry, I'll be around for a long time to ensure my beloved successor smoothly transitions as your leader. That's all. Surprisingly, the crowd broke into cheers once again. The ones in Ashton's support far exceeded those against him. As such, those not happy with Flintmace's decision could only bite their tongues and witness everything unfold. As for Ashton, well, let's say he and Astaroth were having quite the conversation, a conversation where both of them were utterly clueless. A few hours passed since Flintmace's announcement, and the celebrations were over. While everyone had retired to their rooms, Ashton and Maston went along with Flintmace as there was a lot they needed to talk about. Flintmace's quarters were located at the topmost floor of the tower. Despite being the association's vice president, even Maston had only been to the top floors a handful of times, and each time it had been a time of crisis. That alone signified the importance of one being invited to the upper floors. Be on guard. As if that's gonna help. Ashton was firmly trapped within Flintmace's vice grip. Had he wanted to, Flintmace could quickly end him, but after what he did during the ceremony, Ashton believed Flintmace had other motives. What motives? He wasn't sure of it, but it certainly didn't involve killing each other. Hopefully, his questions will be answered soon. Have a seat, Flintmace casually waved his hand, and lounges appeared out of thin air. Now that we're comfortable, ask away. Ashton glanced towards Maston, unsure if he should reveal his biggest secret in his presence. It seemed Ashton was thinking out loud because the moment his eyes lingered towards Maston, Flintmace smiled. Don't worry about him, he said. My dearest Maston already knows about Astaroth and you. You don't look surprised, Maston chimed in with a smile. Honestly speaking, nothing about you two surprises me anymore. Ashton shrugged, but we would like to know how you know about our arrangement. I was hoping you would ask that. Flintmace sighed and disrobed with his back turned to Ashton. I assume this would be enough to walk your memory, General. Ashton immediately noticed the wide gash on his back, right where Zyron's wings should have been. Other than the apparent wound, Flintmace's torso was covered in at least 100 smaller ones. Between those wounds was a tattoo that Ashton had seen before, but for his life, he couldn't remember where until Astaroth spoke up. Mark of heavenly liberation? Why don't I recognize you? Your memory is still hazy, General. Truthfully, I'm surprised you remember the mark of your army at all, haha. Flintmace chuckled before covering himself. Wait, you can hear him? Ashton asked in horror. Only if he allows it, Flintmace replied before thumping his chest thrice and slamming the ground with his right fist. Major Flintmace, reporting for duty, sir. Zyron salute. I never thought I'd ever be on its receiving end again. Flintmace, I have heard of the name before. Wait, aren't you the seventh son of the Archangels? Flintmace nodded, yes, sir. Although my loyalty towards you forced the council to exile me. So that's why your wings were taken away? Ashton mumbled, to which Flintmace nodded. Luckily I survived, but I'm afraid the rest didn't. Flintmace sighed, after you were branded as a traitor, we refused to point arms against you, General. Your entire army was either exiled or executed on the spot. My punishment was much lighter than the rest due to my status as the seventh son. The rest were not so lucky. Mace too apologize for my transgressions. My irresponsible actions caused all of you much pain. Not at all, General. Flintmace grabbed Ashton's hands before continuing. If anything, your actions revealed the true face of the Zyrans to us. There's nothing you need to apologize for. Ashton voluntarily stepped out of the driver's seat so the Zyrans could continue talking their hearts out. As they kept chatting a lot about Zyrans and their history was revealed to him, things that Astaroth's blurred memories had blocked out. According to Flintmace, out of Astaroth's 10,000 soldiers strong army, only 14 people were exiled, and the rest were executed on the spot. Anger rushed through Ashton's veins the moment he heard about the atrocities everyone supporting Astaroth had to face. Hundreds of thousands were killed because they refused to believe someone like Astaroth could betray their kind. I'm aware you want to take revenge against them, General, and please ignore my harsh words, but you're pathetically weak to do anything to them as you are. Maston finally said, we need to get you stronger than ever. Flintmace nodded, Maston is correct, sir. That's also why I chose your host as my successor, as it would allow us to train him without raising suspicion. Train me? Chapter 526 Educational Beating 1. How are you this strong? Ashton panted. Maston stood before him, not a single bead of sweat on his head, while Ashton was sweating buckets. Despite going up against countless grade beings, Ashton couldn't even last 10 seconds against Maston. The fight taught him many lessons, one of which was, the grade of someone is of no consequence as long as one can't execute his moves flawlessly. It was Flintmace's idea to let the two spar, and he only had one motive for suggesting the spar: shattering Ashton's ego. Ashton wasn't even aware of it, but after defeating Phantom, he had begun thinking a graders couldn't so shit against him. When Flintmace suggested sparring between the two, Ashton's exact words were something along the lines of, "It's too easy." Back then, Flintmace only smiled and didn't say a word. Maybe he knew it was time Ashton got a reality check. Remember, use any means necessary to defeat Maston. Ashton recalled Flintmace's words. That's your first task before your actual training commences. Back to the present, Maston walked up to Ashton, his hands behind his back. Looking at the current Maston, Ashton wondered what had happened to the jolly man he once was. As soon as the spar began, his demeanor changed as if some other personality had overtaken him. This version of Maston was much combat-focused and strict. "Not too easy now, is it?" Maston taunted. "Or should I lower the difficulty more?" Ashton was frustrated. But it was time to acknowledge his mistakes for assuming every A grade being was the same. The vastness between the realm of A and S graders. If Ashton were to compare their skills, Maston was standing at the top of Everest while he was sulking in the ocean's depth. Fine, Ashton gritted his teeth, let's go all out. If he couldn't defeat Maston alone, he would overwhelm him with numbers. Maston jumped back as Ashton's summons lined up before him. Ashton spared no expense and even called Guilt to help him out. Since Guilt and Draken both were A graders, the fight should turn in his favor, or so Ashton thought. Now this is getting exciting. Maston clapped before clenching his fists. It's been a while since I used my hands in a spar. I hope they didn't get rusty. Come on, show me what you got, side characters. Everyone jumped at Maston, but Ashton's smile turned into a frown when he saw Maston swatting away everyone. Draken, Guilt and Atlas were the only ones left standing as vanguards, while Sven and Celeste were sent back to Valhalla in a single punch. Now Raven. Ashton gave a psychic order and Raven, hiding within Maston's shadow, jumped out, dagger ready to pierce Maston's shoulder. However, instead of being surprised, Maston smirked. He was well aware of Raven's presence from the moment the assassin blended with his shadow. As soon as Raven appeared, Maston ignored everyone, grabbed the assassin's neck and squeezed it till Raven's head exploded. Ashton was dumbfounded, and so were his summons. None of them could believe the strength Maston possessed. Let's get rid of the small fries, shall we? Maston took a deep breath and roared. His screams left the arena in tatters. Even the protective barrier couldn't hold up against it. As for the summons, they got ripped apart instantly. Ashton was left in a daze, his ears constantly ringing from Maston's wide area attack, despite having a high tolerance for being stunned. Maston's movements went unnoticed in his chaotic state, and it was already too late by the time he noticed him. No chance in hell. Ashton exclaimed, holding his scythe. No matter how strong Maston's attack was, it wouldn't mean shit if he couldn't land it. Interesting choice of weapon, Maston praised Ashton. Unfortunately, even the scythe would be of any use to you. Maston's comment left Ashton confused, and Maston, being the nice guy he was, ensured Ashton had no doubts after their spar ended. To Ashton's absolute bewilderment, Maston's punch connected with his torso, forcing him through the barriers and into the spectators' area. A barrier that could seemingly withstand the force of 3 nukes shattered in one blow. Ashton's mouth kept spewing blood like a broken faucet. His chest would have been wholly shattered if he wasn't wearing the Hydra scale armor. Medics immediately rushed to aid the fallen mercenary. Thankfully it was a private session, or whatever respect Ashton had cultivated amongst his peers would have shattered instantly. Through his blurry vision, Ashton noticed Maston running towards him. He overestimated Ashton's defense and used a third of his full strength in that punch. I'm terribly sorry, Reaper. I went overboard with the attack. Maston mumbled while scratching his chin. I'll make sure this is the first, and the last time something like this will happen. How? Ashton wanted to ask him something, but the pain was too much. Don't talk now, Lyhud mumbled. Otherwise your wounds might reopen. It's fine now. Ashton winced in pain, but his desire to know Maston's answer shut off some of the pain. How did you manage to hit me while I was phasing? Seriously, that's what you're concerned about now? Maston shook his head before laughing. Very well then, I guess I could tell you about it. While the medics were fixing Ashton, Maston sat down next to him and explained whatever he wanted to know. He first explained to Ashton the different realms of strength among A grade beings. The gist was that there were roughly 300 levels between A and S grades. While one would reach the A grade around level 150, they'd have to reach level 450 even to be considered an S grader. That's where the difference between A grade beings came into play. For example, Phantom was probably between levels 150-180, and that's why Ashton could defeat him, while Maston stood comfortably around level 214, which meant he was much stronger than Ashton's initial detection skill had revealed. It's because the system established by Zyrans is to conceal their true strength. Maston explained, unfortunately for them, people like Flint Mace and me can also exploit these loopholes. I see. Ashton replied, now for my final question. How did you hit me while? Think about it yourself. Maston shrugged and got up. Think of it as your homework. Also, General, please don't help him this once. You got it. Oi. Chapter 527 Educational Beating 2. The days changed, but Ashton's losing streak remained the same. Had his goal been to defeat Maston, his losing streak would have made some sense, but he couldn't even land a single hit on him. Sometimes Flint Mace would join them as a spectator, and every time he did, Maston would go extra hard to cut the spar short. Ashton used every trick in his book to help make Maston falter, but every time he would lose. Got your answer yet? Maston mocked Ashton before offering him a hand. That aside, you are slowly getting better. At least you can block my jabs. Want some more salt to rub on my wounded ego? Ashton smiled and massaged his blackened cheek. Maston slowly increased his power levels throughout the week to keep Ashton at bay. However, he would probably never admit to it. Therefore, it showed that Ashton had progressed through their short but fruitful spars. That said, Ashton still needs to figure out how Maston was able to hit him in his Grim Reaper state. Even after spending countless nights reading the skill description repeatedly, he had no idea why Maston was an exception to the scythe's innate ability. The description read, after equipping the scythe, the user could phase through any attack directed at them. This ability can be triggered once every 3 minutes. Unless Maston's attacks were literal attacks, which they were, Ashton's body should have no problem phasing through his menacing punch. If only I can dodge him once, I might be able to sweep him, Ashton thought while assuming a fighting position. As usual, Maston wished for his ancestral god's blessing before engaging in combat. At first, Ashton thought it was a bit weird, but he soon realized a man like Maston could draw strength from any medium he deemed fit, even devotion. Before he knew it, Ashton began admiring Maston's battle rituals, but unfortunately, he didn't know of a god who would hear his pleas. After all, the gods he grew up learning about turned out to be space pirates and a bunch of intergalactic genocidal dictators. Referring to Zyrans as intergalactic genocidal dictators, I like that thought. As for your progenitors, well, stop yapping and let me focus. Just then, Maston rushed at him, his fingers clenched in a fist. Usually, Ashton would have his mind occupied by the thought of defending himself, but after trying that method for a week, Ashton knew it was time to change tactics. If he would get hit by the punch either way, it'd be better to learn a thing or two about Maston's attack technique in the process. Within moments, Ashton felt a familiar sensation spread throughout his body. Pain wrapped its tentacles around him, embracing him like a long-lost twin. But even in pain, Ashton was smiling. I told you not to hit him in the face, Flint Mace chuckled. Now look at him. He's lost his mind. Shush it, drama queen. Maston covered his mouth, trying his best not to laugh. He's fine. He's laughing because he finally found the answer he had been looking for all this time. With that, Maston walked up to his apprentice, offering him a hand. So what is it? The blurriness around your fists. Ashton softly spoke. It's space manipulation, isn't it? Maston smiled and snapped his fingers, and just then, the space around his finger distorted. It almost appeared as if someone had grabbed the area around the finger and twisted everything like a sheet of paper. Ashton's guess was correct. It wasn't that the scythe was failing him, but Maston's ability to manipulate space. Essentially, the scythe could only protect its user's body as long as it was in its original state. However, whenever Maston's fist was about to connect to Ashton's phase physique, The strong aura around Maston's punch would distort his body in a way so that the scythe won't be able to continue phasing his new morphed body anymore without sacrificing the safety of the rest of his torso. In other words, one could think of Ashton's body as a lake. When the tiniest of nails is vertically put into the lake, it won't create a ripple effect, hence, the lake would remain undisturbed. Therefore, Ashton would be able to phase through the attack. However, when a stone is thrown into the lake, it creates ripple effects. In order to contain the ripple effect and not cause damage to Ashton's entire body, the scythe forced itself to sustain the ripples in a tiny portion. Maston's space manipulation technique was the ripples the scythe had to contain, which could have two outcomes. 1. Do not block the strike and let Ashton's entire body bear the pain, and potentially damage him irrecoverably. Or 2. Contain the attack force in a small portion, leaving the rest of the body unaffected. The scythe chose the latter option as it had a higher survival rate for its owner. Impressive, Flint Mace applauded a mummified Ashton. Despite being a Zyron, it took me a day to reveal the secret of Maston's ability, yet you managed to accomplish it in a week. It would seem General Astaroth did not make a mistake after all. Oi. I might not be your general anymore, but show some respect to your elders. I would have if Zyrons abided by such prehistoric norms. Flint Mace smirked before turning his attention to Ashton. As for you, Reaper, although you have figured out Maston's ability, you still need to knock him off his legs. One step at a time, Ashton mumbled while struggling to get back on his feet. Uncovering your secret took precedence over knocking you down. Now that it's been taken care of, the second half of your test will be cleared soon. Overconfidence. No, it ain't overconfidence but dedication. Ashton smirked, staring at Maston. I won't stop trying till I take you down, my good sir. It might not be today, tomorrow, or within a month, but I will get what I set my eyes on one day, and that's inevitable. Chapter 528 Empowering the Ghosts 1. Besides being beaten black and blue, Ashton had another job: expanding his faction's power. By the time the ghosts reached the tower, ONI officials had sorted most job applications into categories. Despite their best efforts to shortlist deserving candidates, the number of applicants after the initial weeding stage was still beyond 10,000. From production to strategies and from combat to support, each category had at least 1,000 applicants, excitedly waiting for the news of their selection or rejection. As if that wasn't enough, the news of Ashton's successorship sparked another wave of applications coming his way. It was to the point he could no longer procrastinate it. After registering the Inhumans as mercenaries, our numbers have increased to 53, sir. Leon reported, I understand we need better and stronger forces, but our funds are limited. Don't worry about money, Ashton interrupted while wiping off some sweat. I have more than enough to spare if it's for the faction. Just make sure to hire talented people. As long as you do that, I have no qualms about the expenditure. As you wish, Captain. Oh, by the way, this is the list of combat and production applicants you requested. You can handle their employment, ONI, and I can take care of the others. Ashton slumped on the bed as soon as Leon was out the door. While creating a faction, he had no idea it'd be so hectic, or he would have appointed someone else as the captain and solely focused on training his butts off. You made your decision, now you've got to face the music. What? It's an idiom, you idiot. I already have too much going on with me. Please don't force my remaining brain cells into labor. What kind of labor? I swear. Alright, chill. Malekith locked the doors. Don't permit entry to anyone except Anna. Ashton mumbled, and instantly a tiny humanoid holograph appeared standing on his chest. The holographic AI was called Malekith, named after the Darkelvan god of warfare and tactics. Having a conscious AI as a butler was something anyone could afford, and Ashton was one of them. There was a significant difference between conscious AI and programmed ones, which also showed why the latter kind was much cheaper to acquire than the former. While the programmed AIs were designed to do a particular job by being coded specifically for a job, the conscious AIs were, in essence, a person in a digital body. One could also say conscious AIs were nothing but digitized life forms that weren't programmed but birthed by a person, usually a deceased person. Malekith was one such AI who shared the persona of a god, and was gifted to Ashton by Lord Testicles on behalf of the Orion Emperor. The money spent acquiring a Malekith-like AI could effortlessly force a civilization into bankruptcy. For the Empire to hand it over like a gift was enough for Ashton never to let go of such a strong ally. Read, Sugar Daddy. First, the gift of the fastest ship in the galaxy, and now Malekith Orion Empire's intentions were obvious. The Empire wanted Ashton as an ally, and a confidant. It was the only explanation for why they generously commemorated his most minor achievement. Not that Ashton was complaining, as Malekith was a multipurpose AI. There was nothing he couldn't do as long as he was given the appropriate tools to accomplish a task. While lazing on the bed, Ashton was hit by a sudden idea. Judging by his broad smile, it had to be a good one. Say, Malekith, are you up for a test? You might be my master, but am still a god. Malekith calmly replied, that said, I'm aware how mortals like to test a god's power to solidify their belief in the supernatural. So yes, I am prepared to show you the might of a god. Take this list. Without wasting a beat, Ashton shoved the tablet with the list of applicants into Malekith's hands before slipping into the blankets. Please rearrange the list based on power levels and innate abilities that might come in handy. He continued, also, if possible, mark the candidates you think I should employ without fail, along with a note on why you think so. As for me, to ensure you have a peaceful environment to work in, I'll take a short power nap. Before Malekith could respond, Ashton covered himself in the blanket to avoid taking any responsibility. Out of all the mortals, why did I get stuck with him? Malekith mumbled before scanning the list. Incompetent, oh look. Another useless creature. I would rather exile these fools than employ them. Meanwhile, a figure shrouded in spatial darkness stared at the blank screen in front. The man snapped his fingers, and the repeat telecast of Flint Mace's announcement played. The man had been watching the same thing every waking moment for a week. Once Flint Mace's close aide was now stuck in a maximum security prison far away from the galaxy. The light from the screen revealed the man's blue skin as he kept twitching in his place. It felt like the mere sight of Flint Mace filled him with anger. Thankfully, the blue-skinned man didn't have to see him much or even hear about him. Being in prison had its perks. However, the news of Flint Mace's sudden plan was too big not to reach his ears. Wanting to know more about it, the man spent whatever caps he had earned during his time in prison to get a monitor and news subscription, just to see a backstabber's smiling face. Look at the bastard. The man grumbled, how dare he smile after what he did to me, to us. You'll never learn, do you? He got up and shut the screen before casually walking to his cell door. As if on command, the doors opened automatically, with a guard standing there to welcome the prisoner. Lord Asmodeus, how can I be of service? The guard bowed before the man. Get me a ship, Asmodeus snarled. It's time to reclaim what we, the precursors, gave away, with the One Above All's blessing. Chapter 529, Empowering the Ghosts 2. Xian bent his tall and muscular body near the forest wall, holding his breath, trying not to scare his prey away. With his trusty energy bow by his side, he intended on finishing the creature in one swift move, as it would earn him the most points. The shot had to be perfect. Releasing the arrow early would only injure the deer-like creature and make it flee. That was the last thing Xian wanted, as someone else would enjoy the fruits of his labor. However, if he delayed the shot, the creature might easily dodge it. As if that wasn't enough, the Harunas had a keen sense of hearing, which meant from the moment Xian pulled the bowstring, he would roughly have half a second before the Haruna charged away. I can't take any chances, Xian thought. It has to be a perfect strike. The tree behind Xian fluttered with the wind, catching the Haruna's attention. Xian held his breath as the creature stared in his direction, as even the smallest amount of sound or movement would alert the prey. After a second or two, content with his observation, the Haruna returned to grazing the field. As it lowered his head, Xian sprung to action, releasing the arrow. The arrow whizzed past through the foliage of leaves and struck the Haruna straight in the neck. The creature collapsed as soon as the arrow struck. However, no blood dripped from its wound as it disappeared into nothingness. All right, Xian, that's enough. The speaker buzzed as the forest disappeared, similar to the Haruna. Xian sighed before leaving the simulation chamber to look at his score. Despite giving his best, he ended up in the 11th position. Damn it, I was too slow. He sighed, his eyes didn't leave the scoreboard. I knew joining the ghosts wouldn't be easy, but this is ridiculous. The scoreboard displayed the time taken by each applicant to kill a Haruna. Although Xian only took 3.46 seconds, The ones above him took less than 2 seconds. That said, dozens of them failed to clear the quest and were on their way back to being the mercenary they were before. Xian found a semblance of joy as he was able to qualify despite not ending up in the top 10 ranks, as he expected. Standing before him was a crowd like no other. Every mercenary affiliated with the tower was present to test their mantle against the tests planned by the Ghost Lieutenants. Even the soldiers from Orion Empire were not an exception, just like the Gold Water Mercs. Everyone wanted to have a part of the Ghost's newfound success. While countless others were still being tested, the doors leading to the corridor were flung open, and Reaper's trusted lieutenants walked in. However, everyone's attention was focused on the lady leading them. Wearing a red tank top and black leggings hugging her waist, Anna was a sight to behold. Her beauty made jaws drop wherever she went, but her combat skills were equally astonishing. After all, she had shown her skills to the applicants right before the selections began. It was to boost everyone's morale and show them the talent a combatant under the Ghost should possess. Stare all you want, but do not dare to make a move on her. The man standing next to Xian mumbled, "The things shed due to you will unlock a new kink within you, and believe me, you won't like it." Xian jumped back, surprised by the man's friendly demeanor and the weirdly close distance between them. "Who the heck are you?" "Roderick Kretz, at your service." The man elegantly bowed before kissing Xian's hand. "Oh, back off." With every passing moment, Xian's urge to kill Roderick increased tenfolds. Who was the weird guy, and why the hell did the fucker have the urge to keep touching random people? "Is everything alright here?" Weimar approached them, and only then did Xian realize everyone's eyes were on him. "Yes, sir. We were just where the heck did he go?" Xian pointed where Roderick should have been, but there was no one there. Before Xian could say something, Anna joined them. Just by her expression, one could tell she was annoyed. "What's wrong?" she asked Weimar. "We got a daydreamer here," Weimar chuckled while pointing at Xian with his thumb. "No need to worry though. I'll take care of everything here." Anna nodded before heading to the next area where the mages were being tested, but not before scanning Xian from the corner of her eyes. "Now then, those who managed to kill the Haruna in less than 5 seconds follow me," Weimar announced. "As for those that didn't, I would like to thank you for wasting your time. See ya." Weimar's words were met with silent hostility as the wound of not getting selected was already deep, and the rhino's words only rubbed salt in them. Lai had promptly stomped on Weimar's feet before correcting him. "Please don't be discouraged. Even though you might have failed this time, the ghosts will have more openings in the future. We'd love to see you again when the time comes." "Thank you." As usual, the soft-spoken healer had a way with words. While delivering discouraging news, Lai had also gave them hope for the future. Just like that, Weimar's words were already forgotten, and the mercenaries left the room without a fuss. As everyone left, Weimar's eyes were fixated on Xian's. The fucker hadn't turned his face away from Anna's direction, even though she was nowhere to be seen. It was a usual occurrence for them, as Anna was a succubus, so random stares made sense. However, Weimar knew something was off with Xian. He couldn't pin it, but his gut was almost screaming that something was seriously wrong with the bastard. If the bastard had not scored well in the test, I'd have thrown him out without hesitation. Weimar sighed. "I believe I have to do something about him, and soon." Chapter 530. This is business. While the ghosts were preoccupied in the tower, quite an exciting scene was developing on Earth. The vampires and the werewolves were face to face with the wealthiest group of merchants operating in the galaxy for the first time in their lifetime, and it wasn't anything they had expected. Odiga and Ricochet immediately recognized them by the massive logo on their ships. The symbol represented the solar system the merchants were based in. It was also a precautionary measure against being attacked by rogue organizations and to signify their power. Upon realizing a crowd had gathered in front, a group of people disembarked from the spaceship, led by a 7-foot-tall cannonbalooka-like alien. The merchants wore expensive clothing, unlike anything the Earthlings had seen before. One could say the grandiose clothes made them appear as if they were angels sent to Earth by God to serve them and make the planet a better place. While calling them angels would be off the mark, the latter part was genuine. The Illuminary merchants were there to make the Earth a better place, but for their benefit. Ricochet and Odiga approached the visitors without wasting any time. After all, the sooner they stated their business, the sooner everyone would return to their usual tasks. How can we be of assistance, gentlemen? Ricochet extended his hand to greet them, only to have a tentacle wrapped around it. You must be this planet's representatives. How good it is to meet you. The alien spoke in his squeaky voice. The name's Concruit, and I'm here on behalf of the Illuminary Merchant Association to discuss the development prospects of your beautiful homeworld. That was awfully quick of you, Odiga said with a friendly smile, but her mind was running in overdrive. It hadn't been that long since the news of Ashton's success had spread across the Orion system. Although she had expected some merchants to arrive, these people arrived much sooner than they could have. It could only mean one thing: the Illuminary merchants were already en route to Earth before Ashton achieved greatness. The question was, why? As far as she knew it, Earth should not have any resources other civilization could be interested in. Yet, for the most influential financial group to arrive there meant they knew something she wasn't aware of yet. I would expect nothing less from Lady Shadow. Concruit heartily laughed. Your intuition hit right in the mark, but what I said remains true. The Illuminary merchants are here for our mutual benefit, and we bear no ill intention towards Earth or its people. Odiga decided no matter the merchants' intentions, it would be unwise to push someone like them away. To be honest, she felt confident that pushing them away would send the wrong message to the rest of the community. Such a scenario might portray Earth as an unfriendly planet for business, which was the opposite of what Ashton desired. Despite Ashton's accomplishments, his planet was still viewed as a backward planet. Hence there were limits to how much Odiga could counter the merchants' offers. That would have been the case had it not been for Ashton's close relationship with the Orion Empire, and being the next Tower Master. Concruit might not admit it, but establishing close ties with Ashton would make their reputation go up by leaps and bounds. As they helped Ashton, the Empire and the Tower would look favorably on them, and might even make them official partners. Odiga smiled on the inside. At the moment, Earth was more important to the merchants than it was to its people, and she planned on exploiting that knowledge to the full extent. We all know how this goes, so let's get down to business, shall we? Odiga boldly suggested, crossing one leg over the other sensually. Her experience as an ONI's director had taught her quite a few things, including the power of seduction. Be it negotiation or interrogation, feminine charms rarely fail to pay off. Another benefit was that she knew all about Concruit's species' common fetishes. Fetishes, which Odiga planned on carefully exploiting for the duration of their meeting to get a preferable deal for the Earthlings. Concruit chuckled while gawking at her legs. Getting straight to business is a quality all merchants appreciate. Ahem, we suggest starting with the 5-step terraforming technique to establish control over the uncharted territory of the planet. Why not use the 6th step? It'll be more stable and easier to administer and oversee. Don't you think? Odiga smacked her lips. Ricochet, who happened to be sitting next to her, was getting increasingly uncomfortable. In the entire time he had known Odiga, he had never seen her behave so brazenly before. He knew firsthand what Odiga was doing, but that didn't mean he was immune to her charms. Thanks to Odiga, he felt something rising between his legs even though her words and actions were not directed at him. If Nora saw me like this, she'd rip little Rico off and shove him in my mouth. Thankfully, the painful thought was enough for his blood to rush back to his brain and save him some pain. Little Rico lived to see another glory-filled day on Earth. Of course, the 6-step process would be more efficient, but considering the logistics, Concruit tried interjecting, but the words escaped his mind when confronted with Otiga's charms. In the end, not only did he agree to terraform the secluded parts of Earth using Otiga's preferred method, but he settled to do it for half its price. The remainder of the meeting went similarly. Concruit would pitch an idea, and Odiga would suggest an upgrade and get him to agree on ridiculous demands. In exchange, Earth would have to give trading rights and preferential treatment to the Illuminary Merchant Organization. In a gist, before one could do business with Earth, they would need to get approval from the Illuminary merchants first. In a way, Concruit would become the finance minister of Earth. At the end of the day, both parties were pleased with the agreement and made it official. Although terraforming would take up years to complete, Earth was officially no longer a backward planet from that moment onwards. Chapter 531 Something Sinister 1. You with the bow. get to the next training section, Weimar ushered Shane away from the common testing area. Ashton had given his lieutenants complete freedom over the selection process, and Weimar wasted no time exploiting his privileges and ushered Sean towards the combat section. The applicants would have to face each other in a knockout tournament, but it was scheduled to be the next round. However, Weimar allowed Sean to skip a stage, stating he had already proven his worth. In hindsight, Weimar intended to clear his doubts regarding Sean and being the brute he was. A spar was the only way he knew to accomplish his objective. I appreciate the offer, but I would like to continue with the hiring process like the rest of us. Upon noticing Weimar's stature, Sean tried wiggling out of the situation, but Weimar had other plans. I'm fine. You can leave now, Weimar said politely. As Sean headed towards the others, Weimar grabbed the archer by the shoulders and pushed him towards the exit. The confused archer stared back at Weimar, unaware of what was happening. Sir, disobedience means immediate termination. As your superior, I asked you something and you failed to deliver, Weimar said with a poker face. As such, you are disqualified from further. Weimar, can I have a word with you? Lyhud interrupted with a smile. Lyhud had noticed Weimar's weird obsession with Sean and decided to act before the brute did something troublesome. This incident wouldn't have been out of the ordinary if Sean was stronger than him, as Weimar had a habit of challenging stronger individuals to spars to test his mettle. However, being a marksman, Sean was much weaker than he was, and the gap between their combat skills was evident to Lyhud, so Weimar's strange behavior was a bit concerning. What's wrong with you? Lyhud whispered, picking on the weak isn't something you do. He isn't weak, Weimar calmly replied, that fucker is hiding something. Think about it for a moment, there's a bounty on Reaper and anyone could try to. Weimar, what are you? Shush. Don't interrupt me and listen. Would there be a better opportunity than now to get closer to Reaper and blindside him later? Lyhud opened his mouth to say something but then opted for silence. ONI officials had run countless extensive background checks on everybody present there. However, if someone like the Metal Sharks or the unknown cult truly intended to do, they could send someone undercover with some difficulties. Lyhud casually gazed back towards Sean and understood something weird was going on. The man was way too calm than he should have been in such a situation. Fine. Do what you have to, but don't. I won't overdo it, Weimar smiled, clasping Lyhud's hands with his. You have no idea how much I love you now. Lyhud stood staring, flustered by Weimar's words, as he raced towards Sean. God damn it. My shitty luck never leaves my side, Sean complained. The news of the first sparring session spread across everyone like wildfire. Within moments, hundreds of spectators had gathered inside the area while more eagerly watched on from the outside. You ready? Weimar asked the archer while flexing his wrists. The ghosts cheered for their beloved lieutenant, but something was off. Unlike his previous brawls, he wasn't carrying his precious shield. It seemed it was giving the poor archer a handicap to make things fair. However, Lyhud knew better. Although Weimar primarily went into battles as a tank, he was an equally gifted martial artist. Though he did not like to show his skills, unlike his behavior, he didn't like beating down anyone with his fists. The last time he used his fists, he couldn't restrain himself, and his opponent had to be rushed to the hospital. Lyhud remembered, God, I hope it doesn't get to that point this time. I'm ready. A simulation of a forest replaced the empty arena, and the crowd broke into cheers. It was the perfect setting for an archer as it had a lot of places for Shane to hide and attack without fearing Weimar's rampant attacks. Sean drew an arrow from his quiver and knocked it onto his bowstring. He pulled the string back to his cheek, took aim, and without any hesitation released the arrow. The arrow whistled through the air and found its mark in a tree trunk near Weimar, who had been slowly approaching his opponent. Having revealed the archer's location, Weimar, unperturbed, dashed toward Sean. He dodged to the left as Sean fired another arrow, and then darted forward with a lightning-fast punch into the tree Sean was camping on. Sean leapt backwards to avoid the strike, narrowly missing it. He quickly reached for another arrow, but before he could knock it, Weimar closed in and delivered a flurry of punches and kicks. Sean tried to keep his distance and fire arrows, but Weimar was too quick, too relentless. The spectators gasped as they hadn't thought Weimar would go all out since the beginning. Sean knew he had to change his tactics. He waited until Weimer's guard was down and then lunged forward with his bow as if it were a staff and swung it at Weimer's legs, hoping to knock him off balance. Nice try, Weimer smirked, but you're too weak. Overconfidence is a bitch. Xian revealed his crooked smile. Weimer realized something was off, but there was no time to react. He leapt over the attack, but Xian had anticipated this and fired an arrow at Weimer's exposed back. The arrow struck true, but Weimer barely flinched. People did not call him a rhino for nothing. His thick hide cushioned the arrow's blow, and it hardly damaged him. Unfortunately, the same couldn't be said for Xian. Weimer spun around and caught the next arrow out of the air with his bare hand, throwing it back at Xian with deadly accuracy. Xian was taken aback by the move, but he quickly regained his composure, dodging the arrow at the last possible second. He then fired another arrow at Weimer. This time, however, Weimer was ready, and he caught the arrow between his teeth and closed in on Xian. What the hell? Xian exclaimed. Countless people had countered his arrows before, but it was the first time someone used their teeth to stop the attack. Weimer was an animal. Xian didn't know what to do. He had never encountered a martial artist like Weimer before. He fired off another arrow, hoping to buy some time, but Weimer caught it in midair and snapped it in half. The more you panic, the easier it is for me to kick your butt. Weimer snarled. Shane bit his tongue. With no more arrows left, Xian was forced to fight Weimer with his bow as a makeshift staff. Unlike him, Weimer didn't have a weapon. As long as he could outsmart the raging martial artist, he had a shot at victory. The two combatants clashed, trading blows back and forth. Xian was a skilled archer but was no match for Weimer's martial arts prowess. Within moments it was clear that Weimer was toying with his opponent. Maybe I was wrong about him. In the end, Weimer emerged victorious, knocking Xian to the ground with a swift kick to the chest. As Xian lay there, gasping for breath, Weimer stood over him and extended a hand. Good fight, he said, helping Xian to his feet. You're a worthy opponent. Xian nodded, still catching his breath. You too, he said, admiration in his voice. I've never fought anyone like you before. So thank you for it. Weimer smiled. That's what makes it fun, isn't it? But before Xian could reply, his vision went dark. Something ominous was about to happen. He could feel it. Something was taking control over him, something sinister. Chapter 532. Something sinister too. Weimer watched warily as Xian miraculously got up on his own. It shouldn't have been possible from the level of beating he had taken. But what surprised him even more was Xian threw away his bow and brought his fists up to his face. Xian stared at him like a man possessed. Bloodlust dripped from his eyes. The Xian in front wasn't anything like the one Weimer had put down mere moments ago. Guess I was right after all, Weimer scoffed. I don't know what's going on, but even a dumbass like me knows you're not the same as before. Weimer got tensed and ready for the fight that was about to come. He knew that Xian wasn't a skilled martial artist, but he had never seen him fight like one before, and as such, he was unsure of what to expect. The two men circled each other, each waiting for the other to make the first move. Finally, Xian struck first, his fist lashing out with lightning speed. What the hell? Lai Hut mumbled under his breath while the rest cheered for Xian. Weimer barely managed to dodge the blow. But before he could counterattack, Xian was on him again, moving with a fluid grace that seemed almost supernatural. Despite his years of training, Weimer needed help to achieve the level of skill Xian displayed. Weimer fought back as best he could but soon realized he was hopelessly outmatched. Xian's movements were too quick and precise, and his blows were too powerful to withstand. Weimer was struggling hard as Lai Hut watched on from the sidelines. However, it didn't take a genius to figure out something was amiss. That said, Lai Hut couldn't sit idle. Weimer, keep him busy. Doesn't look like I have any other choice, Lai. Weimer yelled back before covering his face with his forearms to block the strike. Despite his best efforts, Weimer found himself slowly being pushed back, step by step, as Xian continued to dominate the fight. He was forced to retreat, dodging and weaving as Xian's fists and feet came at him from all angles. As the fight wore on, Weimer began to feel a sense of unease. There was something different about Xian, something that he couldn't quite put his finger on. His movements were becoming more erratic, and his eyes began glowing with an eerie light. But nothing seemed weirder than his crooked smile. It was then that Weimer realized that Xian had been possessed by some dark force, something that was using him as a vessel for its own twisted purposes. Despite this, Xian continued to attack relentlessly, his possessed form becoming more powerful and devastating with each passing moment. Weimer struggled to keep up, trying desperately to defend himself against the flurry of blows that Xian unleashed upon him. But it was all for naught. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, Xian delivered one final, crushing blow that sent Weimer crashing to the ground, defeated and broken. By now, even the spectators realized the fight had turned into a battle for life, with Weimer trying his best not to die. But alas, they could do nothing due to the shield separating the spectators from the fighters. "Fuck, someone get the lieutenants." Someone yelled. "Oh, go try to get the barrier down." Yet someone else chimed in. The arena broke into havoc with the mercenaries trying their best to get the situation under control. As he lay there, battered and bruised, Weimer realized that he had never faced an opponent like Xian before. He knew had been lucky to escape with his life, and wondered what would become of Xian now that he was under the control of something so dark and sinister. Fuck, am on the verge of dying, and am wondering about my murderer's well-being? What the hell is wrong with me? Xian's second personality had taken complete control over their body, and it was clear that he would not give up without a fight, even if his opponent was already down. Weimer lay on the ground, battered and bruised, as the possessed Xian approached him again. The second personality was different from Xian's usual demeanor. He was ruthless and merciless. It seemed to relish in the pain he was causing Weimer, striking him with powerful blows that sent him reeling. Weimer could feel himself losing consciousness, the world around him growing dim and fuzzy. He knew he was no match for this otherworldly force and was about to meet his end. Kakik, go to sleep. But just as the second personality was about to deliver the final crushing blow, a figure appeared out of nowhere. It was Ashton, and behind him was Lai Hud, who had rushed to call him for help. Ashton had seen the possessed Xian manhandle Weimer, and knew that he had to act fast to stop the madness before it was too late. He charged forward, moving with a speed and precision that outmatched Xian's own. Thanks to his training with Maston, Ashton's moves were on a whole different level. For the first time, Xian dropped his smile with a look of a grimace. "You have nothing to do with us. Leave and let me enjoy my prey." Xian snarled, but his voice was nothing like his usual self. "Your prey?" Ashton scoffed. "I think you're mistaken, fucker. That's my ally and you're the prey." The two clashed in a flurry of blows, each trying to gain the upper hand. But Ashton was different from Weimer. He had the experience that only a few achieved, and he knew how to read his opponent's movements. The skill didn't make Ashton invincible, as many predictions were involved, which wasn't always on point. However, the talent was more than enough against an opponent like Xian. Xian had been fighting for a long time, and slowly his movements got sloppier. Capitalizing on it, Ashton landed a powerful punch that sent Xian's second personality reeling. The punch was like a trigger, as if a switch had been flipped, and Xian was back in control of his body once more. He stumbled back, looking around in confusion as if trying to figure out what had just happened. Weimer lay on the ground, gasping for breath as Ashton approached. "You okay?" Ashton asked, extending a hand to help Weimer up. Weimer nodded, still dazed from the beating he had taken. He looked over at Xian, who was now standing there, looking shell-shocked and bewildered. "What happened?" Xian asked, his voice trembling. Ashton sighed, wanting to punch Xian some more. "That kid's back to being himself. TSK, such a shame." "Ashton." Yeah, I'm not doing anything." Xian noticed everyone's hostile gaze. Weimer groaned in pain. It was then he saw Weimer's pathetic state. "How? You have a split personality disorder," Ashton said. "And your other personality just tried to kill Weimer. But don't worry, you're not in trouble, and it'll get you the help you need, hopefully." Xian looked down, his face twisted in pain and confusion. "I don't understand," he said softly, staring at his bloodied fists. "Something like this has never happened before." Ashton looked at him with a mixture of sympathy and concern, unlike before. "We'll get through this together. All right." Chapter 533, Gone Bear. Anna sat across from Ashton as they discussed the possible recruitment of Xian. Anna had reservations about bringing him on board. but Ashton seemed convinced he would be a valuable asset. After all, Malekith had handpicked him also after seeing what what his second personality was capable of. Ashton knew he couldn't let him go. However, the ghosts wouldn't be pleased with his decision, especially after what Sean did to Weimer. His unpredictable and explosive nature would cause unease among the faction, and might get in the way of their missions. "I'm telling you, Anna, this guy is exactly what we need," Ashton said, leaning forward in his seat. "He's skilled, resourceful, and not afraid to get his hands dirty. Well, at least his alternate self isn't. We need people like him on our team if we're going to survive in this business." Anna shook her head, her brow furrowed in concern. "I don't know, Ashton," she said. "There's something off about him. I don't trust him, and I don't think he's a good fit for our group. On top of that, he can't even control his other self." Ashton sighed, clearly frustrated with Anna's reluctance. Even then, he knew Anna wasn't being adamant for her sake but for everyone's well-being. Also, what she said about Sean not being in control of his strength was entirely true. But with Astaroth's help, Ashton was confident he could tame Shane's rogue side. Another reason Ashton was adamant about including him was his selfishness. In a way, Ashton saw himself in Sean when he first discovered Astaroth, and wanted to help him reconcile with his other half like he and Astaroth did before it was too late. "I understand your concerns, but we can't afford to be picky," he said. "We need all the help we can get, and who knows, this guy could be the difference between success and failure on our next mission." Anna crossed her arms, still unconvinced. Indeed, they need to recruit strong individuals for the team, especially with the cult and metal sharks on their tail. But Sean was like a double-edged sword, and his involvement could become a curse at any moment. "But what if he turns on us?" she asked. "What if he's working for someone else, or he has his own agenda that doesn't align with ours? What is the second persona is an act?" Ashton shrugged, a determined look on his face. He had already confirmed Sean's words through heartbeat sense and detection. However, he couldn't explicitly tell Anna about it. "We'll keep an eye on him, of course," he said. "But we can't let fear control our decisions. We need to take risks if we're going to stay ahead of our enemies." Anna sighed, knowing that Ashton had a point. They were always in danger, always one step away from disaster. They needed every advantage they could get, even if it meant taking a chance on someone who might not be entirely trustworthy. "Trust me, will you?" "Fine," she said reluctantly. "But if anything goes wrong, it's on your head, not mine." Ashton smiled, standing up from the table. "Don't worry, Anna, I've got this," he said. "Love you." "Love you too, buffoon." Anna watched him go, feeling a sense of unease in the pit of her stomach. She knew that this decision could come back to haunt them, but she also knew that there was no turning back now. They would just have to hope that their new recruit was as valuable as Ashton believed him to be. The next day, Ashton knew that he had a big task ahead of him. Sean was still struggling to control his powers, and Ashton knew that if he didn't intervene soon, the consequences could be catastrophic. He had seen what Sean was capable of when his powers were unleashed, and it was frightening. Ashton called Sean to his training room, an ample space filled with all kinds of equipment and weapons. Sean walked in nervously, knowing that Ashton had something important to discuss with him. "As you know, Sean, your powers are getting out of control," Ashton began. "If we don't do something about it soon, there's no telling what kind of damage you could cause." Sean nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. He had been struggling to control his powers and knew he needed help. "That's why I'm going to help you," Ashton continued. "We're going to work on your control, focus, and discipline until you're able to use your powers without them taking over. It's funny you're lecturing someone about losing control. Let me focus, could you?" "Right, Sensei." Gomber. Ashton knew that teaching Sean to control his powers would be slow and challenging, but he was determined. They started with basic breathing exercises and visualization techniques to help Sean focus his mind. Ashton was no yoga expert, but he kept following Astaroth's advice, hoping the bastard wouldn't make a fool out of him. Ashton noticed the doubt on Sean's face and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Trust me," he said. "We'll start slow and we'll work our way up. You'll get there, I promise." Sean took a deep breath and focused his mind. He reached out with his powers, which was easier than expected. However, the archer did not expect to see a familiar face inside his head. "Roderick." the same man who had kissed his hand before Weimer dragged him for a spar. It also meant everything that happened with Roderick was inside his head. "Hello's Junior," Roderick bowed once again. "Have you made a decision yet?" "Decision?" "Yes, to give up your desires and submit to me." Roderick snarled, "I'm confident you'll love the experience." Xian's vision got clouded, and despite trying his best, he couldn't control himself. Roderick was once again in control of his body, but the moment Ashton sensed things did not go as planned, he knocked Xian out. "It's going to take a while, isn't it?" Ashton sighed, staring at the unconscious Xian. "You didn't expect to achieve your goal in a day, did you? Would it be too much to ask for?" Chapter 534 Gangster of Iconium 1. After a few days of practice, Xian began to notice a difference. He could hold his focus for extended periods, and his powers were becoming more predictable. However, Roderick refused to accept defeat. He would pop up once in a while and relentlessly attack Ashton as if everything was his fault. Had Ashton not interfered, Roderick would have slowly assumed control over Xian's body like a parasite. To counter the raging moron, Ashton started introducing more advanced exercises, such as involving his summons to tame Xian's rogue side. At first, Xian's opponents were Celeste, Gokung and Sven, as they could control their strength while keeping Xian or Roderick in check. The progress was slow, but it was steady. Xian's control improved bit by bit, and he was able to channel his powers with more precision. But there were setbacks too. Sometimes Xian's emotions would get the best of him, and his abilities would spiral out of control. In those situations, Ashton would immediately call out Atlas or Dolos. Those two did not show their enemy mercy, whether it was Xian or Roderick. Soon Roderick grew docile, but only in Atlas or Dolos' presence. He was still hostile towards Ashton, and sometimes, even his summons would fail to control him. Ashton was always there to help him through those challenging moments when they happened. He would talk to Xian, calm him down, and guide him back to his training. If not, he would kick his over and over till Roderick retreated on his own. Ashton, being the kind and gentle soul he was, never gave up on Xian, even when it seemed like progress was slow. "Oh, stop, it's me. It's me." Xian screamed in pain as Ashton kept kicking him. "Don't blame me. You're the one who failed to keep him in check." Ashton smiled before offering Xian a hand. Eventually, Xian was able to master the basic techniques, and they moved on to more advanced exercises like sparring with himself or with Draken the Chimera. Once Xian began sparring with them regularly, he discovered his dormant powers to create powerful energy blasts and even move at superhuman speeds. It was a remarkable transformation. Ashton was proud of what Xian had accomplished, but he knew the journey was far from over. Xian's powers were still unpredictable, and he needed to learn how to use them in a controlled and focused way. After a week of recruitment drives, the ghosts had expanded to the point they could take on multiple jobs simultaneously, and were no longer required to move together to finish a meager job. The expansion was much needed because of this. Ashton mumbled while staring at his personal tablet given to him by Maston. "That reminds me, I still need to find a way to defeat him. Focus on the task at hand first." Malekith squeaked from inside the tablet. "Ahem. As per your request, I have sorted the job requested based on difficulty, urgency, and payment. No need to thank me." "Thanks, your lordship." Ashton exclaimed mockingly. "Now go and help Anna. She mentioned needing your assistance a while ago." "Fine." Ashton shook his head, amused by the little god's temper tantrum. "Most of the jobs will be handled by the new recruits, and the remaining will be taken care of by the lieutenants." But more importantly, Ashton wanted to try something. After Xian gained some control over his powers, Ashton decided it was time for him to start using his abilities in the field. It was why he was going through the list of job requests. Just then, a mission caught his eye. The task was to stop a dangerous gang causing chaos in the city of Iconium, located on an essential monetary planet close to the tower. The gang was involved in various illegal activities such as drug trafficking, arms dealing, and extortion, and they were becoming increasingly violent. The gang was led by a ruthless leader named Diego, who had a reputation for being cruel and unrelenting. He had a large number of loyal followers who would do anything to protect him and his interests. No one had seen what he looked like, but according to the intelligence attached to the job request, Diego would be leading the charge in their next escapade. According to the reports, the gang was planning a major heist at a bank in the city. Thankfully, Iconium was a well-mapped planet with exclusive jump portals that Ashton and the ghosts could use to reach the planet in less than 3 hours. Ashton decided to act quickly and assemble a team, including Xian, to intercept the gang before they could carry out their plan. Time to see you in action, Xian. Xian expressionlessly stared at Ashton. The next day, the sun was just starting to set as Ashton led his team towards the bank, where they needed to intercept the thugs before they could carry out their plan. Ashton led his team of mercenaries towards the bank, his eyes scanning the surroundings for any signs of danger. Apart from Viper and Xian, most were newbies they had recruited mere hours ago. Ashton gestured for his team to huddle up, and he spoke in a low voice. "All right, listen up. This is a high-risk operation, so we must be on our toes. We need to move quickly and quietly to avoid attracting any unwanted attention. Whatever happens, don't get caught in the crossfire. Is that clear?" Ashton asked, looking around at his team. The mercenaries nodded in agreement, their expressions solemn. "I can't stress the importance of staying alert enough. Keep your eyes open and your weapons ready at all times. We don't know what kind of opposition we'll be facing, so be prepared for anything," Ashton added, his tone firm. Xian spoke up, his voice low but confident. "Don't worry, Captain. We've got this," he said, his eyes glowing with energy. Ashton smiled, nodding in approval. "I know you do. But remember, we're a team and we need to work together to make this happen." "Let's move out," he said, gesturing for his team to follow him. The mercenaries moved out, their weapons ready and their eyes scanning their surroundings. Ashton led the way, his mind focused on the task at hand. He knew that the success of this mission depended on his team's ability to work together and stay alert. And he was confident that they were up to the challenge. As they approached the bank, Ashton could see the tension and apprehension in Xian's eyes. He knew that this was the first real test for the young man, and he had to make sure that he didn't let his powers get the best of him. "Don't depend solely on your fists," Ashton placed a hand on his shoulder. "You're an excellent archer as well. Try to use it to your advantage if things get out of control." Xian nodded and left to hold his post inside the bank along with Viper, while the team set up a perimeter around the bank, preparing for the gang's arrival. Ashton had instructed everyone to be on high alert and to wait for his signal before engaging the enemy. They did not want innocent blood to mark their close. Minutes turned to hours, and the team grew increasingly anxious. They knew the gang would arrive soon, and they had to be ready for anything. Suddenly, Ashton heard a faint sound in the distance. He signaled to his team, and they all readied their weapons. A few seconds later, a convoy of strange cars appeared in the distance. Ashton could see the gang members inside, per the images attached to the report. All of them were heavily armed and ready for battle. "It's been a while since I have used one of these." Ashton smiled while assembling a sniper rifle. Ashton gave the signal as the cars approached the bank, and the team sprang into action. Gunfire erupted as the two sides clashed, and chaos ensued. Taking advantage of the chaos, some gangsters snuck inside the bank, thinking they'd be safe. Not even a moment later, their unconscious bodies were thrown out of the bank as Viper and Xian charged towards the enemies. Xian, for his part, was a force to be reckoned with. He moved quickly and skillfully, dodging incoming fire and taking out gang members left and right with his energy blasts and superhuman strength. In the meantime, Viper backed him up expertly. No one could get close to the deadly duo despite using a shit ton of bullets to put an end to them. As Xian and Viper engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the enemy, Ashton kept a watchful eye on them, ready to provide backup if needed. He picked off any enemies that tried to sneak up on Xian or Viper, his aim precise and deadly. "Good work, team. Keep it up," Ashton said, speaking into his earpiece. Xian and Viper continued to fight their way through the enemy forces, their movements swift and precise. They worked well together, taking down their opponents with ease. It was only a matter of time before the goons decided to retreat, only to be trapped by the local law enforcement. The mission appeared to be successful, but was it true? Chapter 535 Gangster of Iconium 2. Ashton's team was making good progress, taking down enemy after enemy as they made their way closer to the bank's entrance. However, just as they were about to reach their objective, things suddenly turned for the worse. A loud explosion shook the ground beneath them, and Ashton's team was thrown off balance. The blast had come from a nearby building, taking out a large portion of the street in front of the bank. Dozens of gangsters were also killed in the explosion, but it didn't seem like anyone cared about them. Law enforcement couldn't reach the gangsters anymore. The gangsters were overjoyed. As long as they took care of the ghosts, no one could stop them. Fucking hell. Ashton quickly assessed the situation, realizing they had stumbled into a trap. The enemy had planned for their arrival, and had set up a series of explosives to take them out. Fall back, fall back. Ashton shouted into his earpiece, his voice urgent. Xian and Viper quickly disengaged from their opponents and followed Ashton's orders, retreating to a nearby alleyway. The rest of the team followed suit, their movements swift and panicked. Ashton had intended to refrain from interfering in the job directly, as it was supposed to test the new recruits. But considering how things had taken a sudden turn for the worse, he might have to put an end to the drama himself. He scanned the area, looking for any signs of the enemy. He knew they were in a vulnerable position and needed to regroup quickly if they were going to survive. We need to get out of here now. Move it, people, Ashton said, his voice firm. The team moved quickly, their weapons at the ready. They ran through the streets, ducking behind buildings and avoiding enemy fire. Ashton used his sniper rifle to take out any enemies that got too close. Fuck it. Let's head back now, Xian, Viper urged before throwing a couple of Diego's foot soldiers. Xian didn't say a word and nodded, agreeing with Viper. However, before they could make it to safety, a man appeared out of nowhere and charged straight at them. He was tall and muscular, with a shaved head and a thick beard. His eyes glinted with anger, and his fists were clenched tightly at his sides. Well, well, well. Look what we have here. A bunch of rats trying to steal from the big cheese, the man said, his voice low and gravelly. You two are the worst of the lot, so you'll face the worst punishment as well. As he approached, he let out a fierce roar, and Viper and Xian stepped forward to confront him. But the man was too strong, too fast, and he manhandled both of them, slamming them to the ground with brutal force. Ashton watched in horror as the man continued to pummel his teammates, his fists moving in a blur of motion. He knew that he had to act fast if he was going to stop him. Without hesitation, Ashton stored the rifle in his inventory and jumped into the fray, tackling the man to the ground. The two rolled across the pavement, fists flying as they fought tooth and nail. But as they grappled with each other, Ashton used detection and realized something. The man he was fighting was none other than Diego, a notorious criminal who had been eluding the authorities for years. You? Diego gasped before laughing despite his pain. Reaper? The famous mercenary? Ashton looked down at him, his face grim. What are you talking about, Diego? Diego laughed again, his voice wheezing. You really don't know shit, do you? This entire operation, it was all a trap. The cult had been planning it for weeks. I thought it was all for nothing, but here you are, trapped like a rat in a cage. With that, Diego lunged at him. Ashton's eyes narrowed as Diego charged at him, fists flying. He sidestepped the first blow and brought his elbow down hard on Diego's back. The man stumbled forward but recovered quickly and spun around, lashing out with a powerful kick. Ashton dodged the blow, feeling the wind from it brush past his face. He took a step back, his mind racing as he tried to figure out Diego's next move. Diego moved fast, his punches and kicks coming in rapid succession. Ashton ducked and weaved, dodging each blow with ease. He knew he was the better fighter and his opponent lacked proper training, but Diego was relentless. He seemed to have an endless supply of energy and showed no signs of slowing down. In the meantime, the ghosts extracted Xian and Viper while clearing up a path for the police to arrive. But they couldn't go further away due to heavy fire. Finally, Ashton saw his opening. Diego overextended on a kick, and Ashton used the opportunity to sweep his legs out from under him. Diego hit the ground hard, his head bouncing off the concrete. Ashton moved in for the finishing blow, but Diego's eyes snapped open before he could land it. The man let out a wild laugh, and suddenly he was on his feet again, his fists flying. What the? Ashton was caught off guard, and for a moment he was on the defensive. Diego was more robust than he looked and fueled by some kind of primal energy that gave him superhuman strength. Diego's eyes went black as a new surge of energy filled his body. But Ashton was no slouch. He countered each blow with precision and power, slowly pushing Diego back. Diego's actions got increasingly erratic, but Ashton finally got another opportunity to shut him down. He delivered a swift uppercut to Diego's chin and crumpled to the ground. Ashton stood over him, panting. He could feel his heart pounding in his chest. For a moment he thought that the fight was over. But then Diego's eyes flicked open again, and he laughed wildly. "You really are something, Reaper. Too bad it's all for nothing." "Oh, shut it." Ashton landed a powerful punch to Diego's stomach, causing him to double over in pain. Diego stumbled backwards but quickly regained his composure and lunged at Ashton again. Ashton sidestepped him and delivered a swift kick to his back, causing Diego to fall to the ground. He rolled over and got back up, a twisted smile on his face. "You're good, Reaper," he said, wiping blood from his mouth. "But you can't beat us. You can't beat the cult." Ashton tensed up, wondering what Diego was talking about. Diego tried to attack again, but Ashton was too quick. "That's enough," a voice called out from behind them. Ashton turned to see Viper standing there, holding Sean up with one arm. Viper had a nasty cut above his eye, but he seemed to be holding his own. Sean, on the other hand, was slumped over, barely conscious. "You've already lost," Viper said, his voice steady and controlled. "Feel free to stay back if you want to spend the rest of your life in prison." Diego's grin faded as he looked around and saw that his fellow cult members had been taken down by the ghosts and police. He sighed and shook his head. "You haven't seen the last of us," he said before disappearing into the darkness. Ashton watched him go, his mind racing with questions. The cult was growing more desperate, but most importantly, it seemed the ghosts, or at least the tower, had some rats leaking his plans to the enemies. "I might have to take care of these bastards sooner than I thought." Chapter 536. No Victor. After returning to the tower, Ashton, Anna, and Maston sat around a table in the meeting room, discussing the events that had just transpired. Anna was frowning, her arms crossed tightly over her chest. She had a feeling things were going too smoothly and something would go wrong. However, even she hadn't expected the cult to be the source of their problems again. "I can't believe the cult was behind all of this," she said, shaking her head. "We should have seen it coming. Diego is a loose cannon." Ashton leaned back in his chair, his expression grim. "Who knows whether what he said was even true or not? Whether it was true or not, we'll need to do a full investigation into the cult's activities on this planet. They may have other operatives here." Maston cleared his throat. "I'll get the president's approval for the mission and let you know." Anna nodded, her eyes relaxing a bit. "Thank you. Also, we'll need to be more careful moving forward. We can't afford to let them catch us off guard again." Ashton nodded in agreement. "We'll also need to reevaluate our recruitment process. We can't risk bringing in any more operatives who might have ties to the cult." "What?" Anna was taken aback. "One of us betrayed us?" Ashton shrugged. He wasn't sure about it, hence he wasn't pointing fingers. But thinking the cult's presence on Iconium was a coincidence would be a fool's gamble. He pulled out a tablet and began typing. Moments later, Malekith appeared before them. His voice no longer represented a god, but a loyal AI. "I'll start compiling a list of potential candidates for further screening," he said, and disappeared into the tablet. Anna sighed, running a hand through her hair. "This whole situation has been a mess. But at least we could stop the cult's plan before it could do any real damage." Ashton remained silent on the topic. Diego said it wasn't over and that Ashton was trapped, and as for damage, Sean's critical condition was enough to wound Ashton's pride. Then there was the energy surging within Diego. Had it not been for that stupid power, Diego would be under arrest, and they'd be interrogating him instead of solving mind puzzles on their own. Ashton nodded in agreement. "We'll need to remain vigilant, though. This won't be the last time we face the cult. We also need to figure out how to handle the financial repercussions of this," Anna said. Her brow wrinkled in concern. "Iconium is demanding compensation for the damage caused during the mission." "Tell them to pound sand." Ashton lashed out but soon regained his senses. "How much?" "Don't worry about it," Maston mumbled. "They have no right to demand compensation from the ghosts, as the contract prohibits them from doing so. The most they can do is refuse your payment, which they already have." Ashton nodded. Money wasn't his concern at the moment, and the well-being of his trusted soldiers took precedence over everything. We also need to focus on Sean's recovery. He's in the hospital right now because of my mistakes. Ashton sighed. Sean was supposed to be his tool like Bommond was, but now he got turned into a potato because of his stupidity. Relax, he'll be fine, or so I hope at least. An hour later, Ashton stood before the glass window, watching Sean lay unconscious in his hospital bed. He had been there for several hours now, recovering from the injuries he sustained in the battle against the cult. Viper joined him, standing silently beside him, his eyes fixed on Sean. "How is he?" Viper asked softly, breaking the silence. He was injured as well and was covered in bandages, but Viper's astonishing healing speed did wonders for him. Ashton sighed, running a hand around his neck. "The doctors say he's stable, but he's not waking up. Do you think it's because of his powers?" "It's hard to say." Ashton shrugged. "We don't know much about his abilities, but I'm starting to think they might have something to do with it." Viper nodded, his eyes still fixed on Sean. "It's a shame. He's a strong fighter. It would be a loss to our team if he can't continue. We'll give him all the time he needs to recover. And then we'll help him get control of his powers so that he can fight with us again." Ashton turned to him, his expression serious. "We'll need him. The cult won't stop coming after us." Viper nodded in agreement. Ashton turned to the window, his gaze fixed on Sean's still form. "We'll be ready for them. And we'll make sure Sean is ready too." The two men stood in silence for a few more moments, lost in their thoughts, before Ashton turned to Viper. "Let's go. We have work to do." Viper nodded and followed Ashton out of the hospital room. All of them had to be prepared at all times to face the cult. The cult leader sat in his dimly lit chamber, seething with anger. He had just received the news of the failed operation on Iconium, and he was not pleased. His followers trembled in fear as he paced back and forth, muttering curses under his breath. "Damn it, damn it, damn it." The cult leader, a tall and imposing figure with a face covered in a hood, slammed his fist on the table in anger. The other members of the cult cowered in fear as he yelled at them for their failure to capture Reaper. "I trusted you all to carry out this mission successfully, and you have all let me down," he bellowed. "You were supposed to bring me Reaper, not disclose our plans to him on a platter." The cult members hung their heads in shame as the leader continued his rant. "We cannot allow him to interfere with our ultimate goal. We must find a way to eliminate him before it's too late." One of the members spoke up hesitantly. "But my lord, Reaper is a skilled and powerful mercenary. He also has the support of the Colonel Tower in the Empire. Fighting him heathen would be catastrophic." The cult leader let out a growl of frustration. "Excuses? Do you think that will appease me? We had everything riding on this operation, and you and that bastard, what was his name? Diego. You and Diego let him slip through your fingers." He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. "We cannot let this setback stop us. We will regroup, we will come up with a new plan, and we will strike again. But this time we will not fail." His subordinates nodded in agreement, relieved that their leader's rage had subsided, at least for now. But they knew that the cult leader would not rest until he had achieved his goal, no matter the cost. Chapter 537, A Prisoner's Request. In the days that followed, the ghosts continued their raids on Iconium cities. No corner was left unturned in their search for clues, but every raid proved fruitless. The goons working for Diego were clueless about his whereabouts or his affiliation with the cult. To them, they were still part of a liberation army fighting for the oppressed, and Diego had brainwashed them so much that they refused to see the blatant truth in front of them. Ashton realized there was no point in interrogating them since they knew nothing useful. But one day, a surprise revelation came from one of the goons. He claimed that right before the attack on the bank, Diego had met with a hooded figure who had given him a file of tablets. After consuming the pills, Diego's strength increased drastically. Ashton now knew how Diego kept bouncing back. Even after receiving a severe beating, he was high on drugs. The goon further revealed that the meeting with the hooded figure was why they had arrived at the bank way past their planned schedule. Unfortunately, that was all the goon knew. Based on the goon's description, Ashton had no doubts that the hooded figure was a representative of the cult. However, there was no way for him to determine the identity of the man Diego worked for. It wouldn't matter even if you had a crystal-clear photograph of him, Maston mumbled through the comms. The cult is a secretive organization that never sees the light of day. They always hire people like Diego to do their dirty work, while reaping the rewards from the shadows. Ashton nodded in agreement. Although the metal sharks and the cult were colluding against him, he knew that the cult was far more dangerous than a mere terrorist organization. The Tower and ONI had some information about the metal sharks, but the cult was a complete enigma. After Maston mentioned it, even Ashton realized a pattern in his interactions with the cult. Despite constantly being in each other's way for God knows how long, Ashton had never had a direct confrontation with the cult. Whether it was the incident on Euphoria, Acuna, or Iconium, the cult had always hired run-off-the-mill mercenaries or gangsters to stop him, but they never came face-to-face with him. While the cult didn't have the numbers that the mercenary tower or the metal sharks possessed, their secretive nature was enough to topple any power bigger than their own. Ashton felt a sense of unease as he contemplated the power of the cult. He had been too focused on taking down the troubles on Earth and the Zyrans, believing them to be the main threats. But now he realized that the cult was the true enemy he should have focused on all along. He wondered how many other organizations had been destroyed by the cult's shady tactics. How many other people, like Diego and his goons, had been manipulated and brainwashed into doing their bidding. Ashton knew he needed to find a way to take down the cult, but he had no idea where to start. The thought of facing an organization that was so elusive and powerful made him feel small and powerless. Ashton clenched his fists in frustration. He was tired of playing this cat-and-mouse game with the cult. But what could he do against an enemy he couldn't even see? Ashton sighed heavily, realizing the gravity of the situation. So we're pretty much screwed then? He asked, a tinge of frustration in his voice. Maston paused for a moment before responding, not entirely. We still have a few leads we can follow up on. It's just that the cult operates differently than the other organizations we've faced before. ONI and I will do our best to track down those sly cowards. Ashton nodded, understanding that this was going to be a difficult task. I do have someone who could help us, Maston spoke softly. I'll send you the details in a while. Meet me there and come alone. Involving anyone else could put their lives in danger. Prison, really? Ashton asked Maston as the prison popped into view. Sometimes you got to see things from the other side. Maston nonchalantly replied before turning towards the pilot. Take us to docking port B12. Affirmative. The pilot replied before taking a sharp turn. The intergalactic prison was a vast, sprawling complex, occupying an entire moon on the galaxy's outer rim. From a distance, it looked like a metallic monolith, its jagged edges glinting menacingly in the harsh light of the system's sun. As their ship approached, Ashton could see the intricate web of security systems that guarded the prison's perimeter. A ring of energy shields, powerful turrets, and swarms of automated drones created an impenetrable barrier that would deter even the most daring of escape attempts. The ship docked at the designated bay, and Ashton stepped out, his heart racing with a mix of anxiety and excitement. He had never set foot inside an intergalactic prison before, and the thought of facing some of the most dangerous criminals in the galaxy made him want to turn them into summons. They would be great foot soldiers if you could get them on a leash. It's an honor to meet you, sir. The prison warden awaited their arrival and immediately jumped to greet Maston. Likewise, Maston smiled before introducing Ashton. I don't think I need to tell you who this young man is? Of course not. Who wouldn't know the tower's successor? The warden replied and shook Ashton's hand. Shall we proceed? Maston nodded and they headed inside. The entrance to the prison was a massive reinforced gate guarded by a team of heavily armed soldiers in sleek black armor. They scrutinized Ashton's credentials before allowing him to pass, thanks to his background as a mercenary, warning him that any attempt to cause trouble would be met with deadly force. The warden could only look at the guests as the prison's AI kept warning them over and over. The prison was a maze of narrow corridors, dimly lit cells, and the constant hum of machinery. The air was thick with the smell of disinfectant, and the sound of clanging metal echoed throughout the complex. The cells were tiny, cramped spaces, barely large enough for a single occupant. The walls were made of dull, gray metal, and a small barred window offered a glimpse of the desolate landscape outside. Each cell was equipped with a simple cot, a sink, a toilet, and nothing else. Ashton walked past row after row of cells, each containing a lone criminal. Some were sitting quietly, staring at the walls with vacant expressions, while others were yelling and screaming, their voices echoing down the hallways. Despite the bleakness of the surroundings, Ashton could sense a quiet tension in the air, a feeling of suppressed violence that hung over the prison like a dark cloud. He knew that the slightest provocation could ignite a riot at any moment, and they would be caught in the middle of it. They made their way through the corridors of the high-security prison, their footsteps echoing off the walls. He was here to visit an old friend who could help him take down the cult. "We're here," the warden announced before opening the cell. "Remember, you only got 10 minutes. Maston nodded before entering the cell. Ashton followed suit. "Maston, my man." "Long time no see," the prisoner said, looking up to see who had come to visit him. "Hey Jack," Maston said, smiling at his friend. "How have you been holding up?" "I'm doing okay," Jack replied, shrugging his shoulders. "Same old routine, but it's better than the alternative." Maston nodded sympathetically before introducing Ashton. Apparently, Jack had been a skilled hacker who had run afoul of the law when he had gotten involved in some illegal activities. Maston met him while working on a case years ago, and they had become good friends. He then convinced Jack to turn his life around and use his skills for good, and he helped him get a reduced sentence in return for his cooperation. Once Maston was done, Ashton explained the situation to Jack and asked for his help in tracking down the cult. Jack listened intently, nodding every once in a while. "I can definitely help you with that," Jack said after Ashton had finished. "I have some contacts in the underground hacking community who might be able to get me some information on the cult." Ashton smiled, relieved. "That would be great, Jack." Jack grinned. "Anything for you, Maisie man. But there's a catch." Maston raised an eyebrow. "What kind of catch?" "I need you to do me a favor first." Jack hesitated before replying. Ashton frowned. "What kind of favor?" "It's complicated," Jack said, his expression turning serious. "I need you to break someone out of this prison." "What?" "Jack, that's crazy. We can't do that." Ashton's eyes widened in surprise. "I know it's a big ask," Jack said, holding up a hand, "but this guy needs to get out of here and I can't do it on my own. He's a good man, Ashton, and he doesn't deserve to be locked up in here." Ashton thought for a moment, weighing his options. On the one hand, he needed Jack's help to take down the cult. On the other hand, he couldn't risk his freedom and reputation by breaking someone out of prison. "It would have been one thing to get you out of here. But if it's someone else, I need to think about it," Maston said finally. "I'll get back to you." Jack nodded, understanding. "Take your time, man. Just remember, I'm here to help you. And I know you won't forget about me." Maston nodded, smiling slightly. "Of course, Jack. You're my friend, and I appreciate everything you've done for me." Ashton turned to leave, feeling conflicted. He knew he needed Jack's help to take down the cult, but Ashton didn't want to risk everything he had worked for just to help a stranger escape prison. "You're seriously considering his proposal?" Ashton exploded as soon as they were alone. "Look, if I go through with it, and that's a big if, it would not be for your sake but for everyone," Maston replied. "The cult is getting out of hand, and I don't want rogue organizations like them to cause chaos in the galaxy. Let's just leave." As he walked through the corridors of the prison, Ashton's thoughts were consumed with the dilemma he faced. He needed to find a way to take down the cult without compromising his values or putting himself in danger, no matter how tough it might be. Chapter 538, Uncharted Territory 1. Despite not wanting to entertain Jack's request, it was the only shot Ashton had at tracking down the cult. However, before that, he wanted some sort of guarantee that Jack knew something worthwhile. Maston conveyed Ashton's words to Jack, who gave him a couple of coordinates and dates. Ashton immediately knew what it was and dispatched ONI agents to verify his doubts, and they did. Both of the coordinates were places with cult's presence. Unfortunately, even those people were being used by the cult like countless others. Not a single cult executive was found in either of those places, but thanks to Jack's help, the ghosts were able to evade two massive disasters. Jack had proved his worth, and it was Ashton's turn to do the same. Even though it wasn't going to be easy, Ashton leaned back in his chair, the glow of the holotable casting a dim light on his face. He looked up at his team, who were gathered around the table, deep in discussion. Maston, Anna, Leon, and Odiga, the most resourceful individuals he knew, had all gathered to plan the prison break. The stakes were high and the risks were enormous. But Ashton knew that if anyone could pull it off, it was this team. As for Odiga, Ashton had to use the portal of Eastern Palace to get her to the tower as fast as he could. Planning a prison break would require her knowledge and expertise. In front of them was a detailed map of the prison. It wasn't easy to get, but Maston came through. The prison was a massive, sprawling complex, even more extensive than what Ashton had expected. It was heavily guarded and fortified with the latest technology, making it nearly impossible to penetrate. But that was precisely what they had to do. So, hey, race what we know. Maston ran his fingers over the map, studying it intently. The prison is located on the edge of the galaxy, far from any major trade routes. It's a high-security facility constructed by the Orion Empire, heavily guarded by their military personnel. Leon nodded in agreement. The facility is also equipped with some of the most advanced security systems in the galaxy. We're talking about biometric scanners, energy shields, and surveillance cameras that detect the slightest movements. Ashton leaned forward in his seat, his eyes fixed on the map. So, how are we going to get in? Despite their defenses, we have one advantage. The prison was built over 100 years ago, and it hasn't undergone any significant upgrades since then. Odiga chimed in. The security systems might be advanced, but they're still outdated compared to what we have today. No wonder that AI was pissed. No one wants to run on a bad circuit. Ashton ignored Astaroth's comment and continued with the discussion. If that's the case, why hasn't been a single escapee in decades? Anna raised a valid question. The entire prison is one planet. One might escape the prison, but how will they escape the planet without transportation? Odiga replied. That's good news. But we need more than just outdated security systems to pull this off. Ashton sighed. We need to know the facility's defenses, the guard rotations, and their weaknesses. Everything. Do you have any info regarding it? Maston immediately turned towards Odiga, who shook her head. The Orions are notoriously secretive about their military operations. We'll have to gather that information ourselves. We know the Emperor, right? Why don't we get help from them? Anna quizzed, but Ashton immediately shot down the proposal. Just because they were on friendly terms did not mean Lord Testicles would help them. Moreover, they had no idea where the cult could have their spies. Therefore, calling for their help would be like broadcasting their plans for the entire galaxy. For now, let's try and keep this within ourselves, Ashton replied. I'll think about asking them for their aid when there's no other way. What about the target? Odiga cleared her throat before speaking. I've managed to gather some intel on the prisoner we're breaking out. His name is Dr. Tarek, a brilliant scientist who was wrongfully imprisoned for refusing to work with the Zyrans. Alarm bells went off in Ashton's head. Zyrans? What the heck do they want from a scientist? It beats me, we're too prideful to ask for someone's help even if we were in dire need of it. Could Zyrans be behind the cult? Don't be ridiculous. Why would we engage in something of that sort? If we wanted to dominate the lower civilizations, we'd have done so without much thinking. Ashton nodded understandingly. The Zyran were the overlords of the galaxy, and they were the last people to use underhanded tricks to achieve their goals. Unless they are dealing with precursors. Meanwhile, Odiga continued, Tarek is being held in the highest security cell, and the only way to access it is through a biometric scanner. Would need the warden alive and cooperative to pull Tarek out. Ashton sighed. These complications were the reason he wanted no part in Jack's scheme. Unfortunately, it was too late to back down anymore. Maston knew what was happening inside Ashton's head, so he continued the meeting instead. As for the infiltration, we have a few options. The first is to infiltrate the prison by posing as guards or officials. But that would require a lot of preparation and resources, and there's a high risk of being discovered. What's our second option? Anna asked, her eyes bright with anticipation. Maston smiled. The second option is more daring. We'll fly under their radar, land near the prison, and breach the walls with explosives. It'll be a high-risk operation, but it's our best chance. Leon frowned. It's not the time for jokes, sir. No amount of explosives would ever breach those walls. My bad, Maston shrugged. I have thought of something. Since the prison AI is always frustrated, no one pays attention to it. The AI also happens to be the one controlling all of the prison's defense and surveillance. Which means if we could replace the AI, would be in control of the entire planet. Exactly. Odiga can figure a way to get one of us inside to do the job. Maston proposed, and Odiga readily agreed. But Ashton knew that the most challenging part was yet to come. Alright, we have the intel and we have the tech. But how do we get in and out of prison without being detected? Maston smirked. That's where I come in. I've already made arrangements for a diversionary attack on a nearby Orion military outpost. ITLL draw their attention away from the prison, giving us the window to get in and out undetected. Ashton leaned forward, his eyes locked with Maston's. But what if something goes wrong? What if we're caught? Maston's smile faded. Then we're screwed. But we're not going to be caught. We're going to plan this meticulously every step of the way. We'll practice our infiltration and extraction methods until we can do it in our sleep. And when the time comes, we'll execute flawlessly. Ashton nodded, feeling a sense of determination rising within him. Alright, let's do this. We'll start gathering intel and training immediately. Chapter 539 Uncharted Territory 2. A week later. He got hit. The warden roared in a fury. This bitch had one thing to do and he got hit by truckin'? The warden stood tall, towering over most beings with his imposing presence. He was an alien with broad shoulders standing over 8 feet tall. His skin was a deep shade of purple, and his eyes were a piercing yellow that seemed to glow in the dimly lit prison corridors. The warden's face was stern and unyielding, with a strong jawline and a square-shaped head. His hair was short and spiky, a dark shade of black that contrasted with his purple skin. The warden wore a black, form-fitting uniform that hugged his muscular physique, with golden accents that denoted his rank. But the one thing everyone feared about him was his weapon of choice. The warden carried a large staff made of an unknown metallic material, which he used to control the prisoners and enforce his authority. The rod emitted a low hum, and the end was adorned with a glowing purple gem, which seemed to pulse with energy. At the moment, the messenger on his knees in front of him was moments away from tasting the warden's massive rod. Fortunately for him, the warden had essential matters to care for. Leave. Don't show me your face till it's time to collect your salary. The messenger did not waste a moment and darted out of the chamber with his dignity intact. However, the warden didn't have the pleasure of feeling at ease. Since the prison was located near the end of the Orion Empire, the emperor or his officials rarely checked in on the happenings on the prison planet. The warden had the freedom to do as he pleased, and in a way, he was the uncrowned king. However, something happened that could take away his crown. Despite the protocol stating that no unauthorized person should be allowed to stay on the planet without the emperor's approval, the warden appointed a plethora of women under false identities to entertain him after a long, tiring day. It wasn't like women were forbidden from living there. It was just that spouses who had been with their husbands or wives for more than 15 years and were good citizens were allowed to live with their spouses. It was a measure so that the prison employees don't leak some crucial information under the guise of love or lust. Also, not having unnecessarily eliminated the risk of escapees finding shelter in the deserted world. While the warden could have used his position of influence to wiggle out of any inquiries if the emperor was provided with definitive proof, there was nothing much he could do to save face. That's why the warden feared his secret might get leaked after Maston's unexpected visit, and rushed to make arrangements to avoid detection. Zorathar, the warden's right-hand man and accomplice in his crimes, was supposed to get the women off the planet and was transporting them, women, in a prison vehicle to the ship. However, the truck never made it to the launching pad, and today he got the news that another car had apparently hit the vehicle. Zorathar was unconscious in the hospital, but the ladies were missing. Goddamn it, Zorathar. The warden slammed his fists on the table. I can't even question him since the fucker slipped into a coma. It was then a sinister plan popped into his mind. Zorathar and I are the only ones that know about the ladies. Even if I can't find them, I can kill Zorathar and pin the blame on him. Little did the warden know the messenger was still waiting outside the chamber, listening to his plans. This motherfucker. The messenger mumbled as his demeanor did a complete 180. Odiga, you got that? I got a lot more than just the recording, Reaper. Otaiga's calm voice echoed through the earpiece. That should be enough to keep the warden busy for a month or two. For now, find an output, plug Malekith in and let him take over the prison. Roger, Ashton replied before adopting the messenger's awkward and scared demeanor. Ashton had been practicing his alteration ability for a week, and his efforts were totally worth it. Not one soul suspected him, and with the warden's panic-stricken state, fooling him was no difficult task. Just wait, you disgusting bastard. Karma will soon rain on your parade. The warden was correct. Maston had noticed the illicit activities he had been nurturing, and Ashton was the one who took down Zorathar. As for the girls, they were on their way to the tower with Anna. That too in the same ship that the warden had booked. Ashton knew he must thank the ONI agents for mishandling the warden's request. The warden was exploiting the girls, and the prisoners were allowed to have fun with the ladies for an appropriate price. The fact that the girls were trafficked to the prison and held on the planet against their will was enough for Ashton to rip the warden's genitals and feed them to him. But he had to keep his calm. The warden will receive what was in store for him, just like Zorathar did. Any consideration Ashton previously had for the warden's well-being was no longer in his mind. He was going full scorched earth. I hope you'll enjoy this gift half as much as I would, bastard, Ashton mumbled as he finally arrived at the control room, where the prison's AI system was. He took a deep breath and walked up to the gate. The guard standing there checked his ID and credentials, and after a quick scan of his face, he was allowed inside on the warden's special instruction, which he never gave. The room was empty except for the hundreds or so systems that were present there. Ashton rushed to the nearest computer and immediately plugged in the drive containing Malekith. Wow, you made it here. Malekith commented moments before the prison's AI detected a threat. Intruder alert. The AI yelled, but Malekith, being the superior one, quickly overpowered the existing AI before shoving it into the drive. Malekith was inside mere moments ago. Ashton's heart raced while he waited for Malekith to succeed. He knew that if he were caught, the consequences would be dire. But he had a mission to complete. Mission accomplished, Malekith said with a smile. Now leave. It'll take a while for me to take over the systems completely. Come back in a week and it'll be ready. Got it, Ashton replied before heading towards the gates. You take care now. This human. Malekith sighed. He is so annoying. Ashton took a deep breath and made his way out of the prison, taking care to avoid the guards and cameras. He changed his face back to his own as he left the front gate and walked away, feeling relieved that his mission was a success. Outside, Odiga was waiting for him in their ship, all smiles as she shoved a screen into Ashton's face. We did it. Most of the prison systems are under our control. Ashton nodded. The prison systems were sound. It was the useless warden who made it so weak to infiltrations. After all, if not for the warden who used his fund to buy sex slaves instead of investing it in upgrading the prison, things would have been very different. Chapter 540 Xylopian Trouble 1. While Malekith worked his magic to corrupt the prison systems, Ashton and the rest of the team focused on making money. Why? Because they had too much time on their hands and they also wanted to test the recruits. That said, Ashton and Anna couldn't accept jobs recklessly as they both were the targets of the cult, and they also had to prepare for the prison break. As such, the responsibility fell on Lehud's and Weimer's shoulders to guide the newbies. Lehud's nurturing nature and Weimer's strictness were the perfect combinations to teach the newbies everything they needed to know. Meanwhile, Inhumans and Metahumans joined them in their quest, hoping to earn some quick buck. It's a shame Viper wasn't cleared to participate in this mission, Alina whispered as the Inhumans got ready in the hall. Jay, being the reserved, enigmatic guy, only nodded. He was more interested in the mission. After all, it was their first mission as mercenaries, and he wanted to ensure he performed exceptionally. Alina knew what was going on inside the Dumbus head, so she decided to distract him by giving him a quick peck on the cheek. Can you relax? She joked. It's a run-off-the-mill mission. Moreover, we have two of the best lieutenants to carry us. Be bold and smile, moron. Jay finally gave in and smiled. After all, she was correct. The monster subjugation mission shouldn't be difficult, especially with the caliber of machinery they were carrying. Just then, everyone's communications pinged. It was a message from Lehud with an attachment. Jay immediately clicked on it, and all the information they'd need to complete the mission was inside the file. Alina and Jay stood in the small briefing room, reviewing the data they had received about their upcoming mission. The planet they were going to, Verdantia, was known for its harsh terrain and dangerous wildlife, making it difficult to operate in. Okay, so we're looking for a creature called the Zorax, Alina said, pointing at a holographic display. It's known for its extremely potent venom, and we need it for the cure Towers Pharma Company is developing. I thought it was a mission to kill the beasts, not kidnap them. Nichols, one of the metahumans, shrugged. Might as well kidnap some big titty. However, before he could finish expressing his carnal desires, Lyhud and Weimer entered the room, all geared up for an adventure. Good to see you all so energetic this morning, Weimer barked. I hope you all received a message from Lieutenant Lyhud? The crowd of 400 mercenaries nodded simultaneously. Good, because you should know about your enemies before striking them. Lieutenant Lyhud would give you the rest of the debriefing as well. With that, Lyhud tapped the center table twice, and a holographic map materialized out of thin air. It was a map of a section of Verdantia. Not a lot is known about Zorax as they mostly keep to themselves. But recent reports have shown the peace-loving Zorax attack anyone and anything that comes their way. Weimer continued, it's our job to get things under control, and while we are at it, trap some of them and bring them back to the tower for further examination. Lyhud tapped the table again, and the terrain map was replaced by one that depicted the cave system. We have reason to believe that the Zorax is located in a cave system on the other side of the planet, which means we'll have to trek through some pretty rough terrain, Alina said, checking her equipment list. Exactly, Lyhud nodded. However, don't worry about the equipment. Vice President Maston has been kind enough to lend us everything we'd need. With that, Lyhud and Weimer exit the room, leaving the recruits to do their thing before boarding the ship. However, as they were going, Weimer couldn't help but show his dumb side. Do we really have everything? He asked. I mean, that cave system is extensive, and Zorax is not the type of creature anyone wants to be trapped within a closed space. I think so, Lyhud said, holding up a small device. I've got this scanner to help us locate the Zorax once we're in the cave system. And we've got plenty of food and water for the journey, and whatever we lack would be taken care of by the locals. Soon the ghosts boarded 3 ships. The first 2 carried 100 recruits, while the smaller ship belonged to Weimer and Lyhud. While the other 2 ships mainly served as cargo ships, the latter was equipped with all amenities, making the recruits feel a tinge of jealousy towards the lieutenants. You look excited about our first mission. Jay teased Alina. Alina nodded, her eyes scanning over the maps again. Okay, we need to be prepared for anything. We don't know what kind of creatures we might encounter on this planet. Jay grinned, his eyes bright with excitement. Sounds like my kind of mission. Alina smiled in return. Just remember, we're not here to have fun, and we're here to get the Zorax and get out. No heroics, got it? Jay's expression turned serious. Got it. I'm here to do my job. Good. The entire ship was filled with excited chattering of the recruits. Most of them were already planning ways to spend their share after completing the mission. Some wanted to upgrade their gear, and some desired to waste it on booze and girls. But one thing was common with all of them. They did not want to waste their youth away. Even though all of them were strangers at this point in time, they had a sense of unity instilled in them when they saw the skull branded on their gear. The symbol reflected their allegiance to the ghosts and by default to Reaper. Prepare for the descent. The captain's voice echoed inside the ships. The ghosts got into action and double-checked their equipment before giving the captain the okay. Before they landed and the ship's doors opened, they received another message from Lyhud. Remember, we need to be cautious. We don't know what kind of conditions this planet is going through or what kind of hazards we might encounter. His voice echoed. No matter what, you must abide by our orders or face the consequences. For this is not a trial. Good luck to you all. Yes, sir. The recruits bellowed, their eyes fixed on the airlock doors. After a moment of silence, the doors opened with a hiss, and they stepped out into the unknown. As they descended to the planet's surface, Alina couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement mixed with apprehension. Yes, they were on a mission. But it was Alina's first time stepping onto an alien world. But she wasn't alone, and Jay was by her side holding onto her hands. As they touched the surface, They immediately began scanning their surroundings with their helmet's built-in sensors. The terrain was rocky and uneven, with sharp cliffs jutting up from the ground. The sky was a strange shade of purple, with wispy clouds drifting lazily by. However, that wasn't all. They had been expecting to see a jungle world, but behind the rocky plains was a metropolitan city. Hundreds of towering structures could be seen from a distance. It was then the recruits realized the planet was divided into two halves. One was populated by the natives and had well-developed cities. At the same time, the other half was ruled over by Mother Nature. It was quite a peculiar sight, but at the same time, it was beautiful to see such a balance between nature and modernization. The lieutenants had landed way before the recruits did, and were already greeting the locals who had called for their help. In the meantime, a few guides approached the recruits, guiding them into the city. "Welcome, travelers," said the alien leader, a tall, slender creature with bright blue skin and long, spindly fingers. "We have called you here because we are in need of your assistance." Weimer and Lyhud exchanged a quick glance before Weimer spoke up. "Yes, we have been notified about this issue of yours. However, much of your planet is still a mystery to us. It'll be helpful if you could give us more information about your world and the Zorax issue." Lyhud chimed in. "Our planet is home to a diverse array of animal species," explained the alien leader. "But in recent months, we have seen a dramatic increase in the population of Zorax species. They are causing damage to our crops and homes, and we fear that if their numbers continue to grow, they will become a severe threat to our civilization." "We understand," said Lyhud. "And you want us to help you bring their numbers under control." The alien leader nodded. "Yes, we have heard of your reputation as skilled hunters and believe you can help us." Weimer and Lyhud exchanged another glance. They had indeed spent many years honing their hunting skills, but they had never before encountered the Zorax in their domain. Still, they were willing to try. "We will do what we can," said Weimer. "For now, we'll need to gather more information about Zorax and its weakness." The alien leader nodded and led them into the densely populated city, away from the region where the animals in question were said to be most prevalent. As they walked, Weimer struck up a conversation with the alien leader. "What can you tell us about these animals? Are they particularly dangerous?" The alien leader shook his head. "If we ignore their poisonous fangs, then no, they are not dangerous per se. But they are very skittish and difficult to approach. We have tried to hunt them ourselves, but we have had little success." Weimer nodded thoughtfully. "I see. And what kind of weapons do you have?" The alien leader looked at him quizzically. "Weapons? Yeah, how were you hunting them without weapons?" Lyhud smiled nervously. "We don't use such constructs to vandalize nature." The leader replied. "We use nature and guide her to fulfill our desired result." "You pitted animals against each other?" Weimer asked. "Yes. Just like we Xylopians take care of our own problems, nature should also solve her issues by herself," the leader remarked. Weimer had to fight the urge to either smack the leader or himself for accepting this weirdo's job request. Chapter 541 Xylopian Trouble 2. The next day, Weimer, Lyhud, and the rest of the crew stepped off the shuttle onto the rocky terrain of the alien planet. The air was thick with mist, and the sky was filled with strange clouds that glowed with a greenish hue. The locals wished them the best and performed a ritual to ensure their safety, but otherwise did not help them in any manner. The crew could hear the sound of rushing water in the distance, and the scent of the local flora filled their noses. Lyhud looked around, his eyes scanning the rocky forest. "This is definitely not like any other planet we've been to," agreed Weimer replied. "But we're not here to sightsee. We have a mission to accomplish. Let's scan the area and locate some Zoraxes." "You got the other scanner, right?" Lyhud nodded while tapping the gadget strapped to his shoulder. Apart from capturing Zorax and taming them, the crew had been given another mission from the tower. A mission to gather information about the planet's resources, particularly a rare mineral that was said to be found in abundance in the area. The crew's job was to gather as much information as possible without disturbing the planet's delicate ecosystem or angering the natives. Finding an energy-rich mineral was one thing, but to extract it, they would need help from locals. However, if they knew the crew had alternate motives as well, they wouldn't have been welcoming to them. The Xylopians revered nature, and would not take kindly to digging holes into nature's half of the planet. Mining on the other side of the planet would be seen as the mercenaries trying to desecrate nature, and might attack the crew without asking for explanations. As such, Weimar and Leihud were the only ones who knew about the second part of their mission, as they were afraid the big-mouth newbies might leak the information to the Xylopians. They began walking through the rocky forest, the sound of their boots echoing off the rocks. The terrain was treacherous, with sharp rocks jutting out of the ground and thick underbrush, making it difficult to see more than a few feet ahead. As they continued on their journey, they came across a small stream. Leihud knelt down and scooped up some water in his hand, examining it closely. "The water seems clean," he said. "We could refill our water supplies here." Even though they had enough supplies to last them months, it was a good idea to scavenge some resources from nature if possible. Weimar nodded in agreement. "Good idea. We'll set up camp here for the night." They knew they would be spending a lot of time in the rocky forest as the Zoraxes were not easy to spot, despite their size. Moreover, they often lived underground and only appeared when they needed something, like food or water. The crew set to work, setting up their tents and starting a fire. As the night fell, they gathered around the campfire, eating a meal of ration bars and discussing their mission. "I'm worried about the local wildlife," said Leihud. "We don't know what kind of creatures live on this planet or how dangerous they might be." They had been provided with a detailed report that listed every known life form on the planet. But on a planet whose other side was rarely explored, anything could happen, and any creature could appear out of nowhere. Weimar nodded. "We'll have to be cautious, but we can't let that stop us from completing our mission. Besides, if any creature dares to show up, we can always cook it." Suddenly, they heard a rustling in the bushes nearby. Everyone tensed, reaching for their weapons. Moments passed as Weimar slowly headed towards the bush to check it out. As soon as he got there, a group of small furry creatures jumped on him before cautiously approaching the campfire. They looked up at the crew with big, curious eyes and then began sniffing around the camp's perimeter. They were about the size of a house cat, with wide, curious eyes and large ears that perked up at the slightest sound. The creatures made chirping noises as they observed the crew's movements. "Radicules, herbivorous creatures that Xylopians also keep as pets?" Leihud smiled. "Completely harmless. They're just curious about us." Weimar was the first to approach one of the creatures, crouching down and holding out a hand. The creature sniffed at his fingers before nuzzling its head into his palm. Weimar laughed in delight and scratched behind the creature's ear. "They seem friendly enough," he said, looking up at Leihud and the rest of the crew. "Maybe we should try to communicate with them?" Leihud nodded in agreement, and they approached the rest of the furry creatures, trying to make friendly gestures. The animals seemed to respond well, chirping and trilling in excitement as the crew continued making arrangements for the night. Weimar laughed. "I think we have some new friends on this planet." "This is incredible," Jay said, looking around in awe. "I've never seen anything like this before." Alina nodded, a small smile on her face. "It's moments like these that make this job worth it." As they continued working, the radicules became more and more comfortable with their presence. They even started playing around the crew's feet, jumping and rolling in the grass. The crew relaxed, watching the little creatures as they explored the camp. Radicules proved to be genuinely lovable creatures, and they immediately took a liking to them. After all, who could possibly hate the snuggly animals? As they settled in for the night, the radicules kept them company by the fire. As they relaxed, the crew could hear the sounds of the alien forest around them, and they couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder at the beauty of this strange new world. Unbeknownst to them, there was a reason why the radicules had joined them. They were seeking refuge from a predator, one who was pissed because of the mercenaries invading its territory. Chapter 542, Xylopian Trouble 3. The sun slowly began to rise on the alien planet, casting a warm glow over the rocky terrain. As the light grew stronger, the ghosts emerged from their temporary shelter, stretching and yawning after a night of rest. Weimar stepped out first, followed closely by Leihud. The air was crisp and fresh, with a hint of sweetness from the alien flora. They took a deep breath, savoring the unfamiliar scent. The small furry creatures were already awake, scurrying about their business. Some were foraging for food, while others were chasing each other around the rocks. Weimar watched them with amusement, marveling at their agility and cuteness. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, the rocky forest was bathed in a golden light, casting long shadows on the ground. The crew gathered their equipment and set out to explore the planet, with the furry creatures scampering beside them. Weimar led the way, using his advanced sensors to detect potential hazards or resources. Lihud followed close behind, his weapon at the ready in case of danger. The furry creatures seemed to sense their confidence and bravado, and followed along with curiosity. The crew moved slowly and deliberately, taking in the sights and sounds of the alien planet. The rocky terrain was unlike anything they had ever seen before, with towering rock formations and craggy cliffs jutting out from the ground. As they continued their journey, the sun climbed higher in the sky, casting a warm and inviting glow over the landscape. The crew paused momentarily to take it all in, basking in the beauty of the sunrise. Suddenly, one of the creatures darted off into the trees, making a panicked chirping noise. The rest of the creatures followed suit, and the crew exchanged worried glances. "What's going on?" Alina asked. Before anyone could answer, a loud rumbling noise echoed through the forest. The ground beneath their feet began to shake, and the crew realized they were in danger. "Everyone get to cover," Weimar shouted, pulling out his weapon. The crew scrambled to find shelter as the rumbling grew louder. Suddenly, a massive creature burst through the trees, its enormous claws tearing up the ground as it charged towards them. The crew held their ground, weapons at the ready, as the creature closed in on them. But before they could even take a shot, the raticules sprang into action, swarming around the creature's feet and nipping at its heels. The creature let out a roar of pain and frustration, thrashing around as the raticules continued their attack. The crew watched in amazement as they managed to bring down the massive beast, working together to take it down. As the dust settled, the crew approached the raticules, who were now chirping happily and bouncing around in excitement. "Well, that was unexpected," Jay said, grinning from ear to ear. "Who would have thought these cute beasts had such a savage side to them?" Someone else commented. Meanwhile, Weimar turned to Lihud, whose eyes were wide in surprise. "They're harmless, eh?" Lihud quickly snapped out of his dazed state before smiling awkwardly. "I meant they are harmless to us." "Yeah, right." Weimar teased him before instructing the others to salvage what they could from the enormous creature. Although it had a lot of meat, consuming unknown creatures often led to disaster. As such, they would only collect the fallen beast as samples of the planet's fauna. The ghosts continued their mission, the small furry creatures following them excitedly. As they walked, they couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude towards their new allies, grateful for the unexpected help in a time of need. As the crew trekked through the rocky forest, they suddenly heard a loud growling noise coming from behind them. They cautiously approached the area and saw a strange creature emerging from a burrow. The creature was unlike anything they had ever seen before. It stood about 6 feet tall, with 4 long legs that ended in sharp claws. Its skin was covered in thick, matted fur, which gave it an almost prehistoric appearance. Its head was long and narrow, with glowing red eyes that seemed to pierce through the darkness. "It's a Zorax," Lihud whispered with a sense of urgency. As the Zorax emerged fully from its burrow, it let out a deafening roar, causing the ground to shake beneath its feet. The ghosts immediately raised their weapons, ready to defend themselves, while the raticules hid behind their new friends. Their hastiness caught the creature's attention as it charged towards them. The Zorax charged towards them, its eyes fixated on Weimar. It let out a deafening roar and leapt towards him, claws extended. Weimar dodged the Zorax attack and fired his laser rifle again, hitting the Zorax in the chest. The creature let out a blood-curdling screech and stumbled back, but it didn't stop its attack. It charged towards the crew again, but this time Alina intervened. She quickly pulled out a small device and pressed a button, causing a bright flash of light to emit from it. "What is that?" Jay asked, watching as she activated it. "It's a disruptor," Alina explained, holding the gadget out towards the Zorax. "It should mess up its senses for a few minutes." "Good job, Alina." Weimar let out a sigh of relief. "For a moment I thought that was it for me." The Zorax roared again and charged forward, but as it got closer, Alina activated the disruptor. The effect was immediate. The Zorax stumbled, shaking its head in confusion. Using its dazed state to their advantage, the ghosts trapped the creature with an electric net. The ghosts were able to sedate it and transport it back to their ship for Lihud to examine the beast and find out why the Zoraxes were acting so hostile towards others. On their way back, they realized the Zorax was injured and in great pain, even before Weimar shot it. It wasn't trying to attack them out of hostility but out of fear and desperation. Something is off, Lihud mumbled. Zoraxes are supposed to be at the top of the food chain here, and it makes no sense that some other creature tried to hunt it down. Whatever it is, we'll take care of it. But first, let's get this beast some help, Weimar replied, gently patting the unconscious beast. Chapter 543 Artificial Parasite. Lihud had never seen a Zorax up close before, and was amazed by its physical characteristics. It had a thick, woolly hide that was almost impenetrable, and its limbs were strong and muscular. Its claws were razor-sharp, and its teeth were long and pointed. A creature bred to kill anyone and anything that steps in its way, Lihud mumbled into a recorder to keep a note of his observations. Despite its fearsome appearance, Lihud couldn't help but feel a sense of fascination as he examined the creature. He ran his fingers over its skin, marveling at the texture and how it seemed to shift and change in the light. The creature seems to have a multi-layered skin that changes appearance according to the type of light shown upon it. As he continued his examination, he noticed something strange about the Zorax behavior. Usually, when a creature was sedated, it would remain still and unresponsive. But this Zorax seemed to be stirring as if it was trying to wake up. Lihud quickly checked the sedation levels, but they were still within safe limits. He realized that something else must be causing the creature to wake up. It must be something about this place, Lihud mumbled and turned to call Weimar for help. Just then, the Zorax's eyes snapped open, letting out a low growl. Lihud took a step back, but he didn't panic. He might be a healer, but he had dealt with dangerous creatures before and knew how to handle them. He reached for a tranquilizer gun and aimed it at the creature. But before he could fire, the Zorax suddenly sprang up, its claws slashing at the air. Lihud dodged to one side, narrowly avoiding the attack. "Oi, calm down, baby." The Zorax continued to lash out, its movements quick and unpredictable. Lihud kept his distance but knew he couldn't avoid the creature forever. There was only enough room there for the two of them. Thankfully, one of the straps was still latched onto the Zorax's legs, giving Lihud enough space to dodge the incoming attacks. However, the belt would not hold forever. Lihud needed to think of something and fast. He quickly assessed the situation and realized he needed to take a different approach. Instead of trying to subdue the creature, he needed to figure out why it was so agitated. He carefully observed the Zorax's behavior, looking for clues that might explain its hostility. As he watched, he noticed the creature's eyes darting towards a particular part of the room, the window. He followed its gaze and saw a small window in the corner of the medical bay. Through the window, he could see the rocky forest outside, bathed in the light of the rising sun. Suddenly it clicked. The Zorax wasn't just reacting to being sedated, it was responding to the unfamiliar environment of the spaceship. It was afraid, disoriented, and desperate to escape. "Weimar, run a simulation of the area surrounding the ship," Lihud softly whispered into the radio to not get Zorax's attention. Got it." Weimar wasn't sure what Lihud was barking about, but he knew better than not to follow his words. Within moments, the operating room was turned into the area where they had met Zorax for the first time. It took a while, but the creature calmed down enough for the sedative to take effect again. Lihud let out a sigh of relief before being joined by Weimar, who had grown worried sick about Lihud's well-being. "What's going on here?" he asked. Lihud wiped the sweat off his forehead before responding. "That's what I'm trying to find out. What about the rest of the crew? They are busy forming diplomatic relations with the radicules. What they are doing is called playing with cute creatures." Lihud shrugged his shoulders. "Take a few of them and start searching for what we are here for, okay?" Weimar nodded and left the med bay, giving Lihud enough time to figure out the reason for Zorax's sudden strange behavior. As he scanned the creature's body with various medical instruments, he noticed a strange object in its flesh. It was small and metallic, with a series of wires and tubes extending from it. "What the hell is this?" Lihud carefully extracted the object, studying it closely. It was an artificial parasite designed to control the Zorax's behavior and turn it into a weapon. Lihud had heard of such devices before but had never seen one in person. He worked tirelessly to remove the parasite from the Zorak's body, carefully cutting and detaching the wires and tubes. It was a delicate and intricate process, but after several hours of work, he was able to remove the parasite altogether. Lihud carefully extracted the tiny, wriggling object from the Zorak's body and placed it on a sterile tray. He peered at it through his magnifying visor, observing the little intricate details of the artificial parasite. With the parasite removed, Zorak's behavior began to change. Its breathing became more even, and its eyes lost their wild and aggressive gleam. Lihud continued to monitor the creature's vital signs, ensuring it was stable and healthy before getting it off sedatives. I need to inform the others about this parasite. Who knows how many creatures have been affected by this little fucker. Moments later, Weimar was back inside the ship while the rest of the lieutenants were joined in via communicators. Everyone was there except Ashton and Vulcan, who were preparing for the prison break. What do you make of it? Weimar asked, leaning over Lihud's shoulder. It's definitely an artificial construct, Lihud said, his voice tinged with curiosity. It's designed to attach itself to a host's nervous system and manipulate their behavior. That explains the Zorak's aggressive behavior, Anna said, looking at the parasite with a mixture of fascination and revulsion. Lihud nodded in agreement. Without this parasite, the Zorax would be a docile, harmless creature. It has to have been implanted by an intelligent species, possibly even by the Xylopians, but I have a feeling something much deeper is going on behind the scenes. We can't deny the cult's involvement either. That bunch can do things no one would even think of in their dreams. Whosoever it might be, they're using these parasites to control the wildlife on this planet, Odiga said, her voice laced with anger. That's despicable. Leon, who had been quietly observing the proceedings, spoke up. I might be able to isolate the signal that the parasite uses to communicate with its host. He continued, bring back as many parasites as you can back to the tower. I'll run some analysis and maybe we can track the culprit down using the parasite. No, that won't do it. Odiga intervened. We don't know how the parasite works, and it may alert the culprits after being removed. So bring a few Zoraxes to the tower. Anna chimed in. Well, remove the chips here, and by the time the culprits would know about it, it'll be too late for them to do anything. I'll ask Maston to send over a cargo ship to transport the creatures without trouble. Lihud looked up at Anna, impressed by her presence of mind. That's a brilliant idea. Let's get to work immediately. Chapter 544 The Deacon 1. As the sun began to set, the ghosts prepared to release the now-healed Zorax back into the wild. Lihud carefully carried the creature in its cage while Weimar and the others watched from a distance, ready to intervene if anything went wrong. The Zorax had only known Lihud for a few hours, but their bond was stronger than most of the crew. If he could, Lihud would have taken the creature in as a pet, but it wouldn't be the right thing to do. As they approached the edge of the forest, the Zorax seemed to sense that it was being released. It began to squirm and whine as if protesting the end of its time with the crew. Lihud gently placed the creature on the ground and stepped back. For a moment the Zorax hesitated, looking back at the crew as if saying goodbye. Then it turned and bounded into the forest, disappearing from sight. Weimar let out a sigh of relief. Glad to see it go, he said, but I'm also glad we could help it. Lihud nodded. It was the right thing to do, he said. And who knows, maybe we'll see it again someday. Jay smirked. Yeah, maybe it'll bring a whole pack of Zoraxes with it to thank us. The crew chuckled at Jay's joke, feeling a sense of satisfaction knowing they had done a good deed. But little did they know, their adventure was far from over. They still needed to find the one infecting the creatures with the parasite, and they needed to do it before it was too late. The ghosts had been searching for clues for days, combing through the rocky terrain of the alien planet in search of any signs of life or civilization. Anything that could help them figure out the identity of the one responsible for the weird behavior of the creatures. They had rescued numerous creatures along the way, nursing them back to health before releasing them into the wild. The cargo ship Maston had promised was yet to arrive, so there wasn't any place the ghosts could have kept the creatures, and releasing them was the only option they had. Lihud, Weimar, Anna and Jay were currently exploring a particularly dense area of the rocky forest when they stumbled upon the abandoned structure. At first, they thought it was just another rock formation, but as they drew closer, they realized it was something else entirely. The structure was made of a material they had never seen before, a sleek metallic substance that glinted in the light. The entrance was a vast, gaping hole that led into the darkness of the facility. Lihud, ever the curious one, stepped forward to investigate. "Let's take a look inside," he said, motioning for the others to follow. Anna hesitated, her eyes darting around nervously. "I don't know, Lihud. This place gives me the creeps. We can't just ignore it. Who knows what we might find in there?" Weimar stepped forward, his hand on his weapon. Jay nodded in agreement. "We should at least look, see if there's anything of value or interest." Lihud then remembered what the Xylopians had mentioned. They had never tried to develop the other half of the planet as it belonged to nature, and that's why a structure like the one in front of them was out of place. He explained the situation to the others, and they all realized they had found what they had been looking for days. With the decision made, they cautiously made their way into the dark, eerie depths of the facility. The air was musty and stale, and the silence was punctuated only by the sound of their footsteps echoing off the walls. As they walked deeper into the facility, they began to realize what the place was. It was a research facility, and the crew doubted the Xylopians were aware of it. Equipment lay strewn about, wires and cables trailing from the walls. A console flickered dimly in the corner, and a large chamber loomed ahead. "The place seems to be powered," Weimar mumbled, pointing at the console. Lihud approached the console, tapping a few buttons experimentally. The screen flickered to life, displaying a stream of data in an alien language. "What is this?" he muttered, furrowing his brow in concentration. With a thump, several Ciro chambers appeared before them. Anna and Jay moved to one such chamber, peering through the glass to see what lay inside. Weimar lingered by the entrance, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. Lihud joined Anna and Jay in front of the only pod that seemed to contain something within. Suddenly, the door to the chamber opened with a hiss, and a figure stepped out. It was humanoid but with sharp, angular features and glowing eyes that seemed to pierce the darkness. Lihud spun around, his hand going to his weapon. "Who are you?" he demanded, his voice low and steady. The figure didn't answer, instead lunging forward with lightning speed. Lihud barely had time to react before it was on him, grappling him to the ground. "Fire! Fire!" Anna and Jay rushed forward, their weapons drawn, but the figure was too fast. It ducked and weaved, dodging their attacks with ease. The creature grabbed Lihud by his waist and began climbing the walls, dodging the incoming barrage of bullets in its direction. It appeared Lihud was knocked unconscious by the creature's swift movements. "Stop firing!" Weimar yelled. "You might hurt Lihud instead." Much to their surprise, the creature calmed down as soon as they stopped shooting at it. Taking advantage of the situation, Weimar knocked the beast down, his muscles bulging as he grappled with the figure. Finally, they managed to subdue it and awaken Lihud. Weimar was still holding down the creature as Lihud examined it more closely. He found a small device attached to the back of its neck, the same kind of artificial parasite they had discovered in the Zorax. "What the hell is going on here?" Anna breathed, staring at the device in horror. Lihud's eyes narrowed as he studied it. "I think we've stumbled onto something big," he said slowly. "Something very dangerous." As they gazed around the abandoned research facility, they knew that they had to find out more about what was happening there, and they were determined to do whatever it took to uncover the truth. However, as they were leaving the facility, they saw something that wasn't there before. A phrase written over the walls with what seemed to be blood. "The Deacon is watching." Chapter 545. The Deacon 2. The Deacon sat in his dimly lit room, hidden away from the rest of the research facility. The only light came from a small flickering lamp on the desk, casting eerie shadows across the walls. The air was musty and thick with the scent of incense, the source of which was unknown. The walls were adorned with dark tapestries depicting strange symbols and rituals. The Deacon watched through a hidden camera as Lihud, Weimar, Alina, and Jay made their way out of the facility. His eyes narrowed as he observed their movements, analyzing their every step. "They are sharper than I thought." The Deacon knew that they were onto something, that they had discovered the truth about the research facility and his involvement with the cult. He sat back in his chair, his mind racing with plans and contingencies. He knew he had to act fast to prevent the crew from exposing his true nature and the cult's plans. The bishop would be furious if our plan failed here. The deacon whispered, massaging his temples. Even after years of service, one minor mistake would be enough to get thrown out of the cult. He stood up, his tall and lanky figure casting a long shadow across the room, and approached the door. As he walked, he muttered to himself in a low voice, almost as if he were reciting a prayer to give him strength and curse the enemies. His hand brushed against the rough fabric of his dark robes, feeling the weight of the cult symbol hanging around his neck. As a loyal servant of the gods, it was his duty to protect the cult's interests at all costs, even if it meant sacrificing those who stood in his way. And with his loyal soldiers, doing so would be easier than fooling the Xylopians. The deacon emerged from the room, his eyes scanning the empty corridor for any signs of the crew. He knew that they were still close, that they could still pose a threat to his plans. He took a deep breath, his mind focused and his senses sharp, ready for whatever lay ahead. The hunt was on. So what do you think it means? Lihud asked, breaking the silence. They were back on the ship and had contacted others about their discovery. But everyone was as clueless as the person next to them. But they all agreed on one thing, not informing the Xylopians about what they found, as they might be involved with it and turn hostile against the ghosts. Weimar shrugged. Could be anything. Maybe some local gang leader or a rival corporation. That's unlikely, Odiga chimed in. The Xylopians are known to preach nonviolence. As such, there are no criminals in their midst, at least there shouldn't be any. Anna looked up from her tablet. Or it could be a religious title. Lihud stopped pacing and turned to Anna. What do you mean? Well, the term deacon is often used in religious organizations. It's a title given to someone in the church who has a leadership role. Anna explained. Jay chimed in, so it could also be a cult, right? Everyone's mind went off simultaneously. So far, the involvement of the cult behind the irregularities was just a theory, but now they were confident that was the case. Now I remember, while we were on Acuna, I heard someone mention something about the cult's hierarchy. Lihud pushed his head into his hands, trying to recall what he had heard. The deacon could be a low-ranking official of the cult. This was the chance they were looking for. Someone who might actually have some information about cult and their whereabouts. I have to inform Reaper about it. Anna got up and left immediately, not even bothering to disconnect the call. Well, no one could blame her. This was a once-in-the-lifetime kind of opportunity. If they played their cards correctly, they just might put an end to the cult and its debauchery. Lihud, Weimar, listen to me carefully. The deacon knows about you and won't hesitate to stop you at any cost. You have to be prepared and defend yourselves until Reaper comes up with a plan. Odiga warned the duo. Lihud rubbed his chin thoughtfully while Weimar clenched his fists in frustration. What can we do, Odiga? Lihud asked. God knows how many creatures are under the deacon's influence, and to make matters worse, we don't know where this deacon is hiding. I suggest you fortify your position and ensure you have enough weapons and ammunition, Odiga replied. And keep your communication lines open. She continued, I have faith in Reaper, but it may take some time before we come up with a solution. I would have asked the Xylopians for assistance, but I doubt they'll be helpful. Be careful, Lihud and Weimar, Leon said, his voice laced with concern. The deacon is not to be underestimated. We don't know what kind of tricks the fucker is hiding under his sleeves. Lihud nodded. Understood. Well, do what we can. As the video call ended, Lihud turned to Weimar. We need to take Otiga's advice seriously, he said with urgency. We have to fortify our position and ensure we're prepared for any attack. Weimar nodded grimly. I'll gather the soldiers and make sure we have enough weapons and ammunition. You take care of the fortifications. Lihud nodded in agreement and set to work, ordering the soldiers to gather building materials and set up barriers around the ships. He made sure to position the soldiers strategically and set up traps to catch any unwary attackers. The radicules also helped them in their own way. They holed up in the trees and grass, acting as perimeter alarms that squeaked whenever unwanted guests appeared. As night fell, Lihud and Weimar stood to watch over the ships, their eyes scanning the darkness for any signs of movement. The air was thick with tension, and the sound of rustling leaves and twigs seemed louder than usual. The deacon's threat hung over them like a dark cloud, and they knew they were in for a long and challenging night. Chapter 546 Fury of the Jungle. Lihud and Weimer stood watch over the camp, scanning the dark forest for any signs of movement. They knew the deacon's creatures were lurking in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Suddenly, a low growl echoed through the trees, causing the two men to tense up. They quickly glanced at each other, silently communicating their readiness for a fight. Within moments, a pack of vicious-looking creatures emerged from the underbrush, their eyes glowing in the darkness. The animals, each one more bizarre than the last, growled and snarled as they closed in on the camp. Lihud and Weimer raised their weapons, ready to defend themselves and the rest of the crew. The creatures circled the camp, their growls becoming louder and more threatening. Alina and Jay woke up to the commotion, quickly realizing what was happening. They grabbed their weapons and joined Lihud and Weimer, forming a defensive circle around the ships with the rest of the crew. "What the hell is going on?" Alina exclaimed, her eyes scanning the perimeter for any signs of danger. "Looks like we're going to have some unwanted visitors tonight." Weimer took a deep breath and steadied his aim, scanning the area for the most immediate threat. "I hate it whenever Odiga is correct about something," Lihud replied, his pulse racing with adrenaline. "But for now, we need to stay alert and ready for anything." The creatures kept circling, their menacing presence making the air tense. Suddenly, a massive creature emerged from the shadows, its huge jaws snapping with fury, aiming straight for Weimer. He dodged out of the way, firing his weapon in response. The creature howled in pain, but it didn't retreat. The creature lunged forward, its teeth bared, but the crew managed to fend it off with their combined firepower. However, the animal was only the first in a long line of creatures that continued to emerge from the shadows throughout the night. The battle had begun. The crew fought with all their might, taking down one creature after another. But as soon as they dispatched one, another one would take its place. The creatures seemed relentless, driven by an insatiable hunger for violence. "This is insane," Alina muttered, her heart pounding in her chest. "How are there so many of them?" Lihud gritted his teeth and fired a shot straight at a creature's head. "It doesn't matter how many there are. We must keep fighting until we find a way out of this." Lihud and Weimer barked out orders, trying to coordinate the defense. Alina and Jay fired their weapons with deadly accuracy, never missing a shot. But despite their efforts, the creatures kept coming. As the night wore on, the crew began to feel the weight of exhaustion and fatigue. They had been fighting for hours, and their resources were dwindling. It seemed like the creatures would never stop. The hours ticked by and the crew fought on, their nerves frayed and their energy depleted. But as the sun finally rose on the horizon, the animals began to retreat back into the forest. But the damage was done. They lost over a dozen soldiers in one night, the highest loss ever for the ghosts. Weimer let out a sigh of relief. "Thank God that's over," he said, wiping the sweat from his brow. But Alina was less optimistic. "I don't think we've seen the last of them," she said, her eyes scanning the treeline for any signs of movement. "We need to be ready for whatever comes next." "Contact Odiga," Lihud instructed. "We cannot handle the onslaught for long, maybe a day or two, but not more than that." The deacon watched the chaos unfold from atop the back of a massive creature. He smiled as he saw the alien animals attacking the crew's camp with ferocity. The deacon's eyes gleamed in the darkness as he watched the creatures closing in on the crew, their teeth bared and claws extended. "Ah yes, let them feel the true power of my creations. They are nothing but weaklings against my beasts," he said, his voice filled with malevolence. "They should have known better than to come here. This planet belongs to the beasts, and I am their master." He raised his hand, and the creature beneath him roared, sending a shockwave through the ground. The other animals stopped their advance, looking up at the deacon in fear and awe. The deacon chuckled to himself, relishing his power over these creatures. He knew the crew was no match for his army of beasts, and he planned to use them to his advantage. He paused momentarily before continuing, "But there's more to this than just destroying them. The ghosts could be useful to us, to the cult." As the night wore on, The deacon continued to watch the battle from his perch. He felt no remorse for the crew, only a sense of satisfaction as he saw them being taken down one by one. Perhaps I can capture them and use them as leverage against Reaper, he mused. Or maybe I can recruit them to our cause. They seem resourceful, and their technology could prove valuable. The deacon's thoughts were interrupted by a growl from his mount. He patted its side reassuringly. Don't worry, my friend. We'll have our chance soon enough. He looked out into the forest, plotting his next move. The deacon knew that the crew would be on high alert now, and he would have to be careful if he wanted to catch them off guard. Finally, as the sun began to rise over the horizon, the deacon signaled for his creatures to retreat. They obeyed without question, slinking back into the darkness of the forest. The deacon sat atop his beast, still smiling as he watched the crew's camp burn to the ground. He knew that they were now vulnerable and that he could strike at any time. The deacon was in control and intended to keep it that way. Chapter 547 Numbers Advantage. Lihud and Weimer had set up a perimeter of defenses around the crew's camp, hoping to deter any further attacks from the deacon's creatures. They had spent the day repairing the damage from the previous night's battle, fortifying their defenses and preparing for another onslaught. Weimer sighed. Hope you're ready for tonight. Lihud nodded grimly. Do I have a choice? Alina and Jay, who had been resting nearby, overheard their conversation and approached them. What's the plan? Asked Alina. We will set up traps around the camp, replied Weimer. We need to be one step ahead of them. Jay nodded in agreement. I can help with that. I have some experience with traps. Lihud looked at them. Good. Alina, you and I will keep watch while they set up the traps. Tell the rest to follow Jay and do the same on the other sides. As night fell, the crew settled in for another long and tense night of guarding their camp. They were on high alert, their weapons ready, scanning the darkness for any signs of movement. The night passed slowly, with nothing but the sound of rustling leaves and the occasional growl in the distance. As the hours wore on, the crew began to feel increasingly on edge. They knew the creatures were out there, waiting for the right moment to strike. Suddenly, a howl pierced the air, followed by the sound of pounding footsteps. The creatures had returned, and they were more aggressive than ever. The ghosts braced themselves for the onslaught. Lihud and Alina took up positions, their weapons at the ready. Weimer and Jay stood by the traps they had set up, waiting for the right moment to activate them. The creatures began to circle the camp, their eyes glowing in the darkness. Lihud and Alina fired their weapons, trying to keep them at bay. But the creatures were relentless, their hunger for violence driving them forward. Weimer and Jay activated the traps, causing several creatures to fall into them. But the others kept coming, their numbers seemingly endless. This time they were more aggressive and coordinated. They seemed to have learned from their previous encounter, and were now more determined than ever to take down the crew. The creatures were everywhere, lunging and snarling, their teeth bared. The crew fought with all their might, but they were starting to tire. One by one they began to fall, their screams echoing through the night. Lihud and Weimer fought back to back, their weapons firing in unison. They were determined to protect their crewmates, but the creatures were getting closer and closer. Suddenly, Lihud was knocked to the ground, his weapon flying out of his hand. A creature was on top of him, its jaws snapping dangerously close to his face. It let out a pained howl, and Lihud was able to scramble to his feet. The two men stood back to back, surrounded by animals on all sides. As the crew fought with all their might, they began to feel the weight of exhaustion and fatigue. They had been fighting for hours, and it seemed like the creatures would never stop. Damn it! At this rate we won't last for long. Jay exclaimed, continuously firing his weapon. Just hold on. We got this. Alina encouraged her crewmates. Just when they were about to give up, they heard the sound of engines in the distance. A massive spaceship emerged from the darkness, hovering above the chaos below. The ship fired a laser-based weapon, cutting through the creatures with ease. The crew watched in awe as the animals were decimated one by one, their bodies turning to ash in the intense heat of the weapon. Lihud and Weimer breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for the timely intervention. They watched as the ship landed nearby, its engines still humming with power. A door opened on the ship's side, and a figure stepped out. It was Reaper. He strode confidently towards them, his powerful physique outlined against the ship's lights. "Hey guys," he called out, waving at them. "Did you miss me?" Alina rolled her eyes. "You wish." Ashton approached them with a goofy grin, stretching out his arms and legs. "Man, it feels good to stretch after a long flight," he exclaimed, wincing as he massaged his shoulder. "I thought I'd never make it in time." Weimer clapped him on the back. "You arrived just in the nick of time, my friend." We were really starting to feel the pressure. Reaper's goofy side was a welcome sight to the crew, reminding them that even in the face of danger, there was always a glimmer of hope. But as soon as he saw the remaining creatures, his playful demeanor vanished, and he became focused on the task at hand. "All right, let's take care of these guys," he said, opening the gates to Valhalla. As he spoke, Ashton raised his hand and summoned his army. The crew looked on in amazement as dozens of shadowy figures emerged from the darkness surrounding them. "Allow me to show you how to use numbers to your advantage," Ashton said, his voice filled with confidence. The creatures let out a roar, charging forward towards the shadow army. But they were no match for Ashton's power. The shadows enveloped the animals, pulling them down and holding them in place. The crew watched in awe as Ashton's army of shadows decimated the creatures, taking them down one by one. It was like watching a dance, a beautiful and deadly display of power. The shadow army moved in sync with Ashton's commands, striking the creatures with deadly precision. The animals, caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the shadow soldiers, were quickly overwhelmed. As the last creature fell, Ashton released his hold on the shadows, letting them return to the darkness. He turned to his team, a smile on his face. The crew cheered, relieved that Ashton had returned to their rescue. They were battered and bruised, but they knew they were safe now that Reaper was with them. Chapter 548 Deacon's Downfall 1. The deacon paced back and forth in his lair, frustration etched on his face. He had hoped that the creatures he sent would be enough to take down the ghosts, but the arrival of the Reaper had thrown a wrench into his plans. He had seen firsthand the ghosts' resistance and how they had managed to fend off his creatures with surprising skill and tenacity. But the deacon had been confident in his power, thinking he had enough under his control to overcome any obstacle. This was not supposed to happen, he muttered to himself, clenching his fists in anger. Now, with Reaper on the scene, he realized how wrong he had been. The deacon knew that the Reaper was a force to be reckoned with, a skilled fighter with training from various masters under his belt. He had read the reports of face-offs against the Reaper before and knew firsthand how dangerous he could be. But the deacon refused to be defeated. He had come too far to let a mere human stand in his way. He clenched his fists, his eyes narrowing as he thought about his next move. "I will not be defeated by this Reaper," he muttered to himself. "I will find a way to crush him and his crew, no matter what it takes." The deacon looked out into the darkness, watching as his creatures prowled around the edges of the forest. He knew that he needed to devise a new strategy, one that would allow him to take down the crew once and for all. But for now, the deacon would bide his time, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. He had faced many challenges in his life, and he knew this was just another obstacle to overcome. The deacon took a deep breath, his mind already working on a new plan. He was not one to give up easily, and he was determined to emerge victorious in the end. "Just wait, Reaper, this planet will soon be your graveyard. Mark my words." Ashton sat in the command center, listening intently as Lyhud, Weimer, Alina, and Jay relayed everything they had discovered about the deacon and the abandoned facility in the forest. He listened intently as they recounted everything they had discovered about the deacon and the abandoned facility in the forest, nodding along, taking mental notes and piecing together the information they had gathered. "So you're saying that the deacon is using the facility to conduct experiments on the local wildlife?" Ashton asked, his brow furrowed in thought. Lyhud nodded. "That's what we think. We found evidence of genetic manipulation and breeding programs, all aimed at creating the ultimate predator." Ashton rubbed his chin deep in thought. "And what about the facility itself? Have you been inside?" Instead of replying, Lyhud played footage from their trip into the abandoned laboratory. Ashton leaned forward, his eyes not leaving the screen till the footage ended. "So what did you find?" Ashton asked, his voice steady and firm. Lihut cleared his throat before speaking. We explored the facility but didn't find any concrete evidence. It was as if everything had been wiped clean, like the deacon was covering his tracks. We did find some old equipment and files, but most of it was outdated and useless. We couldn't find anything to help us figure out the deacon's plans. Weimer chimed in. Ashton leaned back in his chair, deep in thought. That's not good. But we can't give up. We have to keep digging. There has to be something that we're missing. Alina nodded in agreement. We could try to track down the deacon's movements, and maybe there's a pattern or a clue that we can follow. Ashton shook his head. I don't think Deacon is going to be that careless. If he can destroy evidence inside the lab, he can also easily erase his presence. Jay added, then how about we try to gather more intel from the surrounding area? There might be other people or factions that have encountered the Deacon before. I doubt it. Lihut interrupted. The Xylopians are quite reserved species. Even if they had their suspicions or knew about something, it's unlikely they'll open up to strangers. Ashton stood up, his eyes gleaming with determination. Erase what we're going to do, he said, his voice firm. We're going to use everything we've learned to take down the Deacon and end his reign of egotistical stupidity. So what's the plan? Lihut and Weimer, you two will lead the initial assault. Alina J, you will lead the rest of the crew and provide cover fire. I'll take care of the flanking maneuvers, Ashton said, his voice firm and confident. The crew nodded in agreement, knowing that they had to work together to take down the Deacon and uncover more information about the cult. We need to be careful, Lihut said, his voice low. The Deacon is powerful, and he has an army of creatures at his disposal. We can't let our guard down. We also need to make sure we capture him alive, Weimer added. He's the only link we have to uncover more about the cult and its plans. I'll make sure he doesn't get away, he said, a determined look on his face. The crew spent the next few hours fine-tuning their plan, going over every detail and possible scenario. They knew they only had one shot at this, and failure was not an option. Ashton led the final briefing, going over the plan one last time. Remember, our objective is to capture the Deacon alive. We don't want to kill him unless it's absolutely necessary. And we need to be quick and precise. Any mistakes and we could all be dead. The crew nodded in understanding, ready to carry out their mission. Ashton took a deep breath, feeling the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. He knew that this mission would be dangerous, but it was necessary. The cult had to be stopped, and the only way to do that was by capturing the Deacon. Chapter 549, Deacon's Downfall 2. Lihut watched with concern as a group of Xylopians gathered near their camp, their voices raised in protest. He knew that the locals were wary of outsiders, but he had hoped that they would be more understanding of their situation. The Xylopians were angry at Reaper and his undead soldiers, whom they saw as a threat to their peaceful way of life. They also blamed Reaper for the recent strange behavior of the local animals. Lihut walked over to the group, his hands raised in a peaceful gesture. Please, we mean no harm. We are here to investigate the abandoned facility in the forest and to capture the Deacon. And we have no intention of causing trouble to any of you. One of the Xylopians stepped forward, his eyes narrowed. We have heard enough lies from outsiders like you. You bring nothing but trouble and destruction. Lihut took a deep breath, trying to remain calm. I understand your concerns, but we are not your enemy. We are here to help, to find out what is happening on this planet. The Xylopians murmured amongst themselves, still looking skeptical. Lihut continued to speak, trying to reassure them. We are willing to work with you and respect your ways. We do not want to cause harm to anyone or anything on this planet. But we need your cooperation and understanding. The Xylopians remained unmoved. They shouted and gestured wildly, their anger growing with every passing moment. One of them, a tall, lanky creature with sharp claws, stepped forward and lunged at Lihut. Lihut quickly dodged the attack, raising his weapon in defense. But he didn't fire as he knew violence would only worsen the situation. The ghosts jumped into action as well, but Lihut instructed them to stand down. Please calm down, Lihut said, his voice calm and steady. We are not your enemies, and we are here to help you deal with your problems. But the Xylopians didn't seem to care. They continued to shout and protest, their frustration boiling over. Lihud knew that they had to defuse the situation before it got out of hand. He signaled to his crewmates to fall back, hoping the Xylopians would follow suit. But they didn't. They advanced, their claws glinting in the sunlight. Lihud had no choice but to raise his weapon and fire. The Xylopians recoiled at the blast, but they didn't retreat. They continued to advance, their anger and fear fueling their attack. "What's going on down there?" Ashton called out. His annoyance was evident in his voice. He had been in the middle of a much-needed nap when the commotion had started. Ashton flew above the group of Xylopians, using his vampiric wings to hover in place. He watched as the aliens glared up at him, their eyes filled with anger and suspicion. Weirdly enough, some of their eyes resembled that of the controlled creatures. This can't be a coincidence. Nothing ever is. One of the Xylopians stepped forward, gesturing towards the undead soldiers behind the crew. "Your soldiers are evil. They are causing the animals to act strangely and attack us." Ashton rolled his eyes, feeling a surge of frustration. "They're not evil, they're under my command. And as for the animals, we're dealing with the issue as we speak. Now what's the real problem here?" The Xylopians continued to mutter and grumble amongst themselves, clearly not satisfied with Ashton's response. Lihud stepped forward, trying to calm the situation yet again. "We understand your concerns, but we're not here to harm anyone. We're simply trying to stop the person responsible from causing more harm. Please let us do our job and we'll be out of your way." The Xylopians weren't listening, as if they were in some sort of trance. They started to advance towards the crew, their movements aggressive and hostile. Ashton narrowed his eyes, his patience wearing thin. "All right, that's enough," he said firmly, his voice echoing across the clearing. "We're not here to fight, but we won't hesitate to defend ourselves if we have to." As soon as he said those words, Sven and Dolos jumped in front of the ghosts, ready to slaughter the natives. The Xylopians hesitated for a moment, seemingly considering their options. But Ashton didn't waste any time. He swooped down, landing gracefully on the ground. The crew followed suit, forming a protective circle around him as they prepared to face the threat. "Although I appreciate the sentiment, there's no need to get protective over me, guys," Ashton joked as he approached the Xylopian leader. "Now for you." He took a step forward, his vampiric wings unfurling behind him. The Xylopians backed away, clearly intimidated by Ashton's imposing figure. "Something's not right here," Ashton muttered to himself. "Looks like you're not yourself. Someone's controlling you and you're unaware of it." The Xylopians scoffed at Ashton's words, but he was undeterred. He stepped forward, his eyes glowing with an eerie light. He extended his hand and focused his energy, tapping into his vampiric powers. The best way to free someone from mind control was to bombard their brain with a foreign aura. And just so it happened, vampiric aura was the best option for the procedure. Suddenly, the Xylopian leader's eyes widened in shock. He stumbled backwards, clutching at his head. What's happening to me?" Ashton continued to channel his energy, breaking the deacon's hold on the Xylopian leader. The Xylopian leader shook his head, looking dazed and confused. What's going on?" He muttered again. "The deacon has been manipulating your leader's thoughts," Ashton declared, turning to face the rest of the Xylopians. "He's been using him to turn you against us." The Xylopians looked at each other, clearly shocked by Ashton's revelation. Lihud stepped forward, backing up Ashton's claim. "We've seen the deacon's influence firsthand. He's been using his creatures to attack us and manipulate the animals in the forest. He's the real enemy here, not us." Ashton turned back to the leader, who was now staring at him with wide eyes. "I don't blame you for what you did under the deacon's influence," he said, holding out his hand. "But next time be careful who you're up against. Not every mercenary is as forgiving as yours truly." The leader looked up at Ashton, accepting his hand, but confusion and fear etched on his face. "I had no idea. I thought I was doing what was best for my people. I would like to apologize for my unbecoming behavior." Ashton's expression softened slightly. "I give you my word as a warrior. We are not here to harm you or your people. We are here to stop the deacon." The Xylopian leader seemed to be reassured by Ashton's words. He turned to his people and spoke in their native language, and they listened intently before nodding in agreement. Ashton turned to face the Xylopian leader, his arms folded across his chest, his voice stern. "So, are you with us or against us?" The Xylopian leader hesitated, looking around at the gathered crowd. The other Xylopians murmured amongst themselves, unsure of what to do. Finally, the leader spoke up. "We will work with you, Reaper," he said, his voice firm. "We have seen the truth of what you say and believe that the deacon must be stopped." "Good," Ashton nodded, a small smile crossing his face. "We'll need all the help we can get." Lihud stepped forward, a relieved expression on his face. "Thank you," he said to the Xylopian leader. "We appreciate your cooperation." "We may not agree on everything," the Xylopian leader nodded in response, his eyes meeting Lihud's, "but we can agree that the deacon is a threat that must be dealt with." "That's all that matters," Ashton said. "Now let's get to work." Chapter 550 Deacon's Downfall 3. Lihud and Weimar led the way as they entered the rocky forest, flanked by a group of Xylopians. The crew had spent the better part of the week teaching them how to use the weapons they had brought, and they caught on quickly. Alina and Jay followed closely behind, keeping watch on their surroundings. The rest of the crew was stationed at the perimeter, ready to provide backup if needed. The rocky forest was quiet, almost unnaturally so. The air was thick with tension as they made their way deeper into the forest, the Xylopians scanning the area for any signs of danger. The Xylopians had agreed to help, but they were understandably wary of the undead soldiers that Reaper had brought with him. Lihud and Weimar had done their best to reassure them, but the Xylopians kept their distance, only following them because of their leader's wish. As they walked deeper into the forest, the tension in the air grew thicker. Lihud knew that the deacon's humanoid soldiers were way worse than any creature the planet had to offer, and could be lurking around any corner, ready to attack. After several minutes of walking, they reached a clearing in the forest. The ground was littered with debris and broken branches, signs of recent activity. The Xylopians were on edge, their borrowed weapons at the ready. Suddenly, they heard a rustling in the bushes up ahead. Lihud signaled for everyone to stop, and they all tensed up, ready for a fight. But instead of humanoid creatures, a group of animals emerged from the bushes. They looked different from the ones they had seen before, more aggressive and dangerous. The Xylopians backed away in fear, but Weimar and Lihud stood their ground. Inspired by them, the Xylopians broke their vow of nonviolence against the creatures as they knew they had to take out the animals before they could proceed. "Everyone cover Master's allies!" Sven roared, and the summons quickly formed a defensive circle around the others. Weimar was right behind the summons, with Alina and Jay taking aim from the rear, leading the rest of the crew. The creatures attacked relentlessly, but the ghosts fought back with everything they had. The Xylopians watched in amazement as the humans and undead soldiers fought side by side, their movements coordinated and precise. Finally, after what seemed like hours, the last creature fell. The crew let out a collective sigh of relief, but they knew they couldn't let their guard down. They continued deeper into the forest, with the Xylopians now fully committed to the mission. Lihud and Weimar shared what they knew about the cult and the deacon as they walked. The Xylopians couldn't believe someone as dangerous, as the cult had established a hold over their precious planet. The Xylopians listened intently, and their leader, who had previously been hostile towards Ashton and the crew, now seemed to have a newfound respect for them and their work. "If you Master wills it, some of us would like to join your ranks," the leader said, while his followers nodded aggressively. It seemed the Xylopians got excited after their first time using weapons and wanted to have more such experiences. While Weimar was more than happy to welcome new allies, Lihud was conflicted as the once peace-loving Xylopians were now preaching violence. By the time they reached the cult's base, they were fully prepared for what lay ahead. With the Xylopians at their side and Alina and Jay covering their backs, Weimar and Lihud led the way into the heart of the deacon's lair. As the crew approached the entrance of the abandoned facility, a sense of unease began to wash over them. The building was old and decrepit, and it was clear that no one had been there in years. But the ghosts knew it was far from true. Lihud glanced over at Weimar and could see the nervousness etched on his face. Alina and Jay were busy checking their weapons, ensuring everything was loaded and ready to go. Even though they hadn't seen Ashton since separating, They knew he was doing his job because no other creatures had attacked them so far. Lihat turned to them and said, "All right, everyone. Stay sharp. We don't know what's waiting for us in there." The crew nodded, but the apprehension in the air was palpable. They had been on dangerous missions before, but something about this place made them incredibly uneasy. As they entered the facility, the darkness swallowed them whole. The only light came from their flashlights, which illuminated the damp, decaying walls. The floorboards creaked with every step they took, making them feel as if the whole structure could collapse at any moment. Suddenly, a deafening screech echoed through the halls, causing the crew to jump and spin around, weapons ready. Before they could react, the creatures descended upon them, moving with inhuman speed and agility. The crew fought back with all their might, firing rounds and swinging their weapons in a desperate attempt to fend off their attackers. Damn it! Just one of these humanoid bastards was a pain in the ass, and now there are so many. Weimer cursed loudly, firing non-stop at the creatures. The creatures proved to be formidable opponents. Their bodies twisted and contorted into grotesque shapes that made them difficult to hit. They moved with an unnerving fluidity, dodging attacks and launching their own strikes with deadly precision. The ghosts had been trained to face the worst the galaxy had to offer, but nothing could have prepared them for this. Each creature seemed to be able to take down dozens of mercenaries with little effort, and the crew knew they were in serious trouble. Haha, foolish bastards. I can't believe I was scared by people of your kind. The deacon laughed maniacally from a podium as he watched the crew struggle against his creations. He reveled in their misery and suffering, finding it all so amusing. Suddenly, his laughter was cut short when he was kicked to the ground by someone. The deacon stumbled back, the wind knocked out of him. He gasped for breath as he looked up to see who had attacked him, and his eyes widened in shock and fear as he saw Reaper standing over him. Reaper's eyes glinted in the dim light, and his mouth twisted into a cruel smile. Well, he said. "Look who we have here." The great deacon brought down by a little kick. "I'm glad I didn't use more strength, or I'm afraid my leg would have ripped through your innards. Now then, shall we play a game?"